Hello, everybody. What's up? Welcome to a big day, an auspicious day, the day that was foretold moons ago. Today we dine on a tasty treat, a morsel. Juicy, plump, succulent. We're going to be finishing up Sorcery. The whole story today. I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's going to be finished. I decree this the finale day. And after weeks of building up, today's the payoff. We've been stacking the deck, breaking up the cookie, see where it crumbles. See how the cards may fall. I'm excited. I'm like sad too, but I'm excited as well because, I mean, it has been 4 big games. So it'll be nice to kind of get some closure. Can't just leave it hanging on forever. A good TV show needs to know when the final season is at hand. Can't stretch it out too far. And indeed, we won't. Because there's so much stuff to do. It's hard to even throw a dart at the board. That is my mood, and figure out what is going to be done. So let's focus on finishing up things that have already been begun. I want to see how many hours I've got in Sorcery total, but I think I left the game open at one point. Let me see if I can find a total. I know I got 40 hours in Sorcery Parts 1 and 2. But I wonder how much of that was leaving the game open. Because I don't think I actually played 41 hours. How many streams did we spend in Corée in Part 2? Part 3 was 23 hours, and we've got 14 hours so far in Part 4. So that's 37 plus Parts 1 and 2. Gonna be close to 80 hours by the time we're done, which is insane return on investment. That is some value. For a game that's $13 for the base game. Woo! That's a great deal. I mean, it's $13 plus the extras. You understand what I'm saying. Howdy. How are you? What's up, Metal Bit? Jupe says. Kyra Toby. Pork Champ. Hey, Kyra Toby. Value. Anything else, Mac Yaka? Yes, it is Sorcery. The End. Epi, Easy Man, Double X My Lord, Howdy Clive, Miss Today, going up the list. I missed all the Sorcery 3 and beginning of 4, so this is going to be a lot of catch-up for me. Well, this is the end, so catch-up is an understatement. It all boils down to this. Hey, Hypo Cube. Bag of chips, South Boy. Hey, guys. What's up? Fire, welcome back. Wave only mode. Hugo Carpenter, how you doing? What if I don't want it to end? Well, you can just not watch, and then it'll be never ending. It'll just stay open-ended forever. I'm looking forward to it. Parkside says, holding 9 months, Batman. Thank you for your resub, Parkside. Appreciate your prime. Hanging out there somewhere. And at that exact moment, Mr. Pedrufi. I guess, I don't know, that's how you can say it. I guess you can say it like that. Nice Texas mug. Thanks, Dorito. I just we got some weird mugs. Where's my BB-8? It's not even mine. I need to get my own novelty mug. What would be, I need to get my own Etalyx brand novelty mug. You know what I mean? I need to get the Helmet Boy as its own mug. That would be fun. The one that's in the emote. The one that's in the smug emote. That exact, I just want that mug as a real mug. Architect says, hey, Etalyx, haven't said anything for 4 months. That's a dedicated lurk. Architect, I respect it. That takes drive. Well, thanks for speaking up, and thank you for your 7-month sub. How you doing? I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. We're about to get started right now. Over here, welcome to Hoover, by the way. About to get started right over here. And a little bit of this action. Ah, there it is. The great fortress of Mampang. Just finished the observation VOD. Did you enjoy it, Apotex? Game was pretty fun. Couple of good epic games recently. Where's your novelty Vegas mug? I need to get a novelty Vegas mug. Buka Mihai, you're still modded. Hold on. How are you still modded? Did you redeem mod for a month? You did redeem mod for a month. Okay, I wrote that down. Sorry. I get confused. You're still modded. Just making sure. I gotta look at the mod list. We got a mod for a month. Dad Skirt is about to be gone in like 4 days. So savor that. Buka Mihai recently redeemed mod for a month. So we have 2 deputy mods right now. On top of the deputy mods. There's too many deputies. Is that allowed? How am I still modded? Metalbit? I don't know. I'm joking. It hasn't been a month already. No, it has not. We had Deputy Mod Golden Fishy as well for a time. Car alarm? No, it's crickets. Crickets chirping. Ellipsis only chat, please. It's nighttime in the Fortress of Mampang. And thus, you can hear that light background. Don't harass the Deputy Mod Squad. The AAA team's coming to get you. Hey, Ty, I just downloaded Outer Worlds and Void Bastards with my Game Pass. Is Void Bastards on the Game Pass too? That's pretty awesome if so. Did you guys hear the stuff about the Xbox PC Game Pass? About Paradox? Like, Paradox games are coming to the Xbox Game Pass on PC. That's not confusing at all. They're gonna... I didn't read the article, but it looked like, from what I understood, they're gonna do, like, base games for Paradox as part of the Game Pass, and so you can kind of, like, play the whole base game for free. I mean, for your subscription. And then, if you like it, you can, like, buy the game at a discount through the Game Pass, and then buy the expansions and DLC as you want. I think it's a good idea. I think, honestly, it just makes me think. I was talking earlier today, I was like, we were like, man, I don't know, Gamefly. Gamefly may have been a little bit before its time. Imagine, like, Gamefly now, all digital. You just pay a monthly fee and you get to download the games, try them out, test them out, or play the whole thing. I think that's what Microsoft Game Pass is going to be. I think in a few years it's going to be the Netflix of video games. It's going to be real interesting to see how the tide changes. Because I think it's going to change in an interesting direction for the better. I genuinely believe that Microsoft is somewhat tanking their software side till the next generation. I'm curious what they're going to do. But you don't become a company that big and that profitable and not have a plan. We'll probably see new consoles like... I mean, we're definitely going to see new consoles at or before 2021. Guaranteed. The question is, are they going to come next year or the next? 2020 or 2021? It's one of the two. We'll find out probably more information this year. E3 is going to be interesting just for that reason. Just to see if there's no announcements at E3 or around E3, then it's not going to be next year. There's no way. Remember OnLive? It's not the same thing though. When I'm talking about game streaming, I'm talking about you can download them. OnLive is a game. I'm not talking about game streaming platforms like PlayStation Now. I'm talking about full downloads, which is what Game Pass is. And you have to like validate your license every so many days, or else the game stops working. I think that's the future. I don't think game streaming is the future. But that's because I think gamers aren't going to want to play with latency and input lag. I don't even have any current gen consoles. Well, there you go. There you go. That's okay. Maybe you missed that boat. You can just hop on the next one and get on the next console. Hi, Todd. Say I'm watching, but I haven't finished the third part yet. Well, thanks, Visual Warlock, for sharing the sub anyways. Much appreciated. And enjoy yourself winning if you do. Hypocube says, hey, Etalyx, if the same game was on GOG, Steam, Epic Game Store, and Discord, which store would you buy it on? If the same game was on GOG, Steam, Epic Game Store, and Discord, which store would you buy it on? Depends. What's the context? Are they the same price on all platforms? There's no exclusives on... There's no, like, pre-order exclusives on one platform or the other? Then I would just buy it on Steam. Because that's where the majority of my library is. If for all intents and purposes, everything is equal, then I would just buy it on Steam. Because that's where my library is. If, however, I get a $10 discount on Epic Game Store, I'm buying it on the Epic Game Store. Or if I get some kind of other perk. Like, for example, what I want to see is cross-platform play. This is what I want. I want to be able to buy Into the Gungeon on the PC and have my account know on the Switch that I own Into the Gungeon on PC, and then now I have Into the Gungeon on my Switch too. I'm so sick of having to buy the same game I already bought on multiple platforms. That's what I'm annoyed at. Like, Slay the Spire comes out on Switch in 5 days. I already own the game on PC. I want, like, a universal ID that I log into on any platform that I play on, and that would prevent people, because some people say, well, why don't you just get, like, a key? If I buy it on PC, why don't I get, like, a key for the Nintendo? And because you'd sell the key. You'd have to have, like a universal ID that you log into on the different platforms that verifies your purchase on the other side and unlocks the game on your account. I want them to all be collated. I want every single platform to know every single game that I've purchased, so I can play Rocket League on PlayStation 4 and PC without having to buy it twice. Do you know, I bought GTA 5 3 times. PlayStation 3, then the PlayStation 4, then the PC. It's $180 plus tax. It's ridiculous. Same game. Anyways. That's my opinion. I would be happy to sign up for a new account or even pay a yearly fee to make that. Monster Hunter World, I'll never play it on PC. You know why? Because I'm not going to buy it again. I already bought it and I already played it on PlayStation. I'm not going to get it a second time. So I'm missing out on all that stuff. So let's hustle. I want to link my systems. Hey, Crumbly Cakes, what up? How's it going? But then Nintendo doesn't get your money. It's pretty easy, Dorito. The activation of the game would just be worked out behind the scenes. For every game activation that happens on one platform or the other, that stuff's all logged. There's not... First of all, their bandwidth is not even worth the fee that they get when I buy it on the platform. If I buy Gungeon right now on Switch for $15, the Nintendo fee, even if it was 30%, let's say 25%. I don't know how much 25% of $15 is. Let's say it's 33% of $15. They get $5. Okay, the bandwidth that I use to download that like few gig game is like cents on the dollar. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not, somehow we've equated like, thank you for letting me download the game from your Surface as that's worth like a lot of money. It's not. It's worth like nothing. How many times have you bought Skyrim? One, but I might buy it again in VR. Who knows when I get VR. The streaming games thing is an easy out to a bigger problem. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm not gonna read the whole paragraph, but I feel you. Hey, Dark Eyes, what's up? We're just getting started here. We're just having a pre-game chat. Veronicorn says, "What's on your face?" I scratched myself, and it's a zit. You'll never escape it, no matter how old you get, chat. You just have to embrace it. NBD. Veronicorn knows what I'm talking about. Whoops. What happened with Outer Wilds? This is a good game that we're going to finish on another day. Etalyx casts Zit. I don't think they'll let me. But it'd be pretty hilarious. But the key is, chat, if you get acne, if you get zits, water. The key is drink lots of water. The less cola, the less carbonated beverage you drink, and the more water, you'll get through it in no time. But no problem. Etalyx cast pop. No, I would have already. I'm the kind of weirdo that, like, I can't resist. I do it at the first available opportunity, and it's always a mistake. I wasted $15 on shirts? Oh, Clive, you told me about that already. You can also just wash your skin. It's not that... Okay. Yeah? I do? Everyone does. Do you think that there are, like, skincare professionals and that they just sit in their office when some of these people who have, like, chronic acne, like their whole face is got problems, and they just go, oh, just wash your face, and it'll go away. Just like a rag. That's all. Oh, I don't even know why I'm getting paid. I went to school just to learn how to apply water to a face. That'd be the easiest job in the world. All right, so let's take a look at where we are in the world. Speaking of the world, let's do this. We are in the Fortress of Mampang, and we're going to continue off where we left the last week. Previously, the most recent activities we had done is travel through all of these towers, which are effectively challenge towers. They exist primarily to test your skills, test your magical knowledge, and your mettle, and your resolve, and your stamina, and they try to throw as many obstacles in the way as possible to slow you down. We made the loop. We went through almost every single tower. We didn't solve all of them, but we went through almost all of them. We've also died a couple times previously. We've only died twice in this whole game so far. I'm sure that'll be added to today as we go. We lost 1 stamina maximum every time you die. So there's no rewinds here, by the way. 0 rewinds in the city. We have to live with our consequences, and if we should die, we'll be reset in time to this spot. So we're trying not to die so we don't get time looped back around. Other than... These towers are insane. They are crazy, and I think they will have equal amounts of craziness on this side. There's a whole array of other towers that need to be traveled into. One of them has a lit open door, so I'm curious about that. We also went into this strange old building, which turned out to be a spectacle sport, where unsuspecting peasants walk in, and they are forced to run a gauntlet of death-defying dangers while a crowd of onlookers watch from glass ceilings on high and clap and applaud them as their champions attempt to run the gauntlet to survive all the way to the end, as we did. And we were rewarded with a delicious food that raised our max stamina. And I think a couple other bits of information that we were able to glean. We'll take a look at our clues in a minute. We also went down to the vaults underneath this large building and died. I would like to go back down there once I learn a little bit more about the secrets waiting for us at the end. And we played a lot of dice, which is how I have 263 gold at the moment. So we're not going to play any dice with anybody we've already played dice with. Those are the rules. We can only play dice with new characters. That's the rule. Hey Lord 10, how's it going? We're just getting started, just kind of rehashing what we did last time and where we're gonna go this time. So let's take a look at our clues and see what we need to be aware of. Number 1, we're looking for a handful of glyphs. So we found glyph 1 in the Tower of Berries, glyph 4 in the Tower of Time. I assume there's a glyph 2 and 3 maybe on the other side, where we're about to go. The door to the library is an illusory wall. We have not found the library yet. Knock twice and touch it with praying hands. The Archmage may be dead by rumors. Holy water is the key to the tower. The ghosts in the Argbad vent claim holy water is the key to the tower. I don't even know what tower they're talking about. But I don't have any holy water anymore because I wasted it last time, thinking I was going to resurrect a dead bone that was inside of a crystal orb. The crystal orb was shattered after I zapped it with electricity, trying to break it open to free the resurrected bone inside. It was a mess. We found a scratched message. Third spell that the Throban doors is Spell of Invisibility. We don't know what it means. We know we either need to know the Spell of Invisibility or the counter to the Spell of Invisibility, and I don't know which one it wants. The Inner College of Mampang is overrun by wild magic. The sands of death flow in the Inner College. Minimites will prevent our magic in certain places when they've killed a bunch of Minimites and used their blood to pave the walls. Pay respect to the Torture Master. Beware the breath of the Etalyx and do not light your way in the dark chamber of night with a blood candle. So those are the clues we need to be aware of and stay abreast of. I don't remember if we found any super items last time. I remember we got like a key. We found an oily key for the chamber below. We have the key to a Backlands tower found in the belly of a snake. I think we already used that. And then we have a couple old keys. We have a golden egg that I don't know what to do with that yet. We still have the silver chain and the hefty arrow. Curious when to use those. We have a regular broadsword and a longsword +2. I think I bought this for no reason. This was 15 gold. I thought it was going to do more damage. We're wearing right now a monk's habit. I don't know what that's going to... I guess it lets us blend in inside the city. And that's kind of it. Wonder if I can whittle this oak branch now with my sword. You attempt to whittle the branch, but the blade is not keen enough for the task. Okay. And we also have a blonde wig. I'm wearing a monk's habit with a blonde wig, which I will now twirl. And we found that off of a goblin who tried to convince us that he was our god. No big deal. I love these games. They're really good. Very good. Do you have a relationship with Flanker? Of a sort. Yes, of a sort. Somewhat, I would say. What's our mug of the day? Solus Husk. It's just a Texas novelty mug. It's with a big boot on it. The Veil says, don't know what to say anymore. But another month, boys. Thank you, The Veil. With 2 eyes instead of 1 for 51 months. It's crazy. Over 4 years now. You guys are on your way to 5 years. You're freaking me out a little bit. But thank you so much for sticking around for all this time since we were just a wee baby Twitch channel in 2015. Near and dear to my heart. All right, here we go. You pass by the alleys and follow the road as it heads toward the rising wall of Mampang. After a while, the path opens out into a stony clearing. Another night begins. You should find a place to sleep, especially on an empty stomach. Everything seems quiet. Oh yeah, I forgot it was night. How much time? We have a lot of nighttime though. So let's find somewhere else that's not just out here on the path, right? Across the square is a low wall set with a door. The guards do not seem to be guarding it, but none are going anywhere near it either. The flagstones are smoothed and worn as though by a torrential rain. The square is quiet and empty. So we can head towards the square and try to find somewhere to sleep in or around here, perhaps. You cross into the middle of the small square. Guards move this way and that. Night gathers around you. You move on through the darkness. We can go by the door, or we can let's head to the food tent and try to sleep in there. The moon climbs the sky, filling the world with thin silver light. You approach the small kitchen. To one side, a long table is crowded with people eating their meals. The chef bustles through the kitchen. Hungry? He says. Look at the food, buy a meal, talk to the food seller. Let's talk to the food seller first. I think we've spoken to him before. Yeah, we have spoken to this guy before. He didn't really tell us much. Something to eat? It's only 10 gold pieces. 10 gold pieces. I think I can afford that. The food seems to be boiled tortoise. The meat is served in half of a shell, which is mottled from the heat. Fine. I'll buy a meal. You pay, taking your meal to the table. You slurp it up. It is disgusting. Leaving your dirty dish, you move on. Well, okay then. You return to the middle of the small square. Guards patrol the area. As you walk, you become aware of 3 spindly figures staring in your direction. Are they mad that I just ate turtle soup? Don't remember these weirdos before. They've all got large swords and look quite menacing in their tights. Sight Masters. These are the Sight Masters from Analand, who have come to us, perhaps as traitors, perhaps as friends. We do not know. The large eyes are a sure giveaway. They are Sight Masters, like the one you encountered in the barracks, except these are out of uniform and dressed in casual clothing. What are they doing so far from home? One beckons you over. Well, I have to see what they're up to, right? I have 18 stamina. We just ate a decent meal. I say let's approach them and see what they want. I think they're going to be traitor Sight Masters. The one that we found inside the barracks confessed to a crime. That crime, by the way, was in part 3 when we were outside of Carré in the Backlands. They found my old sergeant back from part 1. He found the tutorial sergeant. He sold him out to the Birdmen and the Archmage. They captured him, tied him up to a tree, where I later found him, and they had turned him biologically into a Red Eyes somehow. And they were hoping that I would make him open his eyes so that he could burn me with his Cyclops vision. So I released the sergeant from the tree. He ended up killing himself by opening his eyes. And I found the guy that did it and killed him. So I got revenge for our old sergeant. I'm going to approach him and see what they have to say. You approach, warily recalling the corruption of the Sight Master in the outer yards. Their leader leans into you and whispers, "Analander," she nods. "The whole fortress is looking for you. And here you are, waltzing around dressed as a monk." Advance on them? Does that mean, like, attack them with your sword? That's pretty presumptuous on my part. "How did you get here?" You hiss. "How do you think?" she replies. "The eagles are here. They're waiting for you to do your job and not get caught." Her companion produces a heavy, scratchy-looking coat held together by thick ties. "Put this on," she hisses. "It is a cloak of disguise." Well, this sounds very suspicious. Look at the coat. You've never seen such a cloak before. It seems remarkably bulky for a cloak of disguise. "It's made from goldcrest feathers," one of the Sight Masters says. "It will make you invisible." The sight master with the cloak pushes it at you. Wear it. Well, this could be one of those things where they're completely lying, and this is a marker so that this, like, archmage can identify me and find me in the future. Or it could actually be a group of good guys. I don't know. So does it disguise you or make you invisible? Both. You become one with the realm around you. Accept the coat, refuse, advance on them. I will refuse. I've made it this far as a monk already. You refuse the coat flatly. The sight masters shake their heads. You fool, the leader says. You will be captured for sure. Analand is depending on you. The entire old world. I will not wear it. Their long faces darken, their wide eyes try to narrow. Then we must do this the hard way, the sight master says sadly, and her hand strays to her weapon. The sight masters have all snapped their weapons out. It'll be 3 against 1, and these are Analand's most highly trained warriors. I don't have time to in the name of the king, these goons. We're gonna have to go a different route. Instantly try to put them to sleep. I might just put them to sleep. That's a good idea. I like that one. This is walk. That's to make a shield. Depress them. I do like the idea of causing depression and hopelessness. But usually you have to fight after that. There's a good old-fashioned zap right there. We also have turn to stone, which I don't even know what that would do. Sharpen your blade. All right. This is a bunch of prepare to fight letters. I gotta go with sleep. I gotta go with sleep for sure. That was nap. Spin my brass pendulum around. Nap! You carefully lift the brass pendulum from your pack and set it swinging while you cast the spell. One of the sight masters rushes at you, blade raised, but is stopped in his tracks by the sight of the pendulum. He sways in time with it, eyelids drooping. He yawns and lies down carefully on the street, snoring away. But the other 2 sight masters are still wide awake. The 2 remaining sight masters grow cautious now that you've shown yourself to be a threat. Strangely, the guards in the square pay no heed to the bloodshed. Circle them. You keep your eyes on them as they circle, hoping to flank you, but you are too clever to let down your guard. Impatient, one darts in to attack. Sings lullaby. You don't want to fight me. You were just Jedi mind tricked. I can't believe that the coat that supposedly is a coat of invisibility turned out to be a trap. I was hoping that was going to be an actual coat of invisibility that I, like, missed or passed on. I think what happens is the fact that we knew that we didn't know any other Analanders were here or any of the sight masters. So if we hadn't found that one dude in the guards' chambers, we might have actually trusted them because it would have been weird that 3 sight masters were here. He's got a lot. I don't know, how big is this bar? Okay, it says impatient, right? Doesn't that mean he's gonna go all in? He's impatient, darting in to attack. Why is my bar so little? For once, going 0 was right. 13. For once it was right. The Sightmaster steps over his fallen comrades. You drop into a defensive crouch immediately. A Sightmaster is not to be trifled with. He comes in with his strongest, most forceful attack. You escape mostly uninjured. How much damage did that do? 1? What do you think he's gonna do next? He doesn't say. He's the impatient one, so I'm gonna go all in because I don't trust him. He might do a full block and then I look stupid. But bar looks short because you're standing on a slope. 13, he can't do a 9. 9 would be like here. He's got to do like a 8. I'm gonna go down to like a 7, 7, 4. I'm not gonna do I'm gonna save myself a little bit of gas in the tank. Okay, all right, see? I had the right idea there. He was a little lower than I anticipated, but I think that's still reasonable. Time to attack. You rush forward with a deep, heavy slash, overwhelming his own cut. You catch him deep in the side. His tunic reddens. He turns along the ground, holding his sword easily. He turns along the ground, holding his sword easily. To me, that says incoming defense. I mean, he did just go all in, 6.1. I'm gonna go like 3.5 and save a little, because I don't think he has that much. I don't think he has more than that in the chamber. I'll go 4 just to be safe. I was always right on point. I'm just giving myself a little extra. Cleverly, you read his intent and attack. You swing your sword fast in toward his chest, but his own move is fast and careful, and he is able to parry the very worst of the strike. The Sightmaster is panting. "You will die for what you have done," he shouts. He feints left. He feints left. Two 6. He feints left. That means he's dodging. That's got to be a defense. I can take 2. I can take 2. That's fine. The Sightmaster laughs. With your blade close, you are ready to parry as he catches you with a passing slice across your cheek. The impact opens a deep wound in your stomach. "For the Archmage!" the Sightmaster yells. His eyes follow your shoulders. He can't do that again. Okay, there's your regular default defense. Acting quickly, you slash violently across his chest, but the impact clangs against his guard and you lay only a minor wound. He shouts with bloodlust. His breath begins to heave. He is struggling to stay upright. His training deserts him. I only have a 1.8. I'm like scared. I don't have enough to follow up with that attack. But if I 0 and he does like a 0.8, I'm gonna be pissed. You know what I'm saying? The smartest move is to defend here. He's struggling to stay upright. His training is deserting him. Defend was a good call. You drop yourself into a crouch as he tries a deep bash, but you duck. "I will get you for what you've done," he grunts. "The Archmage prefers you alive, but I would rather kill you myself," he growls. You see his grip tighten as he readies himself to strike again. This should be my turn, all in. Ooh, barely. A 0.6 finale right there. Leaping into action, you twist and lower your sword fast. You knock his weapon aside and plunge your blade into his chest. His expression slackens, and those wondrous eyes grow dim. 4 stamina lost, rough going, but I think it could have been worse. 2 Sightmasters now lie prone. Your magic and strength too much for them. The third, terrified, drops his weapon and flees into the alleys. You root through their pockets, finding little gold and some food. You also find a crumpled parchment in the coat of one Sightmaster. Unfurling the parchment, you are surprised to find it is a charcoal sketch. You recognize it as a view from the top of the Shah Mutanti Hills, looking inward over Analand. You can even see your own tent just beside the passage. At the top of the sketch, a fine hand has written, "One day." The crowds of the square barely noticed your fight, and those that did hurried past it. You continue on before anyone who might take an interest arrives. You move on through the dark. One of them is just asleep. Yeah, but he's still there. We can search his body. He's like magically asleep. All right, so what's this? A view from the top of the wall, looking inward over Analand. You can see your own tent. At the top of the sketch, a fine hand has written, "One day." It's very ominous. Well, we got a ration. 1 meal. Hopefully it's not poison. I need to find somewhere to sleep. Still got some nighttime ahead of us. Let's go by the door and see if we're allowed to sleep over there. You make your way to the far wall into which is set a low door. The moon moves slowly across the dark side. I can't read. Sorry, I was look at the door. You feel an incredible energy rising from behind the door, as though something was chained there. You try the door. It is merely latched against the wind and not locked. Which way now? I'm gonna go backwards and try and rest by the fire. And then we'll go up here during the day. We need to get that rest anyways, because before we go in there, if we go in there with only 14 stamina, and we don't sleep, we're gonna end up with like 10. You return to the edge of the square. Hold on. How much time do I have? A little bit. Go by the fire. Look at the alleyway, charge the scavengers, spend the night by the fire. Hold on, are there still scavengers here? The alleys go on forever. Please don't steal my stuff, guys. You put your pack down against one side of the street, a little way out of the circle of firelight. The group around the fire pay you no attention. We were friends with them earlier, and we shared food with them earlier, but that doesn't mean anything. At least you have eaten once already today, so do not need to eat again, although more food will make you stronger. You close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. The long night is filled with vivid dreams. A gentle light is playing over your eyelids, but then begins to grow stronger and stronger until you feel your eyeballs smoking in their sockets and melting away into your skull. You toss and turn, but the light seems to shine from all directions at once. Through it all, you feel the heat of Analan burning, should your quest fail. You gained one provision, a huge amount of gold, found no new clues. The alleys of East Mampang. You wake the next morning to find the narrow street still in darkness. You get quickly to your feet once more. All right, I think I'm safe. I think I'm actually safe there. And we're ready to go. I got 16 stamina. We got a couple extra just from snoozing. Now we're gonna go into the other gate, I guess. I think we've already read all these. We have indeed already read all these. This is not a place to hang around. We could get another free meal before we go at the food tent. But I've already got a ration on me, so let's just keep going. You turn to see the guards in the square have noticed you, but your disguise appears to reassure them you are not stopped. Well, through the door, through the energy, please don't kill me instantly. You enter an area similar to the yard of towers and flagstones to the west of the citadel. Some of the towers rise to the height of trees, while others have been cut down, and others are nothing but circles of rubble. Smoke rise from some, while others crackle with gentle light and energy. This place is buzzing with power. The water looks cold as ice and has no reflections. You could explore deeper or escape back to the relative safety of Mampang. No safety here. This towered area on this side of the city is no better preserved than the last. A few clouds drift across the sky. You reach the base of a stone tower with a curved archway. The path splits around it. Why keep going? Well, hang on, what? Did I look into the water of depression? Do I look into the water of why keep going? I'm gonna end up falling in. I'm gonna end up Frodoing into the water. What are you guys talking about, Clive? Also, I did watch the VOD. I hate and love this. What are you talking about? Oh! Oh yeah, the sword that we were gonna buy for 300 went to 600 when we changed disguises? Yeah, I see what you're saying. We like saved 300 gold exactly. And then went back to him and he like changed the price on us. Why do you go to all these towers? Basically, these towers are arguably, first of all, the most fun part of this game, because each tower is like its own just zany series of characters and events. But functionally, you go in there because we've learned that in order to access the actual Tower of Mampang, you must pass through a door called the Throban Doors, which are a series of tests that you can only open if you are proficient in counter magic. So a lot of these towers exist to teach you counter spells. So if we go through each of them, we can reassuringly say that we're pretty proficient in counter spells and knowledge on how to possibly get through the doors that only the Archmage can go through, because only the Archmage knows all the counters to all the spells that guard the doors. So that's kind of the plan. Ranchi says, hello Ital, what do you use to keep your hair in place? Weirdly, that's like the third time I've been asked in a week. I actually showed the cream I use on one of the last couple streams. It's like BB cream. It's like BB, like gentle hold. It's just like a light cream. The letter's BB, and it's something else. If you search for BB hair, it's Bumble and Bumble, right? I think it's Bumble and Bumble, like light hold. BB. Hey, BB. Hey, Potato Elijah, what's up? All right, where do you guys want to go? Along the path, inside the first tower we see. I kind of want to go to the dead end tower. Let's go to the dead end tower first. Why would it be a dead end unless it was useful? You follow the path step by step. The path rounds a tower to the north and splits again. Up ahead is a tower surrounded by thick mud. South of here, another, perhaps coated over with some kind of black carapace. Look at the black tower. You reach out and gently touch the surface of the tower by the wall. It is hard to touch, smooth and cool. If there was even a doorway here, you cannot make it out. Smash the black coating. It seems like maybe a little hasty. Specifically mentions the black carapace. A carapace is like the body of a bug, right? Why can I cast cats? I mean, do you always cast cats if you're able to cast cats? It feels like that's reasonable, right? Heal diseases? We can zap stuff? We can, how to escape this scenario, which I don't know if that's necessary. See into the future, which I am not able to do. And I think that's all the letters. I'm just gonna make some cats, I guess. Purr! You weave the enchantment, and before your eyes, the black coating seems to trickle away into the ground. The tower door is revealed. Oh, I knew that would happen, for sure. You peer inside the curious tower, but the interior is shadowy and dark. You step inside the strange... Is this another cat tower? Is there a cat tower on both sides? The dim room smells musty, like the interior of an old chest. There is no light. The tiny windows are all covered over with curious thick black substance that coats walls and floor. The substance seems to spout in slow globs from an outlet set into a raised block of stone in the middle of the chamber. The positioning of the block is like that on an altar, but the pipe drilled through it reminds you of alchemical equipment. The thick sludge coming through does not remind you of anything much, however. Touch the floor, touch the slime, leave. Touch the floor. You run your fingers over the slime on the floor. Seconds after leaving the pipe, it has congealed into a glassy layer, cool and smooth, like caramelized sugar. So if I touch it at the source, oozing, isn't it just gonna freeze over me? If this oozing slime kills me, I'm gonna be so upset. You reach out to touch the oozing black slime coming from the altar block. It is curiously warm and quick-moving, covering your fingertips in moments, and then seeming to climb as though alive or driven by some strange force up your hand toward your wrist. You snatch your arm away, but find you are already quite stuck. We are Venom. I found the symbiote. Struggle, wait, pray for aid. Fox is here, ready for action. I may as well pray for aid and see what happens. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the fox, but nothing seems to change. Your spirit is far from you now, okay? So you wait. There seems nothing else you can do. The goo solidifies, turning ice cold as it does so. It shrinks as it cools, and you feel it tugging one by one at the tiny hairs on your hand and wrist. But then you feel something else. A gathering strength. Am I gonna die? I'm about to die. Close my eyes. You close your eyes, trying to understand what is happening inside you. but you are definitely growing stronger. You wait, unsure what else you can do. It feels as though the fibers of your body grow thicker with every moment. You keep waiting, trying to calm your breathing, but it is coming in ragged gasps now. More and more of the goo is flowing over you. You feel your arm muscles growing in size. It's time to break free. You try to tug free, but the hardened slime is like iron around your wrists. Your heart is beginning to pound and hard and fast in your chest. Your breath is growing short. You tug again, but nothing happens. It flows further around you. You keep waiting, absorbing the power given to you by the curious goo, but you can feel your arms starting to get hot and your heart beat fast in your chest. It flows further over you. You're just dragging this death out a long time. Suddenly, your heart begins to pound too fast. Your breath is short. Your eyes are bulging from their sockets. The strength inside your body has grown beyond what your frame can handle. For a moment, you gasp a breath, but then it is too late. Your heart has exploded. But once more, the stars reach down their tendrils of cold light. It's the first tower! Literally the first one! This was supposed to be like a series of events where we're like, yeah, we're challenging the gauntlet. No, this is the first action I have taken the whole stream and I'm dead. Why is the obviously evil thing always evil? Zed means dead, chat. The spell tears you apart and tosses you out amongst the stars. We only have one checkpoint. Hilariously, we could go gamble now, again. The sensation of the spell is now almost familiar. You are flung high and explode across the citadel. Once more, the explosion dies back as though receding. You look around yourself. You turn your cloak up and move quickly away. The road runs past you east to west. Time to continue. Why do I have 27 Oh, God. I didn't even realize the whole time where it said I was getting stronger that I got extra max stamina. Okay, so you are supposed to die in there because you're getting so much power. I see. I didn't notice that. The whole time it said you were getting stronger, I was not paying attention to, like, the stamina bar going up. So that was not just a debate. That was, plus... What were we at? 22? So we got plus 6 stamina and then lost 1. So net gain of 5. Does this mean you're still swole? Yeah, I'm still swole, but my stamina is only at 16. We need to get that higher. Farm the stamina. I bet you can't do it. I bet it doesn't work twice. Passes by the monastery gate. We've talked to these guys already. Feel free to enter, but you'll have to excuse us. My companion and I are busy betting. Yeah, I think that's just the entrance to, the monastery. We could definitely go... I'm not going back to gamble. Not yet. It's already almost nighttime. Didn't we already talk to this beggar lady? We did, but in the other timeline. She does not look at you as you approach. We gave her some money, and I don't remember what she did. But we said hi. She's holding a hand out. She was secretly somebody else. There you are, brother. Found you now. Spare an old blind woman a coin, enough to buy some bread. We gave her some coins. Anything else for an old blind woman? Who are you? Tell me what happened to your eyes. We already asked her all these questions. She was formerly in the Archmage's service. She abandoned her priest because he was betrothed. Her eyes were breathed into by a mucolytic, which I have encountered. You should avoid their breath. Now she's a beggar. Now I sit here every day and pass the time, but the tormenting I receive from the sight masters. There's some information. Those bug-eye monsters delight in my suffering. One lacking sight is a source of much curiosity to them. Half of them want to kill me, and half of them are in love with me. And those halves aren't entirely separate halves. Goddess forgive me, my foul mouth. The ones from my homeland were honorable. These may be outcast then. It is hard to say. She yawns with such vigor that she throws a cascade of spittle onto your shoulder. What a lovely chat, Javine says. I so rarely get to talk these days, love. Come back any time, especially if you slay one of those site masters. And she draws a line across her throat. I've killed a site master, you say? Oh, did you? Oh, but I see you did. I can smell the blood on you. She cackles. Do their bomba fruit eyes pop when they die? Or do they fall in on themselves? Never mind, never mind. Let me take a look at you. Javine reaches out to you with her fingertips, muttering under her breath. You feel a balm flow over your wounds. She smiles warmly. She folds her hands away into her ragged clothes once more. Now, get away with you. She scratches herself. Then you realize she is actually reaching into a fold of her cloak. And take this. It's a water of Loi, a water of magical dissolution. I don't need it, but I wonder if you might. She hands you a vial that appears to contain quite simply water. What does it do? You ask, turning the vial this way and that. Well, it absorbs magical essence. One vial can hold perhaps 3 spirits within it. It creates a cocktail of magic. What use is that? Her eyes twinkle. Perhaps you'll think of a use for it, perhaps not, she shrugs. It remains to be seen if your life depends on it. You thank her. She nods and closes your hand around the vial. You be good now, my love. Be as good as your gold. You leave the woman huddled by the well. We got plus stamina. There was actually a reason to go talk to her again, so that's lovely. We had not killed a site master previously. So that's a step in the right direction. She smells blood. Sleep against the statue, that's a bad idea. So we need to go back to literally where we just were, basically, a moment ago. We're gonna go ahead and sleep by the fire. I do have food. Oh no, it's these chumps again. You enter an alley littered with refuse. Buildings either side are leaning or collapsed. In the dim half-light, you nearly trip over 2 men who are leaning against a wall. They straighten and turn to you. Seems we have a visitor, one says. The other creeps up behind you once more. Bless them or ignore them. Bless them. You raise a hand in wordless blessing. The sightless creature nods its head in reply. Effie be with you too, the creature replies and stands aside. You continue along the road. A lane leads off. Since I'm in the monk guard, I can pretend to be like a monk for their god, Effie. And they let me pass. That's hilarious. That was last time I had to fight all 3 of them, it did not go well. All right, we slept here before. Nothing bad has happened anytime I slept here. You have not eaten. You have 1 ration left. Should I eat? I'm gonna say why not. We'll get a big stamina boost. Taking the last of your cheese and bread from your pack, you fill your empty stomach and try not to think about what you'll eat tomorrow. Then you lie down and try to forget your troubles. The night is restless with visions, and all the while, a distant laughter from the east. Hey, the same place I just slept. You gained 6 max stamina, out of provisions, lost 1 gold, died again. You've died again. You wake the next morning to find the narrow streets still in darkness, and get to your feet once more. Time to go. 24 stamina is about as high as you could possibly hope to get. Let me through the door, please, one more time. We're almost there, and then we can explore some new towers. That's the incredible energy rising behind the door. I guess I found it. It now flows through me. Okay. You cannot help but shiver. You are back amongst the haunted, powerful towers of the inner college. The air moves a little around you, icy but fresh. And we now move towards different challenges that hopefully won't insta-kill us. You leave the shade of the wall. Everywhere the signs of ruin abound. Weeds crack the stones, turret roofs and buttresses have collapsed into heaps. Why has the Archmage allowed such ruin? Surely the rumors of his death cannot be true. The path splits. You must keep moving. I say let's take the inside path this time. Take the curving path. A path of stepping stones runs across the dark water and seems quite unsafe. Seems quite unsafe, huh? The tower is squat and wide. It has clearly been long abandoned, but from inside comes the faintest sound of music? As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. You cross the waters and push your way inside the crumbling tower without knowing what you might find. The chamber inside is bare, except for an empty table at the center. Various items lie around it as though they had fallen off the surface during an earthquake. Doors face each other on the opposing walls of the tower. Lol, you died. Lol, you died. Make fun. Did you really die by eating a ration? No. I did not die to a ration. I died inside of the first tower I went in on this side of the wall. A goo, like a symbiote, attached to me, transferred 6 stamina points of energy into me, and then killed me. My heart exploded from the energy, but I kept the maximum stamina upon death. So it was a positive dying experience. And it's good that they put that right at the beginning. Otherwise, I would have been mad. But now I'm just like, oh, that was actually very useful. You go over to the table and look it over. It seems ordinary enough. Its surface is etched with scratches and grooves, but nothing intelligible. Look at the things on the floor. Strewn around the table are an odd assortment of things. A cup, a dusty crystal ball, the bare bone from a hunk of meat. Open the bottle of magical dissolution. This is the bottle I just got from the old begging lady. And what's inside of it? Just water? Potion of magical dissolution. Shake. I don't want to shake it. That's kind of scary. She said, didn't she say, I'll know when to use it? That it would absorb up to 3 spirits. But the spirit could be something else entirely. It doesn't have to be ghost. I'm not necessarily a ghostbuster. It might be like essences of magic, like 3 separate magic essences, perhaps. We can zap stuff. We can cause lively dancing. Counters dumb. We can cause depression. We can suspect danger. Cause speed is not going to be something that I can even do. I think that's all the letters. I am going to cast... I don't even know what spell we might need here. It said that I kind of heard music coming from inside the tower, right? And that there's items around this on the floor as if fallen off the surface during some kind of earthquake. And dumb makes you clumsy and uncoordinated. It will drop an object, fumble to pick it up, and drop it again. So I wonder if I try to take something, if I'll drop it. This could be like a dumb room. Take something. You look down. Take the orb, take the bone, take nothing. A dusty crystal ball. I want to see the dusty crystal ball. You reach down and pick up the orb of crystal, but as you stand, you fumble a pair of Bourne-skin boots, and it falls onto the floor. It's gonna end up shuffling a bunch of stuff. My Bourne-skin boots I've been holding onto literally forever. Take nothing more. You change your mind. Clearly there's an irritable magic here. Let's try casting Jig. I bet that'll counter dumb. The boots have been with us since literally part 1. See if I can pick them up again. Jig! Reaching up to the constellation above, you create the spell, pulling out your bamboo flute and start to play. The sound echoes around the space, but nothing else seems to happen. Has there been an outcome? You cannot tell. But you did not seem to feel compelled to dance. The boots are still on the table. Take the item from the table. Quickly, you pick up the pair of Bourne-skin boots. You stand up. Nothing else happens. It seems the magic in the room has abated. A dumb spell, then, successfully countered by your enchantment. There is nothing more on the floor of the room but junk. So the orb was actually an orb of crystal, and I finally have one! Why aren't you wearing them? Because they're only for mountainous conditions, which we never came across. Apparently, depending on the way you take, you might come across some kind of cold mountains. Possibly. Well, the counter spell was successful, and I am satisfied that I can now cast Far in the future, should the need arise. You step back out into the path and follow it a short way. As the sun climbs the sky, the winds rise. 3 paths meet at this point, in the shadow of the western rock. The wind picks up a little spray from the water and splashes into your face. It stings where it touches you. The air seems to fizz and crackle with secret energy. Which way now? If we want to hit every tower, we'll hit this one on the way back. How about that? We'll go north. You enter the next tower nervously. Am I nervous? Is the Analander nervous after dying a few times? This tower is gloomy. You begin to feel a great weight upon your shoulders as you step inside. The interior hardly seems worth describing in this place. You look around with a sense of hopelessness. In the middle of the space is a skeleton who seems to feel equally heavy and sad. Sap then, huh? A little bit of sap action here. The opposite of sap is don't tell me, chat. We don't know, so let's see what's available. I might have to make an educated guess. You open your arms to cast a spell, but they droop to your sides. What, after all, is the purpose? Spells never do what they're supposed to. They're always ruined by some sort of minor triviality, some detail of the rules of casting. You sigh. Your whole journey has been a waste of time, and now they call you the Anal Land. And maybe you did destroy Kariyama with that tower in the backlands like they said you did. Fox? The fox has already returned to us. You try looking to the fox for guidance, but of course the creature is no help. What good is an animal guide anyway? Clearly religion is for fools and no-hopers. You slump down on the ground. You think of the Crown of Kings just over in the tower nearby, completely out of reach. You may as well have stayed home. You look listlessly over at the skeleton. Maybe whoever it was died of boredom or hunger. You can't fault them for it, really. What would be the point in doing anything else? To think you basically burned down a whole city just to get here more quickly. And most likely you're gonna die here again. I did not burn down the city, okay? All I did was not throw the lever, okay? Someone else threw the lever that killed the people tied up on the train tracks. I just didn't pull the lever to stop the train. But I'm not the one that attacked them in the first place, okay? Listen. It's not even a trolley problem, because how was I to know that the army of goblins wasn't going to kill me? It'd be like if you were in the middle of a riot, okay? A citywide riot. There are gunshots going off, buildings are on fire. You can close the gates, or maybe if you do, you'll die. How many of you guys are going to close the gates and possibly get killed by the rioters who are trying to get in the city that you're trying to shut down their access to? I just decided that I didn't feel like dying that day. And then the rioters came in and killed everybody. I didn't do any of that. I think we have to either press leave, or when do I open the bottle of magical dissolution? I think this is a little premature. You head for the exit, but give up after a few paces. There's nothing out there worth finding after all, just more of the same. You may as well stay here. You move an inch toward the door. It is only an inch. Hardly worth it. But it is an inch more than the skeleton has managed, the slack-jawed idiot. I don't want to wait. You sit down to wait. Someone had better come and help you. You begin to weep uncontrollably. You crawl another inch closer to the door. There is no use denying it. You are closer than you were. You let out a quiet, pathetic groan. You inch another half step across the floor. Your body feels heavy as stone and your heart is barely beating. It is as though your limbs are refusing to comply. Do I have to do this or else die? I will wait one more time. You continue waiting. Something had better turn up. I will inch one more time. Another inch, and you are moving out of the eye of whatever spell holds this tower. You find yourself moving a little more now. One more inch, and then you're up on your feet, running, racing out of this hellish tower of nothing and gasping for breath. That tower taught me nothing about how to counter sap, by the way. We weren't even able to cast a spell. There was no option. Alright, what tower do we want to go to next? We're gonna just keep to the top. Let's go to the glowing tower. Sap most powerful spell in the game confirmed. You make your way across a stone walkway, arching high into the air above the swirling waters that pool below, until you reach the next curious tower. The sun bakes the flagstones. This tower has no door, just an open arch leading into shadow. Peering through, you make out some kind of yellowish light coming from within. You step inside and then stop suddenly, half blinded by a glowing luster that fills the chamber. Your footsteps crunch and you look down. It seems the floor is covered with gold coins, jewels, emeralds of every shade and hue. Doors lead away in both directions. Oh, I know what this is, but I don't know how to counter it. This is maybe the other direction? I wish there was a glossary. It's definitely that one spell that makes riches appear. Dud. We do not know a counter for dud. We are rich, chat! That tower taught you the importance of caring for your own mental health. That's right, chat. Listen, if you're ever feeling down, if you're ever feeling zapped and you can't move, okay, just 1 inch at a time. Just gotta move a little bit further forward than you were a second ago, okay? Keep taking steps forward. Whoever gets blamed, correct, deserved its fate. That's true, KBS. That is true. At least I'm better than that slack-jawed idiot behind me. You're always better than that one skeleton that's in the room with you. He didn't even move. He sat down in the chair and he was very comfy there. I wonder, what would counter riches? My first thought is sun. But that's not an option. Okay. Might be something weird. Mud? Counters Foff. I like that it tells you the counter inside the menu. Summon a goblin. But that would be such a waste of a goblin's tooth. That may well be the counter. Summon a goblin counters a bunch of riches and gold, but I can't afford to give up a goblin tooth here. There's no way. Ooh, see the future. For the first time ever, I am able to cast Far. You settle into a sitting disposition on the ground and take out your orb of crystal. You spin the constellations in the shape around you and suddenly find yourself somewhere quite new. You see a vision of yourself hoarding the gold, stuffing it into every pocket and crevice of your pack. Then you step outside and it melts away. The vision also disappears. So the crystal ball kind of tells us that that's not real, even if we missed it the first time. Isn't it 2 steps forward, 1 step back? No. The bad phrase is 1 step forward, 2 steps back when you're, like, getting hung up on something. That's like a different thing, though. Ooh. It's not mud. It might be Gob, but I can't afford to cast that. It's not far. Could be Doc. I don't know. No, it's a counter for hot. Process of elimination here is pretty clear. Summon a Snatacat. Sense danger. We may as well sense danger. I don't know. We have a lot of stamina. There was nothing to be afraid of here except perhaps your own greed. So, by process of elimination, based on the stars that are available, it's summon a goblin or summon a Snatacat. So it's got to be summon a goblin, but I just can't afford to part with the 1 goblin tooth. I wish there was a way to not, use that. How many do I have? 1. I have 1 Snattatooth, 1 goblin tooth, 1 giant tooth. Let's see if we can move on. The treasure is merely illusion, of course. You head for the doors. I guess we don't need to counter that? We just need to not sit there and get taken by the riches, and that's easy as that. No problem. AJ Micah Cooper, what's up? Thank you for your Prime sub for 27 months, bud. How you doing today? Everybody's Friday going swell? Oh, nice Snatica, man. Why would you ever not want a Snaticat? Because it's invisible if it closes its eyes. Saturday, whatever. What day is it? What did I say? Friday? How was your Friday? And how is your Saturday? Days of the week mean nothing to a streamer, chat. You understand? Are you guys just gonna write Friday now? Friday, 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 Friday. Don't you have a normal job? This is a normal job. In this day and age. 2019. Too bad the IRS doesn't think so, so I still have to be sole proprietor unless I want an LLC, in which case I basically need an office in a second location. But that's a different series of complaints for a different time. Absurd tax rates. Yeah, I get taxed twice. I don't know if you guys knew that, but if you're a sole proprietor, you get taxed twice. The only way to avoid it is form your own limited liability company, which has one small issue, which is you dox yourself. So if I formed an LLC, you guys could just type Etalyx into Google, and it would show you my phone number, my home address, and because that would be my place of business. But no, you won't be taxed the same, because you'll pay yourself a salary from your LLC, and you would only be taxed on that salary for personal income tax. Your business would be taxed with a separate set of rules. So you could just pay yourself out of your LLC. Can you rent a P.O. box? No, it has to be your place of business. That's why a lot of streamers, maybe not a lot, but a decent quantity of the upper echelon streamers actually go to, like, they rent an office and work there. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, Strippin' and Dodger do that, among other people. I've seen that on, like, Twitter before. It's good. That's a great way to do it, honestly. The best, even. You stop at the tower's edge, there is a narrow opening in the dark gray stone. Let's go in. You squeeze through the narrow opening. The passage beyond does not widen, but a warm breeze tickles your face as you approach a heavy inner door. Call it Etalyx. No one will ever know. So have I gone in or not? I squeeze through an opening, but there's a door beyond it? Is that... Oh yeah, there's a heavy inner door. You pause to listen, only to make out a quiet groaning. You knock once and the sound booms. You move through the door into a narrow, tall room. What could go wrong? The chamber is wider than the door suggested, and it is cluttered. Numerous skeletal bodies lie here, scattered around the base of an altar on a raised dais. Overhead, something dark and shadowy looms, indistinct. Well, the skeletal bodies is, you know, that's not a good sign. Pieces of skin and rags cling to the bones of the skeletons. A moment later, you have a terrible sense that somewhere, some of them have moved. You turn your gaze upward. Hung from the ceiling is the half-rotted head of a great whale. The head is suspended by cruel hooks, roughly shoved through its flesh. The wounds have turned purple and putrid from time. The whale head is ancient, but so large it has taken this long to decay. Its mouth hangs open, but maggot holes peek through the great jaws. You turn away. It is a foul sight. Oddly, there is no stench. Surrounded by such decay, your nostrils should be filled, but there is nothing. Well, my hours and hours, my days and months even, of being a sorcerer have taught me that perhaps what we see now is a vision. A vision of kid. While wearing a bracelet of bone, the caster of this spell can concentrate on an illusion. Counters dim. Well, let us attempt a spell then. As you step toward the center of the room, another drip of water falls from the dead whale's mouth, splashing into a puddle on the altar. Some of it scatters from the impact, landing on a nearby skeleton. A moment later, the jawbones open, emitting a quiet groan. The skeleton, with only patches of skin left on his face, begins the struggle to try and stand. Actually, this could just be a resurrection room. This could be like a holy water room. There's a splash of water. You reach out to help him up. The jawbones flap as the skeleton begins to talk. "What happened?" he whispers. It is unclear where the breath comes from. "Why am I here?" "Who are you?" "I am." The skeleton's thin voice shivers away to silence. He looks up at the whale's head and the savage cut along its neck. "Ilman, is that truly you?" Another drip falls from above, striking a corpse on the other side of the altar. Its one remaining eye rolls wildly in response, but she lacks a jaw and cannot cry out. Well, this has got to be a room of danger. What counters, the resurrection spell, I wonder? I wonder. We have G, R, D, and S. Anyways, copy and pasting from Google isn't that helpful retrograde as compared to actual financial advice from a banker. Trust me when I say it is part of the solution. I have professional advice, which I trust a little more than a username on Twitch. Summon a goblin. To help with, what? How would that help with resurrection? This counters nap. Illusion of worship requires a jewel of gold. What else we got? Rock turned to stone. I'm not sure how that would help any kind of resurrection spell. Turn to stone. Cause slowness. Perhaps. Illusion of treasure. One of these illusions is going to counter a resurrection spell, and it ain't hot. I'll tell you that much. Could be 6. No, it counters kin. That is a duplicate. So if ever there was a duplicate monster, then we know it's 6. I think I'm gonna go with one of these D spells. This one's free. No, this is not free. This is 1 stamina. We got stamina. Done. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, and after a moment, golden jewels spews forth from under your sleeves, rolling away across the ground. But the skeletons seem impervious. They barely even register its presence. Shove him aside. Let's just talk to the skeleton. Did you like my magic trick? I wish to talk to you, you say to the skeleton. The skeleton looks this way and that as though hunting for you. Who is there? He asks, his voice raspy. Who are you? I am a sorcerer. Let's just be honest with this guy. He recoils. Sorceress! No, I have dealt with your kind before, and you are treacherous and cruel. The skeleton shakes so hard his bones rattle in their sockets. A bony hand lifts to the brow of the skull and clutches as though desperate in thought. You have died, you tell the creature coldly. That is why you cannot remember. Don't be foolish. I'm as alive as you are. I'm not as alive as you might think. I think you are mistaken. Or very well. I'm as alive as you are. I'm not as alive as you might think. You reply, still remembering the feeling of death's icy claws. You are a fool, his rage falters. Although, I remember pain. Magic has resurrected you. He grips his blade. Sorcery, you have tricked me. This is an illusion. He begins to ask you a question, but then staggers back as though struck. He falls to the ground, dead. You wait. After a few seconds, another drop of water splashes against him, and he sits up with a howl. Where am I? He says, but the animated skeleton moves too quickly to block your way, loosely gripping a rusty sword. You cannot touch this holy place, he whispers. It is for the holy ones alone. Behind him, the jawless one is staring upward at the whale head and shaking. Time to try another spell, I guess. Cause slowness. Does. You move the starlight into order around you, and the skeleton's jerky movement slows significantly. It steps toward you, its foot seeming to hover in the air. You can easily dodge around it now. Slipping past the slow grasp of the skeleton, you walk up to the altar. You stand before the altar. The altar is a simple stone block with a few simple carvings of waves and waving plants. Scratched into the stone is a glyph. 4 slashed lines. 1, 2, 3, 4. You touch the glyph. It is crudely carved. A later addition, perhaps? You unstop one of your empty vials and hold it out, filling it from the water dripping from the whale's mouth. Holy water. I'll save that for later, because last time we drank some holy water, we were not able to fill up with more. And I don't know if it's going to be the same here or not. Clamber onto it, pray at it, or back away. Let's be friends with Mr. Skellington. Well, he's not a very friendly person. I tried to be honest with the skeleton, and he didn't really buy it. Howdy, everyone. Sorry I'm late for the best game of the week. What did I miss? We are just in the new towers. We've already died once today. We are making our way through the other challenge towers to the side. And I'll be honest, I haven't really learned anything yet. Well, we learned one thing. Did we? We didn't really learn anything. We did get attached to a symbiote over here, which caused my heart to explode. No big deal. But in return, we got 6 max stamina. Even though we died. And now we're at a spooky holy altar that keeps dripping water and reviving skeletons at random. I'm not sure why. Or how to counter it. But I know it's not either of the 2 spells I just used. Is drinking holy water a sin? Not in this game. It'll actually heal you a good bit, but you can also use it to resurrect the dead. Which I'm going to save, because we actually have a clue about that from the spirits that we found, the ghosts, earlier in this particular game, part 4. It was not a death for nothing. It was a good death. It was a good death. I don't know what happens if I pray at the altar. I kind of want to do it just to see. There is a clear space just before the altar. You kneel in it and bow your head. The dripping of water from the carcass overhead slows and deepens, becoming the gentle sound of the tide, and you feel the presence of the whale god, Eelman. But the voice is distant, confused. The sluggish movements of the whale are transformed, weakened, and defined by violence. That doesn't sound like a thing I feel like people come in here and pray, and then that's how they become skeletons. How else did their bodies get in here? That's okay. You stand from the altar without further supplication. I don't want to be a whale believer. Clamber onto the altar. You climb up onto the altar, the great head now within arm's reach. The slowed skeleton gurgles incoherently, a gasp of horror, lengthened and stretched. Now you are close, you can see the whale's head is quite putrid, the wound on its neck ragged and savage. Strips of skin hang from the stump, frozen at the start of decomposition. Its great mouth hangs open, which you could easily fit inside. The iron hooks holding it aloft were roughly shoved in. Was this creature hung up while still whole and alive? The water dripping from its mouth wells up from the inside of the tongue in a seemingly endless supply. Is this why the head is here? Did someone, perhaps the Archmage, capture and kill a god for a source of sanctified water? Is this like a whale god? This is the whale god. I think they found the actual whale god's like corporeal form and like hung it up so that it would give infinite holy water. It's got to be what it is. Touch the head. You touch the side of the jaw. The flesh is spongy and moist. Murky water seeps out from the pressure. It sways slightly, chains creaking. The head is warm somehow, and for a moment a distant, massive presence slides through your mind. Let's put it out of its misery. You draw your blade. The thing is too revolting to be left intact. Then you swing away, rending great chunks of flesh from the head. Striking near the hooks, the great weight begins to tilt. You leap away from the altar just as it crashes down. Water spills from it, dark and slick. The whale's head sits on the altar, crumpled inward where one jawbone was smashed. The skeletons, horrified at your actions, have no chance to react. They die one shuddering death and stir no more. Your violence has disrupted the magic of the room. You dip your finger into the water. It does not sparkle or give off any sanctity. It is blood spew. You go to cut off a chunk of whale flesh, but it is crawling with maggots and shot through with rot. You stagger away, disgusted. You stumble back from the horror and toward the doorways from the now silent chamber. What a bizarre room. But we got a clue. Glyph 4. You found Glyph 4 in the Tower of Skeletons. Did we already have a Glyph 4? I swear we already had a Glyph 4. You step out onto a stone walkway that leads sharply down toward the crystal dome. We had 2 glyphs at the beginning, and I remember because I was like, hey, I wonder if the other 2 glyphs are on the other side. But I don't remember which ones we had or which ones we were missing. Anyways. So we went in there, found the infinite source of healing water, struck it down, thus stopping the skeletons from randomly coming back to life, putting them finally at peace, put the whale god at peace. I don't know. Through violence, I guess? Maybe that's good enough. Holy water can be countered with violence. Like the goblin. It was like the goblin tower, yeah. More or less. Ozak, how's your day? What's up, Ozak? Pretty good. Pretty good. I got a nice early start to my day. So, feeling pretty fine. Woke up at before noon for once. Helped Germ out. Seems to be doing well. Post-op. And, we'll be good to go in the next couple days. After some rest and reconciliation. Oh, look. A baby could be born. No baby jokes. Baby sub-jokes. That's so 2001. Hold on. Did I accidentally mute something? I did mute something. Too late. Okay, that's true. Too late. You did. Thank you, Kelly McChess, for being subbed for so very long. Very much appreciate you. I did it. I did it. You step out onto a stone walkway that leads sharply down the crystal dome. You pause to peer into the depths of the orb. 1,000 shapes dance within, shifting and changing as though you saw the reflections from the eyes of 100 different people. The effect is quite mesmeric. I bet this is a see the future dome. If I had to guess. My expectations are it is far seeing into the future. Blow it up. First reaction, blow it up. Open locks and doors, I doubt that's gonna do anything. I bet sap. Do we have a counter for sap? cause depression. I don't want to accidentally depress myself, but that is what ends up happening usually. I'm gonna say it's probably sap. Wait, no. Hold on. We haven't even gone in yet. I want to go in first. You reach out and touch the orb and find yourself elsewhere. You are standing at the top of a high tower, facing an old man wearing a shabby-looking crown. Beg, the old man declares. You find yourself dropping to your knees, begging like a whining dog. I will destroy your land. Do you understand me? You will aid me. I will never help you. You open your mouth to argue, but all that comes out is a single word. Yes. What follows is a kind of nightmare. You are dragged, fighting inside, placid outside, down the steps of the turret toward a cell and hurled inside. We will come for you when it is time, the Archmage declares. You shake yourself. You are back outside the glass dome. Am I looking into my future? Touch it again. Touch it again. Oh, didn't we cast Jig earlier? Yeah, we already cast Jig today. You missed it. It was actually a counterspell. Alright, the future. What is the future countered by? It's gotta be... do we know that DOP does or doesn't counter any of this? DOP could be a counter for something else. That's possible. I'm gonna sap right now. I feel sad that I just saw myself get locked in a chamber. Sap! With no other creature nearby, the magic has turned on you. Well, that did not go well. Nice debate game. Thank you for baiting. Open locks and doors. Nope! Consulting the constellations overhead, you bind the spell. No door opens in the dome, if there even is one for the spell to act on. But the spell does not fail, and it seems as though the images inside the orb fade and the dome goes dark. A counterspell, then. So the spell of opening opposes the enchantment of foresight. There you go. We have found the counterspell. You look away from the mesmeric orb. The path encircles the dome quite freely. Time to move on. To the southeast comes a fearsomely bright light. Apparently that is just one super mega large see the future tower. Unlock the future destroys it. Bachelor Trek, this game is based on a series of books from the 1980s. It has some embellishments. Many of the stories and choices are made specifically for the game. But it comes from a series of books by Steve Jackson, who created the Fighting Fantasy series. Way back when. The path winds between crumbling towers and dagger-like buttresses. The sun is beginning to lower and the air begins to cool. The path runs up to the far wall of the citadel, passing dangerously close to a large, circular pit in the ground. I feel like I'm going to fall in the pit, but I can just fly out of it, right? The pit is large and perfectly circular, descending into the bare rock below for some distance. Curiously, the water all around does not seem to flow into the hole. I wonder if it has a force field around it. Steve Jackson of Munchkin. No, actually, there's two Steve Jacksons, believe it or not. And they have worked together before. There's the Steve Jackson of Munchkin and the Steve Jackson of Fighting Fantasy. They have worked on the same project before, but they're different people. Look it up. What is this sorcery? And they're both really talented individuals. They both have their own, history. They both have their own accomplishments. Steve Jackson. The pit is large and perfectly circular. Water is not flowing into the hole for some reason. Throw a gold coin into the pit. I have 258. You fling a gold coin to the pit only for the coin to bounce off something you cannot see, and it lands near your boot. You pick it up once more. Don't we already know what counters I assume this is wall. It'd be weird for this to be the largest force field ever seen. It's definitely not. We don't know. How could be is definitely a counter to something. I just don't know what. Zen would let me float over it. Before we do this, let me just look in my book. Let's just look in the old book. Counters pop, but it might not be pop. It could be a big force field. Creates a physical barrier in front of the caster. Creates an invisible wall in front of the caster. They're both really expensive. Pop or mud? Let's see if either one of those is a possible option here. Pop or mud? Nope. May not be either of those two things then. Counters Yaz. I don't even remember what Yaz is. What was the other T? T-O-P. Create a tower. We only have one golden hair. But is there any reason not to use Tell? It's free. There's nothing that could go wrong. We can sense the presence of like a caster. You bind the stars into a pattern around you, but rather than receiving any thoughts, instead, the rock chasm in front of you suddenly disappears, replacing by a squat stone tower. A Yaz spell, then, opposed by your Tell. I'm just the luckiest sorcerer there ever was. What is Yaz? It's in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Casting the spell while wearing a pearl ring will render the caster invisible. Creatures with ears will still be able to hear the caster when they move. So it was an invisible tower. The whole tower was invisible. Now that makes sense. So it wasn't a wall, a force field, or a barrier. Hi, I just got here. All I have to say is zap. It's fair enough. Cat Simulator. Hot and sap are a little bit more popular around these parts. However. Go inside or move away. Let's look at the tower first. The tower, now that you can see it, seems quite unremarkable. It is less overgrown than some of the others. It appears quite normal for now, more normal than any of the others you have seen. The path away from the invisible tower forks. I gotta go in. I can't just reveal it for no reason. The sun begins to dip, heading toward the horizon. You approach the next weird tower, wondering what you will find this time. The inside is bare, and compared to others, quite ordinary. There's no furniture, ornamentation, or at least none that you can see. In the center is some kind of brass contraption. How about we don't look at that? You search the corners of the room but find nothing except a single glyph scratched into the stone. 3. I found a glyph. Hooray. Now, do I want to go to sleep? Do I want to take a nap? Because the only thing that is brass in this whole game is a brass pendulum that causes anyone who looks onto it to nap and is countered by God. But I also kind of want to look at it in the off chance that it's not a sleep device. Are there going to be 2 challenges in one tower? The contraption is a brass figurine, heavily stylized. Its arms are raised, and it appears to be dancing. Glittering from one upraised finger is a ring. You slip the ring from the contraption. It is a pearl ring. That seems quite valuable. A good find. That's the invisibility ring, right? Oh, we're getting powers right now. By the way, we just picked up a crystal orb for the first time in forever. We picked up a crystal orb in a room that was magically embellished with dumb. So if you picked anything up off the ground, you dropped something else from your pack clumsily. And I figured out how to counter that spell, so we were able to take the orb with no penalty. Now we've got a pearl ring, so I can cast Yaz on my own, which is important for another reason. Note my clues. Ooh, there it is, glyph 3. You found a glyph 111. It's important for another reason. We have a little clue here that clearly says Throbendor's, the third spell that the Throbendor's is Spell of Invisibility. So that's relevant somehow. So it's awesome that we can actually do it. Now I'm going to leave with this. You step out of the tower, looking back, still quite visible. You've disabled its magic and found a new clue. Just arrived and he's not playing Swindlestones. I could, but will I? No. You return to the path and walk a short distance. The invisible tower should be called something else now, but it's not. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. You follow the path and make your way into the next tower uncertainly. What is this place? Why was it built? From the doorway comes a steady clock-like tick. Chat, does anyone know what that's from? I could, but will I? I want to, listen to that. Well, now I can't even find the clip. Yeah, I can't find the clip. It's from Game of Thrones. No, not the heartbeat. It's like Varys or Littlefinger. I think it's like Varys. Hello, game? Oh, hello, game. What up? Well, we have to go inside. I need to figure out what's in here. You step inside and the ticking grows louder. Something heavy swooshes slowly past over your head. The looming presence is oddly comforting, and you find your eyelids start to close. I didn't even look! Don't look up. Quickly cast a spell. We must counter sleep. This is the pendulum room. No, I have not oh, it was God, right? I think it was God. Did I memorize this? Counters nap, baby. God! You craft the spell, but as the jewel of gold begins to shine, the pendulum overhead freezes into place. You feel sprightly and energetic. You'd best move on before the spell wears off. There are 3 doors to choose from. What is that? What is that? We should investigate here. You approach the smoking blackened ruins of a tower. We're learning all kinds of counter spells here. You look at the stones. They're blackened all over. Some seem webbed with holes, as though the very minerals inside had burned away. Whatever caused this explosion must have been many years ago, and yet smoke still rises, as though this was the cone of a volcano. On one stone is etched a long eye mark. Don't we already have that? Throw myself on the stones. Excuse me? This is gonna be hot. Guaranteed. Guaranteed something is casting hot on this location over and over again. Why would I throw myself on the stones, though? Requires a medicinal potion. Doc! You are missing an item that it needs, so the spell dissipates around you. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Did we... I don't remember drinking all those potions. Did we drink all the potions? I guess we did. I'm just gonna go home. But then there was a little thing there on one stone, yeah? But don't I already have the marker? I already have glyph I. Glyph I. In the tower, from the Tower of Berries. Why would I... Okay, for real talk, chat. Spoilers are okay for this question. Do I need to find more than one of each version of the glyph? I feel like they put them in different places so that you don't have to 100% the area, so that you can use the information at the later point. They scatter out a couple of options so that you can find it in multiple places. That's what I'm assuming. So I'm not going to get myself fireballed here, because I already have the glyph that I see. Unless it's actually a different glyph that you could only see one piece. I'm gonna say yes, but I don't know. At least you're honest. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave. I'm leaving. The rubble is powerfully hot and approaching makes you sweat. You turn back instead. Okay, this is the clock tower, which we have to cast one more time. God. Throw yourself on the stones just to see what happens. God! And we'll leave again. Let's not go to the hot tower. I don't think, since I apparently don't have any more blimberry juice. You ascend onto a walkway flung high between two towers and set against the outer wall of the citadel. The view down is dizzying. Smoke from the burnt-out tower below makes you choke. You look around at the sprawling towers that fill this region. They all appear ancient, featureless, but they are in excellent repair. Some power is holding these dark stones together. You make your way carefully across the bridge. You race over to the next tower before the wind can pluck you from the walkway. Clouds rumble as they roll across the dimming sky. Soon it will be dark once more. As you open the door and step through, someone else enters from the other side. He closes the door just as you do. You peer at the figure opposite. Seeing his face is difficult, somehow. Your eyes seem to slide off his features. The stranger is peering back at you, but not approaching. You look around the room. It is wide, ringed with chairs. There are scuffs on the floor, two semicircles near the center, a large pane of glass in the center of the room, sitting in an elaborately carved frame. The stranger stands watching you. You walk towards them, and the stranger does the same. You now stand on either side of the glass, watching each other. Annihilation was a good movie, Duke Nukem. You guys should definitely watch that movie. It was a good movie. I enjoyed it a lot. Even though it was bizarre and had a strange ending that was somewhat unsatisfying, but I feel like Annihilation was a movie about the journey and not the destination. It was just an interesting journey. Anyways, we do have the counter for kin. This is a kin spell. I think the counter is 6. 6! You wind the constellations into alignment, but no clone materialize. Instead, a large crack appears in the pane of glass. A moment later, it shatters and collapses. A kin spell, then, that was opposed by your enchantment. The glass lies in shards all around the frame. Some of them catch the light oddly. The stranger, your reflection, steps back, clutching at his chest. Are you unwell? I'm fine, he shouts back, but he is clearly staggering. You pause, seeing how the reflection will act. He paces near the frame, seemingly unable to approach. You step through the empty frame, glass crunching under boots. The reflection draws his sword, unaffected by your movements. It seems he is now free to act. Leave me, he says, or I will send you back. Who are you? He shakes his head. I will not fall for your tricks. You may look like me, but I know you are only an apparition. I am the Analander. The other laughs. No, he simply replies. You cannot claim that. Let us work together. Oh no, the other nods his head. You will not trick me. And with that, he turns and races from the room. A moment later, all goes black, and you find yourself outside. You sheathe your blade outside the tower, glad to be away from the mirror demon. That was me. I was the one running out. I'm the one that said, no, you will not trick me. And I ran out the door, and then there I was, outside the door. That was me the whole time. I was the reflection, but I was also the other reflection. You know. You know how that is. You move along the next walkway to the tower beyond. This tower has a dirt floor, into which various lines have been scratched. A chest sits in the middle. You step a little further in. Apart from the chest, the tower is quite empty, identical to any other of the rooms in this college, save for its dirt-covered floor. Several zigzagging trails have been left in the dirt. You look at the chest. It seems quite unprotected, surrounded by empty, unguarded space. You use the arrow. Oh, I use the arrow to poke the ground just in front of you. It immediately and violently explodes, and you leap away from the shower of fire and dirt. Oh, well, we've had that arrow for a while, and it kind of just unceremoniously exploded. We got that from the centaurs in the Backlands in part 3. They shot arrows at us, and we picked one up and stashed it in our pack, and I guess we just used it. Fair enough. Thanks for saving me from exploding, I guess. An exploding line in the sand, though. What would that be? Some options include sap, which we don't even know if the sap is coming up a lot, to be fair. Wall counters pop. Ooh, this could be pop. There could be a bunch of pop rocks in the ground. Explosions. This is the only explosion spell that we know is pop. It's got to be invisible wall. Wall! You cast the enchantment, but no wall appears. Indeed, nothing happens. Something must have occurred when you cast the spell. You toss a gold piece toward the chest. It bounces on the ground with no effect. The room seems safe. A pop spell undone by your wall. You retrieve your gold coin and stroll quite casually to the chest. The ground is quite calm. You open the chest and, somewhat surprised to discover there's actually something in it. A small scrap of paper. You cast your eyes over the scrawled poem. The first is of fire, the second of stone. The third is unseeable, the fourth is unknown. These are very important clues, by the way. Looking at the dirt, you see a few loose pebbles. No doubt the source of the mines. You take a few. You take advantage of the calm to leave the room. Hey, we got some pebbles. We got a huge clue. That's a big clue. These are the steps to open the doors. This completes the scratched message. The third spell of the Throban door is invisibility, and the third line of the poem is the third is unseen. So invisibility is the key to the third line. Fire, stone, unseen, unknown. Unknown is a bit mysterious. Could mean multiple things. I don't even know. I want to go to this tower. You step onto the path and make your way along. The sun has almost set, and the sky turned a deep purple. Every path seems weighed down with sadness and oppression. This is no place to stand still. This tower's just kind of by itself. It's going to be hard to hit bang, 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 bang. Because just the nature of this. I don't think we've been in here either. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 unvisited tower locations. Yeah, we don't even know what the glyphs are for yet. We're gonna have to figure that one out. She's the Worst says, I wore a new pair of flip-flops today and took a walk. I have blisters on my feet. What do I do? You have to break them in, unfortunately. You did the right thing. You gotta break those flip-flops in. They're gonna be rough at first. Now you just don't walk in them again until your feet have healed. Just put your feet up, okay? Cast Dock on feet. Never walk again. You guys have some good advice from the chat right now. That's why I keep you guys around. I'll go to this tower right in front of us. A big fatty right in front of us. Darkness closes in. You approach the next tower boldly. A gloomy silence descends. 2 steps in, all is quiet. Something large and white is hanging from the ceiling above you. That's not enough information to go on. You look up. The white thing near the ceiling looks back through 2 enormous eye sockets. It is a gigantic humanoid skull. Something drops down and hits the floor. An oversized tooth. There's about to be a giant. How do I cap? I don't know how to counter Yob. This is a Yob spell incoming. We got giant incoming. Summon a giant whom the caster may control. The giant will disappear when his duty is done. I'm gonna keep watching. Maybe we can get some giant teeth out of this. A moment later, it begins to fizz. A cloud of smoke wells up. and from it steps a giant. What can I cast? Let's see our options here. I knew it. It's not gonna be Tell, I can tell you that much. Z-E-N, float? Float up to the hanging source? I cannot bind it. Isn't that bind it, Zob? I can become big to fight it. Counters sun, summon darkness so it can't see me as well. Did we do all the letters? I think we did. Did we do Y? We can just cast our own giant. Would a giant counter a giant? That'd be hilarious. You can make him jig. No, I don't. Oh, wish you could make him jig. Yeah. That'd be pretty funny. Are there any spells that we have that we don't know a counter for? We can use Process of Elimination. Big could counter giant spell. It's technically possible. Technically possible for a giant to counter a giant, but that would be kind of dumb. We don't really know what Zob is. Zen is hover in air. It could be something weird like Zen. But Zen is free. I just don't want to end up accidentally fighting him. I think big makes sense logically. I'll try it out, but it could end up just a giant fight. Big! Looking to the constellations above, you craft the spell. You expect to begin growing, but instead the giant begins shrinking, and they do not stop. A moment later, the room is quite empty once more. A counterspell, then. So the spell of giantism is negated by that of giant summoning. And now I know what to do. Well, logic prevailed. Really smart game, by the way. Really happy with how that made so much sense. We're gonna zen and float into the air. Another tooth tumbles from the skull in the ceiling. You snatch the tooth, it is hot to the touch, but cools rapidly in your palm. I'm just gonna grab that, thanks. Float over to the skull. It's a giant's head. The lower cavity stuffed full of giant's teeth. You grab a thick handful of teeth, then float away. Your weight returns and you settle back down to the ground. Hold on, I'm gonna cast. I want to go up and smash it now that I've gotten some teeth. I wasn't done up there, game. I want to float back up to the skull. Another tooth tumbles from the skull in the ceiling. You snatch for the tooth but are not fast enough. Another giant steps forward. Okay, come on. I just want to break it so that the giants stop spawning. They're gonna be miserable in here. You think I don't know the counter already? Yes, it was a Yop spell. So I would like to float now. I don't think it's gonna let me though. It's just gonna make me keep using stamina. But I have to try. You snatch this tooth as well. You cannot keep doing this. However, the game's like, listen here. I know that we created a giant skull that drops infinite teeth, okay? And you were thinking, maybe I can just get an army. But that just makes you the Archmage, because that's exactly what the Archmage is doing. He's making an army of giants. So if you want to be better than him, you gotta stop. Okay? You can't do that. I was gonna break it, so it couldn't do it anymore. But we're just gonna leave now. You float quickly out of the chamber. That's hilarious. Out we go. You return to the path and follow it a short way. Your weight returns and you settle gradually back down to the ground. I like that it remembers those details. Night gathers around you. You pause and enjoy the open air outside the tower and take a moment to count your collection of giant teeth. You now have 9. That's very generous. The 2 we snatched from the ground, and apparently 6 more that we grabbed in a handful from the giant skull. I'm so sorry, giant skull, for, like, leaving you intact, but it's for the good of the realm, trust me. I don't think I can stop to sleep. Hold on, what time is it? We got time. We got a little time. Let's keep going. Where have I not been? Chat, did I go up to this one yet? I don't think I've been here. How about we just head back toward... it doesn't really matter where I go. I'm gonna need to sleep somewhere. Maybe I should head back towards the town so I don't die of no stamina. And grab some food, sleep somewhere over here. I really would be surprised if I can make it back to the fire before the night runs out. That'd be like tower, tower, here, 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 here. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 steps. That's questionable at best. But I only have 13 stamina. I don't want to die out here. I could get overconfident. 13's not a lot. We don't have any rations. I'm going to lose more if I stay out here through the night. I think I have to go home. Why not sleep in the towers? Because they're full of magic. They're all trying to kill you in different ways. Maybe there's a nice tower buried amongst these. I don't know. Did we go in this lit one? No, we didn't. That's a dead end. This lit one's a dead end. It comes from here. Okay, I'm gonna go south. Let's stick to the bottom, and then we're gonna come back and cut through the middle once we get healed a bit. Plus, you don't get the option to sleep in every tower. The moon is high. You cross the waters and push your way inside the next tower, but you freeze on the threshold. In place of a floor, this tower has nothing but a yawning pit clustered with thin, needle-like spikes. A narrow stone walkway heads away from the door and leads a short way over the pit, but it does not go as far as the door on the other side. Throw myself onto the spikes. It seems a bit morbid. Unless this is all an illusion. Ow. On a whim, you look up. You accidentally just hit one of the spikes with your wrist. And you notice the ceiling is fairly high and sports several misshapen rock protrusions. Oops. You step out onto the platform and feel curiously lighter. You check your pack, but all your possessions are just as you left them. Instead, you realize your feet are no longer touching the ground. You are floating! So there's no spikes up there, right? There's just some rock protrusions. You fly happily toward the ceiling. What are you doing? Excuse me? What? Eventually you hit the ceiling and gently bounce off. That's fine, right? Willy Wonka welcomes you. Golden ticket holders. You have made the mistake of eating the wrong candy and are floating up toward a wind turbine at great speed. Turning to look upward, you see the ceiling is studded with curiously shaped rocks sticking at random angles. Most are smooth and all small enough to grip. They are deliberately placed. Gripping the rocks will allow you to navigate the room. With some effort, you pull yourself along the roof. The room is fairly uniform, broken only by the inverted landscape of rocks. Toward the center, you spy a small depression in the ceiling. You guide yourself toward the depression in the center of the room. Pulling along by the rocks is difficult, and you occasionally float off course. Below you, the spikes wait, but thankfully they are well out of reach. Arriving at the center, you see there has been a small circle cut into the ceiling, and inside, someone has carved a sigil into the stone. You swing over to look at the depression at the sigil, but you cannot stay still long enough to see it properly. You bob past the opening and away a short distance across the ceiling. Excuse me. Excuse me, I want to see what's on the sigil. Willy Wonka is the Archmage. Oh. And it just, like, when you finally get to the Tower of Mampang, it just starts doing this. When you get all the way there.
going on? Where are we going?
I don't know, but I don't like the looks of that tunnel up there. Hey, Wonka, I want off!
Round the world and home again. That's the sailor's way.
We're going to the Tower of Mampang. But first we have to go through the inner college.
We're going too fast. We're gonna sink.
There's too much magic here.
Hang on, darling.
We didn't learn all the counter spells before we tried to pass through the gates.
What is this, a freak out?
Hey, this isn't funny, Wonka!
You can't possibly see where you're going, Wonka.
You're right. I can't.
It's
Boy,
the
what a
Archmage.
great series this would
He
be.
sees everything.
Wonka.
This is kind of strange.
He knows where we're going
But it's fun.
before we get there.
This is terrific.
Where's the line? Where's the line?
I can take.
Glowing
Oh, there it is.
must be good. Not a speck of light is showing, so the danger must be growing. Are the fires of hell a-glowing? Is the grisly reaper mowing? Yes! The danger must be growing, for the rowers keep on rowing, and they're certainly not showing any signs that they are slowing!
I want that scream. That scream as a sub sound. Okay. That was good. That made me happy. Hold on. There you go. We're back. What a great movie. He screams while sitting completely still. Where was I? Oh, the sigil. Right, the sigil. How are we going to counter it? Cause fixedness. We will never know how we're supposed to actually change that oak sapling that we have into the stick. I mean, this is float in air. We're kind of doing that, but actually flying. Sucks? No, sus. There's no sucks command, of course. Rock would turn to stone. That would probably shatter us into a million pieces in the spikes. Hilarious. How to escape this situation? F, S, H, R. Yeah, that's all of them. Fixedness would be nice. Far is a little scary. I don't want to drop anything. I don't want to take any objects out of my backpack and possibly drop. Fall! You bob upward slightly, nearly knocking your head on the ceiling. Sorry. You attempt to look at the sigil again, but unless you can find a way to stay still up here, you are not going to be able to see it properly. The depression is too shadowy for a quick glimpse. It's definitely caused fixedness, right? But I don't have any way to sharpen the stick. I don't want to turn to stone either. I'm just going to fall straight to my death. Clone the caster. Maybe one of my clones will be able to see. 6. Reaching up to the constellations overhead, you create the spell and 5 clones step out from behind you, forming a semicircle. Your clones spring into existence, all floating as you are. They spread out, searching the room. From the center, one of them waves and points silently. You bob over to the clone. He's in the exact center of the room where the small depression sits in the ceiling. As you move to take a closer look, your clone fades away. I know! I know there's something there, but I was hoping one of them would be able to read it and tell me what's happening. We'll never know. We'll never know. There's nothing else to do. The floor is a long way down. The spikes gleam in the moonlight. And the spikes are so thin you cannot see the ones directly below you. You crawl across the ceiling, descending towards the door as you near the wall once more. Sad room. Sad room with no solution for us. We just wasted 2 stamina. You hurry across another stone arch, not looking down. One by one, your clones vanish. You should find somewhere safe to sleep. Definitely not on the water steps. A fetid scent assaults your nostrils. The inside of the tower is cavernous, far larger than should be possible. The stone floor on which you stand is turned to a thin strip of soft earth, choking with reeds, and beyond it is a deep pool. of foul-smelling water. Insects buzz and the reeds rustle as creatures pass between them. You cannot spot the ceiling of this room, but there must be one, surely. In the center of the marsh, a platform with a low hut sits, perched on rotten stilts. A boardwalk leads to it, dotted with spent torches. Guarantee you this is the smelly smell potion. The pinch your nose potion. Do we have a counter spell for the one and only Nif? The spell causes the air to fill with nauseating stench so vile that any creature catching a whiff will need to vomit. This includes the caster unless they are wearing nose plugs. So I like that you can cast Nif, you just need nose plugs or else you'll succumb to it as well. Let's try and find out what it's. I bet it's the wind. I don't know what to do. We don't have the gust of wind. I bet that's an option. No, it's not, surprisingly. Hey, Cloud Arrow, what's up? Can clones cast 6? The clones possess no spell power. No, I'm not gonna cast that. It's gonna make me throw up. It literally just told me what was gonna happen. An explosion? Law? What, to try to control one of the creatures? Create quicksand counters FOF. May as well sense danger. Sus! A terrible sense of foreboding emanates from the water. Something is wrong. Yeah, I know. But I have to go through here to get outside. I do have to go through here to come outside. Open the bottle of magic. I could open the bottle of magical dissolution. What do I think out of the available options would counter the something wrong in the water, huh? None of these, I mean, just casting smelly smell, Mike, because you put on nose plugs and that might be enough. If I don't have any, I've never seen nose plugs in the whole game. But the smell, the putrid smell. Creating quicksand is just a FOF counter. Let's just try opening the bottle of magical dissolution. You unstopper the bottle, which shimmers as magic from the room around begins to pour inside it. Interesting. I wonder if that absorbs the magic? It's called dissolution. But we'll have to find out. We will have to find out. Let's explore the room now. You make your way a little further into the room. The floor is dirt and the little beach by the door soon disappears into the swamp. There is no way to walk around. Go down, no. Step onto the boardwalk. You step onto the boards which creak under your weight, causing the torches to sway gently. You see no movement in the hut. The wood creaks under your feet. It definitely still says something is wrong here, and I'm going to trust it. Are the same spells still available? Yep, looks like the exact same list. You cannot stay here for long. It is not safe. You begin to walk toward the hut when you hear a snap. The boardwalk begins to tilt sideways and you scramble to keep your footing. It is about to collapse. As the boardwalk slips into the marsh, you leap with all your strength. Flying through the air, you slam into the edge of the hut's platform, scrabbling for purchase as you wheeze with the impact. You pull yourself up, a sucking sound behind you as the marsh absorbs the wood. You are safe for now inside the hut. There is very little here. A row of tables with some rotten chairs tucked in beneath. On one of the tables, a stack of damp parchment is slowly turning into fur. On one side of the hut is a ragged hole in the floor. Ooh. I know, it's crazy, right? The parchments appear to be scrawled log of notes for whoever was stationed here. The opening remarks are simple. The spell has taken root. The reaction is self-sustaining and appears to be maintaining scale. You quickly rifle through the drawers and tables, but there's nothing left behind. Being careful not to go too close, you lean over the hole in the floorboards and look down into the mud pool. You cannot help but notice a scratch of claw marks in the planks. The boardwalk is gone and you cannot stay here. You have no choice but to drop into the water and swim. Hold on. Where's my Zin? The stars have not aligned. I'm gonna sink into the mud. Well, I guess I'm dead. It's been nice knowing you guys. It's really been great not dying here. Here's the one upside. If I'm gonna die, at least I die here and I can just move back, go through this again, or go through these two. And then I can hit bang, bang, 3, 4. I need to hit those 4 and find out what's inside. Let's become one with the mud. Of course, all your water damageable possessions have been ruined. Thankfully, however, the pages of your spellbook are protected. Still, your fleas have been washed away. I forgot that I had fleas. How long have we had fleas? And also, what washed away? You are trying to swim, but the swamp is more mud than water. It is definitely a whirlpool, sucking downwards slowly but inescapably. The fleas are gone. We must have had those for forever. Well, quicksand is not going to help. A shield is not going to help right now. Pop rock's not going to help. There's nothing but zap, stench, mud, law. Control non-intelligent creatures. It did mention that there were creatures here. It did mention that there were creatures here. We could just try how out of this, find safe passage out of this situation. You cast the spell. A calm voice speaks into your thoughts. The only hope of escape is to escape the magic of this room, cries the voice in alarm. And quickly. The swirling water pools at your feet. Well, the quicksand, the water, the whirlpool is the magic. So let's just look at all the letters and see what we do not have a counter for. Sense danger is kind of redundant. It's not a counter yet. We don't have any counter for law. We don't have any counter for, we already did how. Mud counters foff, which I don't think this is. Pop counters wall, which this is not it. We did not know about Nif, the stench. So it's law, Nif, or zap. Lightning the water, which instantly kills you because you're in it. I'm gonna pray for aid. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the fox. The water seems to thin, but only a little. It is still swirling. You swim with strong strokes. The water is still quite disgusting, and small creatures flicker on either side of you. There are small creatures. You will carry the smell on you for some time. You swim back to the shore, shaking off the water as best you can. There you go. You take a moment to regain your breath. Thick, foul water streams from your cloak. Nearby is a frothy, bubbling section of water. It is large and seems to be getting more agitated as you draw near. You watch the froth bubble and break, slick with grime. Nothing else changes. Whatever is causing it must be large. There's a creature under the water, right? Toss a rock in. Hold on, is that like a pebble from my pack? Let's find out. I kind of want to throw a rock in, but I don't want to throw a pebble. What's the difference? We have 3 pebbles. Please don't let this be a pebble. What day is it? It's still probably too late to make it all the way home, but I might be able to eat something. We had fleas, but we're just a stinky Analander. What to do? You idly toss a rock into the froth. Something begins to rumble. The water sloshes over your boots. Then something huge bursts out. It towers above you, a lumpy mass of mud and reeds. Massive arms stretch out, and a huge, gaping mouth opens. This is the cover of the book, by the way. We found the cover of the book. And I only have 9 stamina. He's dripping in sludge. He's got little teethy fingers. Ventilation steaming from his Shrek tentacles. His his antenna. It's a slime eater. Well, I think law would actually probably be useful here. I wonder if he'll catch me if I don't cast law. Hold on. Summon a replica creature. New spells are available. Big. Ooh, new spells are available to handle the monster. Sharpen your blade, perhaps. Build a wall. Oh, that's big. And I think that's almost all of them. I want to summon a replica creature. We haven't used this spell ever. Kin. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, holding up the mirror, which starts to glow and flash. Another slime eater emerges from the swamp. They attack each other, merging and separating as they battle. The original monster gains the upper hand, and your creation disappears below the waves. But it has been severely hurt, with large holes and chunks in its body showing. With the beast hurt and distracted, now is the time to attack. I can go up to 12. Where did this extra power come from? Can I go up to 12 because I got superpower from the symbiote? Because my former height was 9. With the beast hurt and distracted, now's the time to attack. Do you think he's gonna defend first? I think he's gonna defend first. I'm gonna go like right down the middle, right down Main Street. 6.5. Oh no! Come on, game. Now is the time to attack. The slime eater growls at you, gobbing filth from its blubbering lips. You thrust your sword out in front of you, hoping to skewer the monster's soggy flesh. The creature skulks in the brackish water, then rises up and charges. You brace yourself as its arms come splashing down, pushing your head under the filthy water. Now it's just bullying me in the public pool. Where's the lifeguard when you need him? All right, do that again, I dare you. Ooh, baby, that's a .1 differential. I'm a gambling man. You risk an attack. Standing firm, you swing a mighty blow at the slime eater just as it rears to attack you. You cut its attack viciously down. The slime eater lifts up from the water, then crashes back down, bits of body bubbling and boiling. It sinks lower into the water, its eyes on you. Lower, huh? Lower this. -2 for you right there. Dropping your weight, you chop a heavy stroke against the slime eater, catching a light blow. The slime eater lumbers backward through the pool, screaming and howling in a bubbling voice. It drops down into the mud, watching you intently. It's gonna block. Or, it's gonna do a .7. Back against a tree, you deliver a strong swing at the slime eater. It roars up, exposing a soft area beneath its jaw. You strike with sword and it sinks deep. Green ooze leaks down your neck. And then, silence. Skilled swordplay. Its corpse slips underneath the waves. The fireflies, disturbed by the battle, soon settle back to their routines. You peer into the murky water. There was no sign of any more beasts, but then there was no sign of the last one either. That's not true. There was a gurgling, burbling water. I don't know. There probably were more to that note that we were reading. I'm just gonna get out of here. You make your way towards the door. I don't want to sleep here. You turn away from the swamp, its foul gases making you gag and choke. Yeah, don't sleep in that. There are other doors in this place, but only one you can reach. Interesting. Alright, we out. You follow the path step by step. The moon sets, more stars appear. The path rounds a tower to the north and then splits again. Okay, we have been here before. This is where we started. My goal is to buy some disgusting food and then try to sleep before the night is over. I don't think we're going to have time, though. We're going to keep an eye on this little meter. Keep on going. It's almost daytime. Oh, God. We have to go 1, 2, 3 more before we can sleep. And there's food down here at the square, too. No matter what I do. You see the group of sight masters you tangled with previously. That's not where I want to be. Avoid them. You look away, refusing to meet their big round eyes, and hurry on. You there! One calls. This is not a good time. You press on, ignoring them. You hear footsteps and sounds of swords. They are following you. Guards in the square are beginning to take some notice. You keep walking. They continue to follow. Then one jogs up and grabs your arm. We only want to talk, he says. Their leader walks past him, eyeing you with concern. Their leader leans to you and whispers, Annalander. She nods. The whole fortress is looking for you, and here you are, waltzing around, dressed as a monk. It's these guys again. I only have 6 stamina. I should have just run. How did she know? They're sight masters. The name, it's all in the name. Smite Xphere, what up? Thanks for your 23 months, by the way. Again? I died, remember? Thank you for the 23 months of being Sight Master Smite Xphere. Thank you for grabbing my arm and turning me around. I appreciate you. 13 minutes ago. Almost 2 years of sub. I saw somebody else, too, popping into chat. Where are you? I don't know. You're gone. You've disappeared. You've vanished from my timeline. Hey, Jess, you got it. What's that? Clipped. And... Noob. Hey. Hey, guys. What's up, humble noob? Nothing much. Hey, nothing much. I know what these guys are doing. They're gonna attack me. The Sight Masters have all snapped their weapons out. It will be 3 against 1, and these are Analand's most highly trained warriors. I've never tried In the Name of the King, sheathe your blades. I don't think they really care about the king, to be honest. 6 stamina, by the way. And didn't we just pray, so we're not going to have any prayer to offer? Yep, your spirit is far from you now. We've already, we're gonna minority report these guys, and we've already got them accused of thought crimes against the realm. We know what they intend to do. They try to give me a coat to put on, and when I refuse the coat, they reveal that they're actually working for the Archmage. Walk might be best case scenario right now. Only 1 stamina, we get a shield. But 3 against 1 is ridiculous. We made 1 go to sleep last time. We haven't tried sap, but usually that makes fighting easier. You could just go all in, but that's like all in. 3 stamina left? What if I just tried putting on the... What if I just said, in the name of the king, sheathe your blades? In the name of the king, sheathe your weapons, you hiss. The Sight Masters laugh with empty voices. The king is a tortoise, lying belly up, and Mampang is an eagle. Oh yeah? Run away. You turn and run, but the sight masters are too fast. One tackles you to the ground, and you're unable to fight off all three. The guards are in the middle of the square, come to life at the sight. The sight masters are still haggling for a larger reward as you are neatly trussed up. Oh no. Did I let myself get captured? Oh no! Bound and gagged, you are dressed by your ankles by two guards who mutter about the trouble caused. They gossip to passing companions about you. You try to cast a spell, but with your arms tied, you cannot reach for the starlight you require. Should they untie you at any point, then you will have a chance, but not before. Hopelessly, you are dragged into the office of the commander of the guard. Oh, I've never been here before. You are inside the commander's office, but it is empty, but for a couple of duty sergeants standing by the far door. Take him straight to the dungeons, one remarks. The commander can see him in the morning, if he cares to. Well, let's go down the steps, I guess. In the dungeons, during the past day, you lost 18 stamina, found 2 new clues. Hey, yeah, that's pretty good, right? You are dragged through a narrow corridor, your head bumping against the frame, and into a room that overlooks a line of dank cells. A hobgoblin dozes in the only chair. One of your captors kicks her awake. Volkim? We've got a prisoner for you. Play dead. You stay limp, listening. Volkim stretches, clearly still half asleep. Has he been to Nagamanta? Or the commander? You struggle to your feet, only for the guard to kick your legs out from underneath you once more. The commander sent him to you, he remarks. Volkim makes no move to leave her chair, but hands over a large key to the guard. Lucky me. Second on the right. This is not where I want to be. The guards grumble, but still drag you into the cell. Leaving you bound, they strip you of your possessions, storing them in a chest near Volkim. Your monk's habit is stripped from you. Oh, God. Oh, come on! You are now out of disguise. They leave without a glance, and Volkim resumes her nap. Rip my possessions, I guess. You are lying on the cold stone floor of a cell in the dungeons of Mampang. You've been in the cells before, of course, but you've been in cells, but these are different. They are not underground, but rather built high up in the air, carved from the rocky slopes of the mountain itself. Metal bars block one wall. Opposite them is nothing but a long drop. Chill wind draws at you, pulling threads of straw over the edge. I saw this scene in Game of Thrones. Don't worry, guys. Bronn will be here in no time. He's my favorite character. Explore my cell, jump from the cell. But then I don't take any of my possessions with me, so that's a huge mistake. There isn't much else to the cell. It's not meant to hold prisoners very long. Most likely, they are quickly executed. You struggle vainly against your bonds, but they hold fast. You shuffle to the edge and peer over the long drop. Below stretches the inner college of Mampang, clustered stupas and ziggurats, linked by stone walkways and crackling with flashes of starlight. If you were to fall, the impact would certainly kill you. Almost directly below is a large crystal dome, inside which shadows and shapes seem to move. No, I've already stopped that. That's not true. I haven't died yet, and I disabled that dome. It shouldn't do anything, actually. You try to stand, which is difficult with feet bound and hands tied. You manage to sit up, then you get your feet underneath you. As you try to rise, you totter, then tumble head first once more. With no hands to catch yourself, you bash your forehead on the rough stone floor, sliding dangerously close to the open face of the cell. You crawl to the bars, which look out onto the hallway. They are thick iron, a crude door fitted in the center. You could fit an arm through a gap if your hands weren't bound. You sit up and lean against the bars. The metal is pleasantly cool, but of course it does not give or bend. You call out for Volkim, but your words are muffled by the gag. You hear her snort, but nothing else. There seems nothing for it but to sleep. You crawl and scrabble over to the straw and throw yourself down. You cannot seem to get comfortable. Something is sticking into your back. Moving this way and that, you eventually dislodge it from the hay. A glass bottle. It clatters along the stone as it rolls toward the edge. You hurl yourself across the floor, catching the bottle at the very edge of the cell before it can drop out of sight. And without going over the edge yourself, you take a moment to recover your breath. The bottle is a wine from an ancient cellar. It's labeled curled and faded, but the cork has rotted away and the contents long since evaporated. You grasp the bottle between shaking fingers, lift it up, and strike hard against the flagstone floor. Your eyes light up as it shatters into a score of palm-sized pieces of jagged glass. You turn around and squat down, working the piece of glass up between your palms. Then begins the painstaking work of sawing against rope. You can hardly hold onto the makeshift knife in such an awkward position, but after many minutes of effort, you weaken the ropes. With a mighty pull, you break the ropes. Then you yank the filthy gag out of your mouth. You are now free, or almost. You'll need to get the door open. It's time to go, chat. It's time to go. Top? No. Tell. Read minds. Oh, we don't have any stuff, of course. But what are the other things we could do? Out of curiosity. Cause stupidity, counters kid. I mean, I'm gonna cast Dop. I was just curious. Open locks and doors. Dop. You spin the starlight into a pattern around you. You hear a faint click and it swings open. Outside, Volcom slumbers on. You creep down the hallway until you are near the sleeping Volcom. Hi, Jayla, I'm about to head out. You need anything from the store while I'm gone? Kelly McChess, thank you for gifting us up to Veronicorn. Wow, there you go. 17 months, Veronicorn. I appreciate that, Kelly McChess. You want anything from Wendy's before I go? Where's my stuff? Is my stuff in this room, or is it in a different room? Didn't they put my stuff, like, on a wall in this room? I'm just gonna search the room, because I'm pretty sure my stuff's here. You look around quickly, locating the chest where your possessions have been stored, but it's locked. Just cast Dop again. Forehead. He's definitely gonna wake up and find me. You gently lift the ring of keys from her lap, but too late do you realize they are attached to her belt, and the tugging startles her awake. A swift blow to the side of the head puts her back to sleep again. You exhale with relief. A few ragged prisoners look up as you pass. Their eyes are free of hope. You quickly purloin the keys, from Volcom and slip them into your pocket. You unlock the chest containing your pack. Sitting at the bottom of the chest is a small pouch of gold, which you scoop up. There is nothing else of interest in the room. You unlock the cells of the few prisoners that share the dungeon with you. They all look half-starved. Most flee immediately with barely a glance back. One man stops to shake your hand before disappearing. He has the look of a hardened killer about his miserable eyes. You know what? It doesn't even matter. Go out and kill any of these people, for all I care. I haven't met one... Well, okay, maybe we've met one nice person. But who, I ask you? He has the look of a hardened killer. You know what I'm gonna do? They'll never expect it. Go back into my cell. You enter the open cell. One wall is missing and looks out into the open air. They'll never see it coming. Okay, well, neither will I, apparently, because there's no fall spell or... Well, there it is. Hover in air. Zen. The medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. You bite your lip and hurl yourself over the edge. Oh no. Oh no! You flow gently down the side of the mountain. After almost a minute, you settle down on a stone walkway in the middle of the inner college once more. All the way at the end. Oh, come on! You land gently on the stone and bob easily to your feet. Your weight returns and you settle gradually back down. It must be morning. You've been awake all night. Physically, you are exhausted. You drop to your knees and have committed suicide by jumping out of the cell and attempting to float down. You died of exhaustion from not sleeping. The journey is too much for you. Another death. Your head spins as you rise upward. Well, Zed means dead. At least I got all my stuff. That's all that matters, to be honest. Nothing else matters right now. I got all my stuff. Once more, the explosion dies as though receding. You look around yourself. So we went in there, grabbed our stuff, freed the other prisoners, regretted it, and threw ourselves from the tower to try again and start the time loop over. We just like did the equivalent of Groundhog Day, putting the toaster in the bathtub. Basically. You turn your cloak up and move quickly away. What do we got? Do we still have, we may still have our disguise. Nope, we got a blonde wig and no disguise now. So that's the only thing we're missing? What'd they do with my monk attire? We could just go back in there and get it, to be honest. I mean, the monk's place is right here. I did say I wouldn't gamble, though. You walk up the steps, one of the men lifts a hand to have you hold your place. Haven't seen you before, but you are most welcome. Welcome indeed. We've no food to give, if you wish for that. Effie, our god, forbids it, but there is plenty to be earned, in a sense. Listen, I don't have time for your games. You sweep into the gate with 8 whole stamina. Nearby, a monk watches you with gentle interest. Well, too bad. Because I already know all about this. I said I was not going to play Swindlestones in here. I said I was not going to play Swindlestones in here. I'm going past the dice chamber to the bed. How do you get there, though? Can you go through the dice chamber, or do you have to go into the hall? That laugh. Listen to the singing. Rest a while or move on. I'll rest a little while. You take a moment to rest on one of the stone benches. It is a peaceful spot, perhaps the most peaceful in all of Mampang. You pause for a while to listen to the singing. A strange tune, restless, sometimes harmonious, other times horrifically atonal. It's as though the singers are singing their own songs. The effect is unsettling. And I remember exactly what happened here last time. Several spare monks' habits are on the pegs on the wall. One of them looks to be your size. You gather it up and put it on, and we're back. And we're back. All right, let's go cause some mischief in here again. The abbot himself emerges from the room in quiet discussion with a few senior monks. You catch the abbot's sleeve. Your head is bowed, but he still stops you. And what do you think you are doing? He demands. I think I said contemplating last time. It's not what you think, you insist. You cannot fool me so easily, the abbot smiles. Should you not be polishing the steps, Naviat? We must not have enough information to get past him, to go out into the courtyard this way. Either way, we're gonna leave anyway. Is it nighttime already? Watch this. I'm gonna, you know what, Abbot? You weren't expecting this. Wait, hold on. Isn't it sun that counters God? Right? We already learned this at one point or another. No, I can't remember. No, counters fog. Maybe it was... Where's God? I'll just look at God, because I've already learned the counter to this. I'm blind. I'm sorry. Counters nap. God counters nap. So can I can I cast nap or not? Is that an option? Not here. It is at the other place. Okay, that's fine. Who am I resurrecting? What language would I be talking? A lot of questions here. I'm just gonna go. It's nighttime already. I haven't eaten anything. I would love to eat and sleep. Easier said than done right now, to be honest. Because time is already passing. Hey, there's the old beggar woman. Again. Well, she's not here to speak to, but you get the idea. We got all night. The market is probably closed, though. I think we head this way. Back to the fire, bare minimum. And we have to cross the eye people. We're kind of gotten used to this routine. There they are. Bless them from our Monk's Road. They say, Effie be with you. And that's how you get past the Cyclopses. Done. And I think we'll get here just in time to sleep. We won't get any stamina, but we're not going to lose any stamina either. You have no rations to ease your hunger. It's very sad. Okay. Well, we didn't lose anything. You lost 1 max stamina, gained 5 gold, died again, and found no new clues. All right. Let's get on with it. Back to where we were. I want to leave. Follow the road, please. We're gonna go eat some disgusting 2 stamina food. By the way, since I died, those people are back in the square. So I'm gonna have to figure out a good way to handle them. Take me to the food tent, please. I would like 1 meal. 8 gold? The price went down. It was 10 gold last time. Why is it... What is it? It seems the cook is serving vegetable pie. The crust is golden and flaky. You pay, taking your meal to the table. It's disgusting again. Okay. 2 whole stamina. And there's the Sight Masters. You avoid the Sight Masters smartly. This is not a good place to hang around. Okay, so duck out of sight is the correct option there. And we're going through. I only have 12 stamina, so I don't know. This is not really the ideal scenario. But we have some unexplored towers. Okay, and we're back. Yo. You died again. Yes, you died again. Tux has 200 gold but can't buy food. Oh. This time I can. Hey, Almighty, what's up? How you doing? Tell me your stance on communism. I think it's something like this. Something like that, I think. I think it's a pretty good stance. Authoritative. Which tower did we not go in before? I'm trying to remember. I know it looks like I'm delaying. I just don't want to repeat history. I know we had to go up to the glow tower. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've been. This is the mud tower with the guy. Is there a better way to go? Have we been in the big tower here? I don't remember. They're all towers. I'll just go in the first one. I think we've been in here before. You cross the waters and push your way inside the crumbling tower without knowing what you may find. The inner doors you stand in front of are twice your height, looking to be made of solid metal. The air is thick with an incredible smell. You place your ear to the metal and leap backwards. The door is searing hot. The wooden handle should be safe to the touch, though. You grasp the handle, you notice it is almost too hot to touch. You sniff the air, smoke melting metal. It is as though a gigantic smithy lies behind this door. This is gonna be like the hot zone. We don't have any dock potions. I can't cast it at all. If I try to open it even a crack... it's gonna take some stamina damage, watch. The doors are very heavy, but you manage enough control to open them halfway. You spy a roaring flame. This room must be some kind of furnace. Alright, well if this is hot, what's this? What's the crumbling one? One of these has gotta be hot, the other one's gotta be... like an illusion. Have we found the kin? I wanna go through the book real quick. What are some spells we can cast? Zap, we don't know. Foff and Wall. We don't know what law counters. We don't know what walk counters, if anything. Raz and Sus. 6 counters kin. I don't think this is kin. Could be hot. Or it could be the illusory one. With the stone bracelet. Which would be what? Kid. Counters dim. Could be an illusion of fire. We've had the opportunity to make an illusion of fire before. Should I walk in the oven and possibly die? Sure. Why not? You slip carefully into the room, which is filled with roaring flames. You can't see the source of the blaze, but surely it's a miracle it has not spread to the other buildings of the fortress. The flames seem to show no sign of dying down either. Still, it's not as hot as you might have expected. You stand at the room's threshold. You look around the chamber. The walls are metal, presumably to protect the rest of the fortress, but they have the effect of making the space into an oven. There may be an exit on the far side, but through the wall of fire, it is impossible to say. I'm gonna try casting Dim and see if it's an illusion. Maybe not. Ah, yes. 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 Dim. A kid spell, then, successfully countered by your enchantment. There seems to be nothing holding you back any longer. You reach the end of the room unharmed. By the door, a Grimalkin. You examine it. It is much like the one in the Chamber of Night. A bracelet made of ivory or bone hangs on one of the arms. You lift it and take the bracelet of bone, leaving the room behind. Well, easy enough. We had to use 1 stamina, but that's okay. We already had a bracelet of bone, but it's nice to know that there's another one right there. I remember we got through this room okay, I think. This is a chamber of sadness. You have no desire to return inside unprepared. This is true. Sap, of course, is countered by... I can't remember any of these. We don't know what sap is countered by. We'll figure it out, maybe. Use an item. You look through your pack for something you can use, and your hand falls on the blonde wig taken from the goblin in the other half of the college. Putting on the wig, you feel your spirits lift from the ridiculousness of it all. If only the sight masters could see this. I mean, your spirits lifted, right? Enter the room. You enter the room hoping your protection will be adequate. Its magic reaches for your soul, but you twirl the loose ends of your wig and walk through unscathed. This is amazing. Once free of the tower, you pull off the wig. Oh. It was just that easy. That wig we got from the one goblin. For context, chat, if you weren't there for the last sorcery stream, over here in one of these back towers, there was a goblin wearing a wig and casting God to make us think the goblin was our god at the time. He actually was pretending to be, like, Libra, I think? And we were like, we cast the counter to God and then revealed him. He's like, I am your god, Lisa! I'm your god. Would you say it was Larry? I am Larry, your god. And so we told him we weren't going to hurt him, and he gave us the wig. And so we left. Yes, we got Wizard of Oz. But we revealed him for who he really was. The man behind the curtain. Alright, we need to go to this tower, this tower, this tower, and this tower with only 11 stamina. Maybe one of them will be good. Maybe one. I like to imagine we're still wearing the wig for the rest of the game. The sun has reached its highest point. You approach the next weird tower, wondering what you'll find this time. You step in the room and then recoil. The floor crawls with bugs. Rather, not crawling. The bugs are all standing in neat, orderly rows. You look over them. Small bugs, cockroaches, earwigs fill the gaps between larger bugs. Things about the size of goats that otherwise look like lynch bugs. Beyond basic breathing and antenna twitching, none of them are moving. They appear to be waiting for something. Goat-sized bugs, no problem. What could they be waiting for? Depression. Light. Danger. Flotation. Electricity. All these options and more. Strength. Or explosions. I don't really like any of these options. What would the bugs be waiting for? Rows and rows of them. Standing at rapt attention. In my mind, I would say, can they fly? If not, I'm gonna hover. Shin. You rise gently into the air. You float across the tower safely out of reach of the bugs on the floor. Well, that doesn't really help me, even though I got through just fine. I need to learn what the bugs were there for, and how to counter the spell that's affecting them. So, I didn't really learn anything, but I did make it safely. You make your way across a stone walkway, arching high into the air above swirling waters that pool below, till you reach the next curious tower. Your weight returns, and you settle back to the ground. The tower is barred with a solid wooden door. You knock. There is no reply, but you hear a faint roaring sound. The door is not locked, but it is heavy, as though a tremendous force was pulling it closed. You open it an inch, and the door slams itself shut once more. Sure, let's go in. You open the door and slip through the gap, but as soon as you're inside, a powerful crosswind grabs you, hurling you through... No! The wind flings you across the space and out through the flapping door on the other side. As you fly through the space, you spy something in the center, but you're too busy falling this way and that to see what it is. I bet I lost something from my pack. The wind fades and you pick yourself to your feet. You stand outside a tower, path snaking this way and that. Overhead to the west, a high walkway flies overhead. Did I lose anything? Would it have told me if I lost something from my pack? I can't just look through and find. Well, these last two rooms kind of not helping at all. The sun begins to lower and the air begins to cool. What is this place? Why was it built? There is a squat, fetid stone room. This is a squat. Okay. But in the center, something is moving. Who's there? You demand. The creature, whatever it is, hisses in reply. Its form coils this way and that about the chamber. You step closer to the creature. With a loud hissing and snorting noise, it rises up to its full height. It is a foul, many-faced hydra. Look at these faces. We got a crazy, wide-eye, witchy character, a snake, and puffin' cheeks guy. Look at it, wait to see what it does. Cast a spell. What magic did I dissolve as well? I don't remember. We'll have to try that again. Maybe speak all languages? Would be nice. Do we have a speak all languages? Turn to stone. I don't think this is a Medusa. Can zap. Can hot immediately. Zap. Everything's very offensive based. It seems like a fight is incoming. So, not a lot of options. Look at it, wait to see what it does. Is that looks like it could be a Medusa. Huge, crazy eyes. Please don't turn me into stone and kill me. You look over the serpent, its faces are varied. Though all are foul, they seem to fight for dominance over the body. Greetings, creature. You begin. The creature spits, its face is snapping and hissing, but it seems it cannot talk. Are you sure we don't have like a speak languages? It would be yap or rap, right? No, there is no yap or rap. Okay. What spell might this be? There's like a shield on the wall. It's a Hydra. Is there like a S? Is there like a snake? I don't know if that's a snake. Were there any S's? There are no S's. Spin the wheel. Is there anything not offensive that's also not turned into stone? Wait to see what it does. You wait, holding your place on the floor, but the creature does not advance. It simply moves its head this way and that. Try whispering, "Hail Hydra." Maybe I should store some of its magic. I don't know what it is. Walk around the creature. Is that just too easy? Moving cautiously, you sidle around the creature, heading for the far door. It snaps at you but does not approach. You reach the far door without incident. This is so weird. The last 3 towers I've been in, I have not solved. This one I floated over bugs. This one I got whipped by a wind. And this one I just walked around the monster. I don't get it. All for this. You hurry over another walkway higher in the air than you'd expected toward the next tower. The sun begins to dip. Powerful light spills from the doorway. Even from here, it is overwhelming. Your eyes begin to water and run. You take another few steps forward. The skin on your face and hands is beginning to burn. Whatever, just kill me. Fighting the light is like walking into a strong wind. A pounding is growing inside your head. The heat is overwhelming, but suddenly you feel a hint of starlight. Violence is not always the answer, I guess. So blinding light usually means dim. Nap? Counters God. I don't think God would be burning our skin. Cause speed? I don't know if that would help. Oh, there's summon darkness. Counter sun. This has gotta be it, right? Fog! You spin the constellations as billows of black smoke emerge quickly from under your cloak. The light that fills the room dims and goes out, but you cannot see anything. So it wasn't sun. You move forward in the dark, arms outstretched in case you crash into anything. I thought I was allowed to see in fog. Wasn't that the whole point of fog? The spell may only be cast in a closed room. Once cast, the room turns pitch black in the eyes of all but the caster. Even though torches and candles may still be burning, therefore nearby creatures will be blinded. I should still be able to see. You edge further forwards. I'm gonna fall into a pit or something stupid. You blunder and feel your way through the dark, shadow shapes dancing before your eyes. Then, a moment later, you are outside. The light from the tower at the meeting of many ways is large glass dome that sparkles with almost blinding vigor of the reflected sunlight. There does not appear to be any way in or out. What? The last 4 towers in a row have been very strange. Let's get another free vision. You reach out and touch the orb and find yourself elsewhere. You are sitting cross-legged in a tent. Outside, you hear the clout of staff on staff mixing with the laughing of children. A figure sits behind you, strong hands massaging your shoulders. You never told me, a rich, warm voice murmurs in your ear. What was the price you told me of all those years ago? What price? Have you forgotten? Asks the voice. Things are beginning to slip, aren't they, my love? The truth of the words lands heavy on your heart. You look down at your hands. Bones rise from the skin like struts below a stretched tent skin. You are suddenly old. You succeeded. Every child knows that, but you told me there was a price. I feared you would die young, but you did not. So what was it? As the voice speaks, the knowledge of what it asks rises into your mind. You shake your head, just a fraction. Better you do not know, you say. The fingers paused, begin to knead your shoulders once more. Very well, it agrees. Perhaps you could write it down, and I will discover it after your death. No, you think. After my death, all this will be undone. You shake yourself, and you are back outside the glass dome once more. You pause to peer into the depth of the orb. 1,000 shapes dance within. Let's touch it again. You reach out and touch the orb, but only see what you saw before. Fair enough. And the counter to far, I've forgotten already. As you do. Is dop. Which I don't really want to counter. Let's just go can I go the other way? Yeah, we can just move on, right? What was with this brilliantly shining tower that hurt me? How are we going to get out of here on 6 stamina, by the way? I'm going to say, give me a little fox healing before we continue. Pray to the fox. We've already passed through every tower in the game in some capacity. Let's just go in. A warm breeze tickles your face as you approach the heavy inner door. A quiet groaning comes through the other side. Oh, this is the, holy water room, right? This is the skeletal body room with the skeleton, Let's just try and go a different way. What happened? He whispers. Why am I here? Who are you? I am. The skeleton's thin voice shivers away to silence. He looks up at the dark shape that hangs overhead. Eilman, is that truly you? Walk up to the altar. You step toward the altar, but the animated skeleton moves to block your way, loosely gripping a rusty sword. You cannot touch the holy place, he whispers. It is for the holy ones alone. Do you really remember and guess which spells the magical encounters are based on? It's written down in your spell book, and it's written down when you found out when you highlight the spell, so you don't have to memorize it. Once you discover a counter, it is remembered. In this case, though, last time we came through, we slowed him down. Not dud. Yeah. Dodge? Yes, cause slowness. Dodge. You can easily dodge the skeleton now. Slipping past it, you walk to the altar. Now, I think I already have some holy water. We found the glyph. We've seen that before. We look up at the head. We've done all this previously, if you're wondering why I'm skipping. And we want to collect some dripping water. You unstop one of your empty vials and hold it out. Holy water. Okay, time out. Show me. 6 measures of holy water. Oh! Okay, so, I don't feel so bad about wasting that holy water that we did on the other side. That's a lot of holy water right there. I'm pretty happy to drink some of that. Although the idea is revolting, you raise the vial to your lips and sip. The effect is rich, even though you feel like vomiting. It strengthens you. We've collected holy water from this altar twice. Apparently 3 portions per time through this. So that was well worth the effort. And we climbed up here and struck down the head before. But I don't remember... Is there anything else to do? We just struck it down, water spills from it, and that's that. We just leave. Stop the infinity holy water and get out of here. All right, so we're having to like double back through some of these, but it should be pretty quick. The floor is covered with gold. We just move on. It's an illusion. Easy peasy. I wonder if drinking holy water counts as eating. We've eaten today anyway, so if we get the chance to sleep, it's going to be fantastic. Oh, this is the Chamber of Sadness. So put on your wig, chat. I like that it remembers the wig. All right, let's go. And once free on the other... I wonder what these 4 towers' actual solution is. I feel bad that I don't know. It's nighttime now for how long? Just now nighttime. Okay, fantastic. So we should have the opportunity to go. The spell on this chamber has gone. We've already canceled it. Fantastic. Let's get out of here. All right. You know what that means, though, chat? You know what that means? It means we have, for all intents and purposes, looked in every tower inside the college. Which is exciting because now we can do other stuff. Namely, I'm going to sleep and recover a little bit more stamina. And I think we'll get here in time. Rest here? No. No, no, no. Rest by the fire. This has been our go-to sleep spot every day. Look at the people. A small fire burns in a dugout pit. They sit around chatting over a bubbling stew. You look them over. They are poor and half-starved. I think if we just go talk to them, we can eat some of the food safely. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. And this is the woman that doesn't really like us very much. See, they're the treasure hunters. We've already had this conversation, Annalander. Enough talking. You get to your... No, I don't want to get to my feet. I want to sleep here. Haven't we... Maybe it's here. I'm very confused. I thought that we could sleep here. What? Yeah, I've slept here every single time. I don't want to rest here. I want to rest by the fire. Enough talking. I need to sleep in the cursed alley. Explore the alleys, cast a spell, charge at the scavengers. What is all this? Can I cast nap on myself? It is pointless to explore until morning. Yeah, I know, but didn't I have a note? Whatever, I guess I'll sleep, like, over here. It's way too close to morning. Isn't there an inn right there, too? There is an inn right there. But that's gonna cost money! And it's almost morning again! I can't believe the game has done this to me. There's the tavern appears to be closed. Oh, I hate you. Oh, here it comes. Here comes my stamina. I can't believe you've done this. The tavern's closed! Here it comes. Don't do it to me. Laying your pack down, you try to rest. At least you have eaten once today. Close my eyes. You get comfortable and rest. I think I did it at the last possible second. Woo, okay. No harm, no foul. You lost 8 gold. Woo-hoo. You open your eyes to see guards this way and that. You leap to your feet, quick in alarm. Okay, and we're back. 2 extra stamina gain. That was very close to being a travesty of epic proportions. So, I'm tempted to just buy a meal from this local spot. We could go up to the tavern, eat and drink there. We could follow the alley. We only went up to this building one time. Maybe we should try going again. I think I lost my note. Didn't we fall in the water and lose perishable stuff? Usually that includes notes. Cast a spell, explore the alleys. We had a note previously that instructed us which way to go. Trusting to luck? We must have lost the note when we got into the water. We went right last time, now we'll go left. Your instinct suggests the left road. You must be surely reaching the edge of the alleys. You have walked a considerable distance. To your surprise, the alleyway emerges suddenly into the crossroads with the fire pit where you started. Let's try again. One more time. I think we went right last time. You begin to develop the sense there is more land here than could possibly fit. The buildings are empty, their shutters hanging loose. Is anyone there? You cry out. Your words echo down the tight alleys, coming back after a minute or two from another direction. There is no response. The alleys all look the same, but you finally find... Remember this house, guys, from like a stream or two ago? This is most definitely a house. Is this the place that causes the disturbance in this area? And this time I'm not going to be so nice. The front door is hanging ajar. There are no sounds coming from within. Hello? There is no response. You walk inside. This place is clearly not abandoned. I'm going upstairs and I'm going to find out what's in that box. I'm sorry, old lady, but I need whatever you've got more than you do. Demon Hunter, what's up? Just ate chicken wings. What is your favorite chicken wing sauce or flavor? I don't know. I don't mind a good buffalo wing. Just a regular buffalo wing. Hopefully with some homemade sauce. Don't give me any of that, just default hot sauce coming from a, like, I could buy at a Walmart. Needs to be store made. Yeah, just some buffalo wings with blue cheese. Pretty default, but it's great. Barbecue's all right. Just don't even take me to Buffalo Wild Wings. I just don't want to go. Save your money. I'll eat there if I have to. But I can't tell you any of the flavors they have there. All right, I'm going to look at the box. It's locked but rattles when you shake it. You turn the box in your hands only to hear the door opening downstairs. A muffled woman's voice comes from below. Forgot to lock it again. Those children! You hear her moving around the front hall, humming to herself. I don't want to accidentally end up killing this lady. But I'm going to wait for a moment. You wait, tense. You hear footsteps on the stairs and the woman's head pops into view. Her eyes widen. Who are you? She demands. What is a monk doing robbing my house? You hold up your hands, calling for peace. She glares at you. Well? She demands. Look, I'm just a monk, okay? I need what's in this box. I'm robbing her. Where are your valuables? You demand, voice booming. What valuables? She snaps back. Do you think I've got any valuables? Look at me. I live in the worst house in Mampang. So, no valuables, you continue. She stares at you, then bursts out laughing. You're priceless. You're a valuable yourself. What are you doing here? How did you find this place anyways? I walk the alleys. Randomly? she puts in. This used to be a nice area, you know, but the neighborhood has really gone downhill. What happened to the alleyways? I've no idea. Something rotten. They used to be a grid. A grid! Can you imagine? You could walk home drunk in the dark. Now, if you tried that, you'd probably end up in the outer yards. But you are an odd one. What are you even doing in this part of town? Why don't your clothes fit? I am not from Mampang. I've never heard such a thing. Her eyes narrow. The world outside the wall is dead and dust. You can't be from outside. You are correct. Good, and yes, and I usually am. Now, get out of my house. You hear Molka tidying up as you leave. I want the thing in the box! I gotta smash the box. I'll be back. Next time I die, I'm coming back here. You emerge into the road once more. Alright. Alright, come on, just let me go. Waste my time elsewhere. I'm robbing you? Lol, no you're not. You know what? Let's go back to the prisoner at the pillory. There he is. I'm gonna offer to free him again. Last time I wasted my effort. I want information. Smash the lock, cast a spell. We cast all the wrong spells previously. Can I not rewind anymore? No, I cannot. But even if I could, I wouldn't save scum. Unless I died. Talk all languages. Sharpen your blade with beeswax. We've been holding that beeswax for a long time. A long time. Isn't there Minimite? There's Minimite blood inside the locks, right? Isn't that the whole thing? I remember that being the issue before. So we can't zap the lock. But we might be able to chop the lock open with a sharpened blade. So don't try and dop. Don't do anything that directly affects the lock. Well, we know we can't pull on it. We know we can't just strike it. There's only an R, D, Z, P. Those are all the letters. So let's examine the options. We have zap. Nope. So that's Z gone. R is sharpen your blade. Okay. That could be something. Dop is not it. Cause slowness. All right, I'm gonna do that. Does. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic and it affects the prisoner. You can see he's trying to ask you what you did, but is doing so very slowly. I'm making sure he doesn't escape in case this works. I want to make sure he doesn't get away. That guy's got to hold still. Slow down there, friend. I know you're going to run as soon as I open it. All right, the other options were ZDP. Cause strength. I wish I had fire water. Pep, fire water is probably somewhere in the city. So it's either pep or honey. You know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Beeswax! Using the last of your beeswax, you coat the edge of your long sword and then cast your spell. The blade flashes and glows as the metal binds itself tighter into a razor's edge. You cut the pillory itself, slicing through the wood around the lock with a whisper. The lock and chunk of wood falls to the ground. The gleam on your sword edge fades. The prisoner is free. He rubs his wrists and thanks you profusely. You follow the prisoner as he skulks down behind the wooden frame out of sight of the square. Thank you again, he hisses drowsily. I will remember this. I'm thinking you're a stranger here. No citizen of the fortress would show such kindness. I can tell you what I know of this place. Good. This was a good plan. Can you tell me anything about the Archmage? He shakes his head. Not much, I'm afraid. I know he's planning something grand, something beside his looming war, but beyond that is all rumors. Few in the fortress ever meet him, you understand. He just said he doesn't know what the grand plan is. How do I get to him? Just what are you planning? Then he lifts a half hand. No, never mind. I would rather not know. You need to head deeper into the fortress, that is certain. The most direct route is the northern road over by the barracks, but there are other ways. What other ways? The back alleys would take you there eventually, though you would need a guide to navigate it. Otherwise, I hear there is a shortcut to get onto the wall around here. That way you could simply walk around most of the guards. His eyelids are falling, and it is clear he cannot concentrate. He is barely awake at this point. I appreciate this, but I must flee, he says. As soon as they notice I'm gone, I will be hunted. Farewell. Good luck to you. He nods at that, then stumbles away down the alley. You could head out into the square or cut across to the guarded road that leads uphill. All right, big information there. A guide through the alleys is a secret entrance to the fortress, the main road, and a shortcut. There's a shortcut to get onto the wall and walk around the guards. So at least 3 ways to get in. Way number 1. Way number 2. Shortcut onto the wall around here somewhere, he says. Now, there was a way to ask for a guide at the fire that one time. What to do? Well, we could try going back into the vaults. We haven't done that in forever. Do you guys feel like jumping back down into the vault? It'll be night soon. Oof. Have we eaten today? Did I eat there today? I've returned with ice cream sandwiches. You're making me hungry. Which I guess makes sense. It's already been 3.5 hours. But yeah, we're about to head up into the fortress shortly. I want to find the shortcut. I kind of want to go back to the secret underground. Let's look at our clues again. Library door. I haven't seen a library. Holy water's the key to the tower. The sands of death flow in the inner college. I don't know why that's a clue. We have not encountered the torture master or most of the other stuff. I don't want to sleep in here without a guard uniform. Does anybody remember if I've eaten in-game today? I don't think I have. I think I went straight from the fire up the alleys. Or did I eat sitting around the fire with them? I wish I had. I don't think I did, though. Alright, so we will just buy more food. Put this 254 gold to use. Dish of the day. I like how he has a different food every single time. A mysterious cake for 7 gold. It's getting cheaper. You pay taking your food to the table. The food is fine. Best food yet. The food is fine. Okay, then. Did we sleep here before? I think we did, but now I can't. Where am I allowed to sleep? I can't. I was sleep. It's being very picky about where I can and can't sleep now. Charging at the scavengers seems like such a bad idea. Why is that always an option? A lane leads off. You better sleep. Yeah, I know I better sleep. There's no. Where do you want me to sleep? Oh my god, it's gonna be morning. I've slept there every time. It's too late. It's morning now. Good morning. It's me. One of these rooms, we've been in here before if you're wondering why I'm not reading. One of these rooms I think we can sleep in. I'm gonna sleep in here. In the small side room. I can't. Open a sealed crate. They're nailed shut. You pry off the lid. Stacks of cloth, spearheads, and other miscellaneous goods. The marks indicate it originated in Corée. You open one of the large empty crates. Something big must have been shipped in this way. Well, why can't I just sleep in here? Time to get caught, I guess. You sneak to the doorway of the guard's room. She's supposed to be walking the entrance, but has fallen asleep on her stool, chin on her fist. Lock her in or search the room. You make a quick, quiet search, but don't find anything except possibly her uniform. But you could hardly take that without waking her up. You close her door and look for something to bar it closed with, but there is nothing to hand that she couldn't push aside. If you are to prevent her from covering the entrance, you'll have to do it in a more permanent way. It's gonna be morning now. It's morning now. Oh! You've been awake all night and are weaker for it. Yeah, I wonder why. Could it be because I'm not allowed to sleep in any of the places I've been sleeping in for the rest of the game? It could have something to do with that. Just give me some fox healing and let me go. You close your eyes in prayer to the fox. Yes, I do. You know why? Because the fox is my dude. I wonder what happens if I go back and talk to that one merchant. You know what? Forget that merchant. I'm going back. Whoops. Psych. Going back into the chambers below. Chat is in re mode. I'm in re mode. There's a pile of wood. We never did figure out what was in the pile of wood. You discover bare flat. This is like a Slay the Spire thing. You move a large, rough-edged piece of wood and are rewarded by a splinter in your finger. A moment later, you start to feel dizzy. You raise your hands and see some black splotches that covered the wood spreading across your palms. Is this the thing from earlier? Look in my pack for a cure. You find nothing more than the snakebite antidote. The blotches have spread up your arms and across your body and back. You feel your breath coming in short gasps. Your hands grow numb. They are rotting from the inside. Slowly, the feeling begins to return to your hands. You get up, the blotches have not gone. You feel a strange emptiness in your hands, as though something was missing from your nerves. You lift your arms to gather the starlight, and you find nothing. It's not that there's no magic here. The disease has taken away your spell-casting ability. No problem. I feel like I'm getting beat up right now. I'm starting to get like anxiety because I can't find a place to sleep. I stick my fingers in some splinters and I lost all spell casting abilities. I can't do the thing that I want to do and I'm freaking out a little bit. All right, we've been in here before. Nylock, hello Nylock. Steal something, that's not gonna work. You regard the traitor for a moment. She leans over a ledger. To say she is not showing her visitor much respect would be an understatement. Interrupt them. You waltz up to the counter, brushing past the traveler. Are you Nylock? You ask. The traveler grabs you by the shoulder and spins you around. Wait your turn! Something about the man seems familiar. It's Vic, for First Noble. You! The man gasps. Indeed, you reply. I saw you in the darkness. The man murmurs, when the gate opened and we were overrun. Vic? But of course, you must have seen sketches of my face. The man puffs his chest. Vic Seneschal, First Noble of the City Port of Thieves. In exile now, of course, and you, I think, are the Analander. You see the hatred in his eyes, hot as fire. Be silent. Analander? Nylock asks, still intent on her ledger. You don't know about the Analander. This is the foul cobbler that destroyed Carray, and he's here bent on destroying Mampang now. I shouldn't wonder. Pack your bags, Nylock. This one leaves nothing standing. No way out of Mampang anyway, says Nylock. And I do it again. He heaves with rage. You barbarian! I'll have nothing to do with you! I hope you rot in one of the Archmage's cells or get eaten by a skunk bear! He goes over to a pile of papers, still muttering to himself, and begins to sort through them. Nylock is unimpressed. Ask Nylock about her goods. She looks up. What? Oh, you're still here? I want to buy something. Good for you, she glowers. You browse around her stock. Buy some provisions for 8 gold. How many provisions do I get for 8 gold, you ask? How many? She replies. You get a meal. Take it or leave it. Casually, you hand over the money. She makes a mark in her ledger. You sell some strange things, you observe. Buy 4 blood candles for 7 gold. May as well. Gutsy, Nylock says as she takes your money. They're just candles, Vic observes. Vic watches you with jealous interest. Why do you say that, you demand. But Nylock refuses to elaborate. Ignore her, Vic says. These Mampangians. The trader smiles icily, perhaps hoping you'll buy some more, perhaps hoping you'll leave. That's enough. Nylock shrugs. I have some questions. Good for you, she responds, picking her teeth. What can you tell me about the Archmage? He employs me. Do you know anything about the crown? The what? The Crown of Kings, you say. She underlines something. Never heard of it. I heard a rumor the Archmage was long dead. She shrugs. All right, he's probably dead. But I didn't say that. I just handle the trading. You've never seen the Archmage, then? No, but the guards talk about him often enough, always talking him up. She pauses to scratch. Now, she says, do you want anything else? I'm leaving, you assure her. Splendid. Vic salutes you. Be seeing you, he grumbles. I'm not gonna light the candles, I just bought them because, I don't know. May as well. I wonder if I drink from the fountain if it's gonna kill me. The water from the fountain plays merrily over several stone statues set into the center of the bowl. Because when you go in this room, it's a trap room. So I feel like drinking from the fountain probably is all... This whole place is a trap. I feel like this entire area is a trap, actually. But how do I get my spell casting ability back? That's the big question right now. Do I have to commit suicide to get spell casting back? I don't understand. I only have a snakebite antidote. How do I see my current ailment? We do not have any blimberries. We do have holy water, and that's kind of it. Doc would be with blimberries. I wonder. Got an idea. I mean, I do have all this money, after all. What if we go to the market? I swear somebody's selling blimberry up here for, like, 18. So let's try it and see if we can't cast a nice cure. I believe it's at the stalls somewhere. The peddler. And this is the guy that has blimberry, and he's like, you seen any blimberry around here? 18 gold. I remembered the number. There it is. Go ahead. You hand over some gold. Did we already buy glue? Do we have glue? Yeah, we have one whole vial of glue, chat. We're down to 214 gold, though. Getting a little scared. You know, my coffers are running dry. So when am I going to get a chance to cast Doc again, I wonder? I don't know, because I want to go down here, but I need to be able to cast spells to go down there. So what do? A strange moan issues from somewhere below. Eat some food. Didn't we already eat food today? Or did we eat food before we slept? I lose track very easily. I mean, we definitely should not go down there yet. What if we just go, let's go back, let's go back outside. Because I think it's almost nighttime. We'll head to the fire. I think there's a way to cast spells over here. Explore the alley or follow the road. Guards are walking around. Look at this square. Look at the flagstones. I'm just looking for a place. I'm looking for an easy place to sleep. Okay, now it's officially nighttime. I mean, I guess I swear I already ate today. Today the food is chicken soup. The broth looks thin and the chef's mood is black, so he's not, like, in a great mood right now. He's got, like, that, you know that anime expression where their whole face is, like, lined? With just, like, straight lines right down their face? That's what I imagine. I need to figure out where I can cast a spell. The chef shrugs. There's usually more than one place to cast Doc. And there's usually more than one place to sleep, and yet here we are. They don't want me to sleep there anymore. I don't know why. They just don't like the idea of it. Where did I sleep last time? I didn't, right? That was the problem. One time I slept in the market stall and someone comes and kicks you. Sleep against the statue in the middle of the square. That's like #1 way to get arrested, right? What time is it? Maybe I just sleep against the statue. I think I just sleep against the statue. I don't... You curl up against the base, and I'm sleeping against the statue that specifically is here in the shape of the Archmage. Just eat your ration that you just bought. Taking the last of your cheese and bread, you close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. The night is kept busy with visions, mocking laughter rings in your ears. You lost 33 gold. The Archmage is aware of you. No new clues. How do we wake up? Surprisingly well. Okay, well, stamina-wise, we're doing fantastic. Stamina-wise, we're doing great. Everything else, not so much. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? We're just gonna head on in. We're just gonna go on in. I think there's ways to cast spells below. Hold on. Yeah. You can't, yeah, I can't cast Doc because I can't cast spells. So I can't cure myself with Doc because I can't even cast a spell in the first place. Clive says, I'll burn it again, 10 out of 10. Oh, when I was talking to Vic. Yeah, thank you for the 500 bits, dude. Much appreciated. All right, option one. Option one is drink Blimberry, drink a measure of holy water, and see if that does it. Drinking holy water seems wasteful, but you quickly feel much better. Chad, I don't think that did it. Just a hunch. Is there a doctor in town somewhere? You kick the door off its hinges. Uh-huh, and goes downward. Poke yourself with another splinter to cure it. Well, we're at like 27 stamina. I would be able to withstand pretty much anything. But I can't cast any spells at all. So I don't know what to do. except die. So we may as well just go in. You stride into the underground room to be stopped short by a chaotic scene. Inside the cramped chamber are more than a dozen grotesque creatures clambering all over each other. And we will handle them in just a moment. I'm going to have to use my words to get out of every situation. I don't know what to do. I mean, if we walk in here, we can just die and lose 1 stamina. It's not that big of a deal. If we die, we die, right? No big deal. Okay, I'm going to go get some food. I'm just going to get like a snack. It's been like 4 hours. It's a good time to grab a beverage and a snack, in my opinion. And then push through the other half of the content for today. I'm happy, though, that we've already done the inner college to completion. Now we just gotta head into the actual keep itself proper for the rest. I want to do the secret at the end of this, though, first. Can you guys hear that? What is that noise? Is that a dog? Are you paying rapt attention to when I say I'm gonna be right back? Yeah, I know. Yes, it's so terrible. I know. Alright, chat. I will take care of this pup and then be back in just like 5 minutes or so, alright? Thanks for your patience. Be returning to you momentarily. He's got a lot to say. Yeah. Hi. We have a new drink to test. I'm curious. This is Monster Juice Pacific Punch Edition. I want you to know I bought this album because of this stream. Awesome Manu Curry. Hope you enjoy it. There was a cookie crumb on top because I was balancing a cookie on this. There we go. It is a great album. These songs are straight from it. Pretty good. This is good. I like this one. Pacific Punch. Ugh. Yeah, that's pretty top tier. That's not bad. Quote unquote juice, aka sugar. Mostly sugar. But if I'm gonna drink like 50 grams of sugar in one go, it may as well taste this good. You know what I mean? But also, I need my energy. I'm gonna need it. Because I'm about to deal with 27 stamina. 27 stamina of the dungeons and no magic, and I don't know how to cure my no magic, so I wonder if somebody in the game could tell me how to do that, because there's a couple of interesting characters that might be able to help me. Maybe Shadrach would have helped me if I go back to the one tent, but too late, we're already here. So let's just say hi to the creatures. You step forward to greet one of the creatures, and you notice her tongue is snaking out of her mouth and coiling twice around her neck. "Who are you?" she asks. "Are you looking for the vault?" Oh, this is where we did the three-headed monster joke. I don't have that audio file anymore, unfortunately. If you don't have magic in real life, it's not so bad. Well, my options are not great. What is the vault? Threaten them, run across, or retreat? What is the vault, you ask? You must be looking for the vault. No one comes down here. The other mutants lumber toward you. A few more circle around as though trying to approach you sideways. And what is in the vault, you ask? But it is clear the creatures do not know. Most likely they have never in their lives left this room. They carry things in and out, replies the long-tongued goblin, and that is all we know. Did anyone bring a crown, you ask? The creatures merely shuffle and murmur. What happened to you? The long-tongued goblin is silent. Another steps forward. One with small mouths in place of eyes. All three mouths speak at once with jarring harmony. We exist at the Archmage's pleasure. We are his little toys. They say he searches for the secrets of life itself. That's the quote. I wish I had that file still. May I pass through? She considers this. And explore the vaults? Another pipes up thin and reedy. The vaults are guarded, it shrieks. Guarded by traps and beasts. And the word, adds the long-tongued one. What is the word for the vaults? To your surprise, the long-tongued goblin replies, but it is a messy slur of syllables and you cannot make it out. The other mutants nod vigorously, however. Tell me again. Alakshlamaratanala, replies the goblin, or something to that effect. You guys gonna remember that? Alakshlamaratanala. Okay, we got it. Threaten them, probably bad. Retreat, I want to go forward. If I offer them something, I'm pretty sure that I have to fight them for some reason. You open up your pouch, showing them your hefty supply of gold. but the long-tongued goblin laughs. Gold? Can you eat gold? Does it help you to walk or smile or laugh? Then what do you want? You ask. Nothing you can give, the mutant replies. You cannot remake what has been made. Retreat. You take a step back. I will go. You turn to leave with the click of teeth at your back. So is really the only way to threaten them? You can hear mutants snuffling and honking behind this. What kind of noises are they making in there? You return to the room of the mutants. It's hard to see clearly through the creatures, but there seems to be a door on the far side. Should I try just running for the door? I want to just ask them to pass, but they won't let me. You step forward to greet one. Clearly a spokesmutant, the long-tongued goblin thing, oozes forward. You again, she spits. Still looking for the vault. What is the vault, by the way? Just wondering. You think I should just run for it, chat? I don't know what to do. You dash across the room, leaping over a mutant who has a small mouth. But tugging at the door, you find it does not open. As you struggle with the lock, the mutant speaks. You will not leave so easily. And here's your champion again. Here is the champion again. Well, we're in a 27 stamina fist fight, as you do. He knocks our blade aside. That's what he does. All right, we learned our lesson last time, right? 0 incoming. Probably. Didn't I like block last time and it really failed? We have full stamina. It's like a 10 as my max power though. I ordered deep dish pizza and cheese bread. Clive, I'm gonna eat some stuffed crust cheese pizza tomorrow. Chat is now in Clive only mode. Thank you, Clive. I'm back with popcorn. Oh, baby. I'm gonna start. We have 27 stamina. I'm gonna start risky. Right around the halfway point. He blocked last time. I swear to you, he blocked last time. I think the computer cheats. It waits until I lock in my number, and then it picks its number based on what I pick. You are sent flying backward into a wall. Is this what you want? Now you're gonna block? Okay. You see it is now holding back. Oh, you're holding back, huh? Hold back this. I can only do 1 damage at a time, even when it doesn't block. You strike again, moving quickly. You go straight, lunge for its temple. The mutant champion turns away, confused where you are. Perhaps it cannot see past its own brow. It steps backward, putting space between you. That's a definite 3.5. That's a definite 3.5. That's a -1 3.5 right there. You lunge forward again. Moving efficiently, you thrust for the chest as the mutant champion swings for your head. You duck, swing, and land your blow with a crunch. Do you think he's gonna do higher than a 6.8, chat? What are the odds? That's a -2 right there. You strike again, readying a forceful blow. You hurtle forward. The mutant champion is wide open. It moves away toward the other corner. Okay, you got me. You got me once. You attempt a defensive strike, hoping to catch the mutant champion off guard, but it grabs you and knees you in the midriff, knocking the wind from your chest. To be fair, that's the same as if I blocked. He pauses to grunt at its fellow kind. What does that mean? What does grunt at fellow kind mean? Moving swiftly, you aim a simple heavy punch for the throat. He tries to dodge. He crashes into the walls of the chamber. A gasp goes up from the mutants. They are spurring on the champion. Spur him on into my 6.9. You lunge again, preparing a heavy swing. You charge for your opponent, meeting in a mighty clash, but you force its fists aside. The mutant champion retreats. Is it afraid? That's a 0.1. That's a 0.1 victory. You strike again. Moving quickly, you go for the midriff as the mutant champion stomps and batters the ground. He grunts with frustration and turns around twice and hits the floor. For a moment, you think it might even stay down. But shaking its stupid head, it picks itself up and puts space between you. I'm going all in. Because I knew you weren't. All right, can I do this one more time? You lunge forward again. Moving efficiently, you thrust a straight lunge for its temple, and it swings like a threshing machine. It batters at its broad, rippling head and bellows. Kid, does it have more than a 5'8"? No, it does not. You strike again. Moving swiftly, aiming for the chest, the champion staggers back, gasping, its face a mess of blood and bruise. Summoning the last ounce of strength in your arms, you ready a final knockout punch that sends it tumbling back to the floor. 3 stamina lost, brilliant boxing. The other mutants back away as you snatch up your longsword. The long-tongued goblin rubs her hands with worry. Who will protect us now? What will we do without a champion? They cluster around each other, fearing you will turn on them next. Last time I scared them. Leave this place. Is that the same as scare them? I already scared them the first time through. Leave this place, you reply passionately. Do not live in hiding. Rise up, mutants! But the mutants click their tongues and shake their heads. No, 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 we do not like the light. I don't like it at all. You leave them to their fretting. Rise up, mutants. Slamming the door behind you, you jog down a short hallway. The walls echo with the sound of the mutants pounding at the door, but it does not open. At the far end of the corridor is another door. This is the mucolytic door. I don't know how to get out of here quickly, we just have to go. This is the oil smell. Slowly the lumbering mucolytic emerges once more, edging toward you and whispering. I don't think killing it is the right way. I don't remember how we dealt with this. You lean in to hear the creature's message. It inches near. It exhales. A poison cloud in... Is this RNG? Last time we had like 6 different prompts. You've been poisoned by a mucolytic. As your body grows cold, you dimly sense the mold in your body dripping away. The power of spellcasting returns to your veins, almost too late. I think I stepped back last time. Looks like I can cast spells now that my disease is gone. Whoops. I accidentally rewound to the monk table? Huh. How about that? That's so strange. What? Oh my god, something has possessed me. A spirit has taken over my body. Look, we need more money for food, okay? I need food money. Oh, come on. Who would call 2 4s? Cheater. Absolute cheater. The monks are... No one calls 2 4s. Two 1s. Don't bid 3 1s. 2 2s. I gotta call that. There were 3 1s. We're only playing for 10 gold, chat. We're only playing for 10. All right, I'll win it all back. 1 4. 2 2s. I guess. That's all I got. It's literally the only one. You don't have a 1 2. You had a pair of 1s. Okay. The monk wins the game. That was a fine match. Let's increase the stake a little. 100 more. 110 gold. Brothers, gather round. We will play for a serious sum. 110 gold pieces. A few monks gather to join the game, contributing funds to help their comrade with his stake. Now we play. That's a good opening hand right there. That's a good opening hand right there. He's got to have the 4. He's got to have the 4. I have 2 4s. I just got to go straight for the throat. He didn't lie about that 4. Do we both have 2 4s? Oh, God. How does this happen to me? I have to call that. You can't not call it. He believed me. He had the 4. Okay, all right. We're in the driver's seat. All I gotta do is win 2 more times. I got a 1, a 2, and a 3. What information do I want him to know? I can't bid 4, because if he bids 2 1s, 2 2s, or 2 3s, he's right. If I bid something too high, he'll also, I think I lose this round because of my roll I lose. If I bid 2 4s, he'll call. If I bid 2 1s, he's going to bid 2 2s or 2 3s. I think I just bid 2 2s. Because he can bid 2 3s or 2 4s, but then what do I bid? I just have to hope he bids 2 4s. If he calls this and doesn't have a 3, there's like 45% chance or whatever we did the math last time that he has, out of those 2 dice, rolled a 3. Do I want to take those odds? If I... What a bad hand. What just a bad hand? I think we just have to close off the door. 2 3s. Both your dice are 4s. That's exactly what I was trying to bait him into betting. As the other 3. There it is. I was right. What a good gamble that was, if I might say so myself. All right, 1 2. 1 2. All I gotta do is bid 2 1s, and I win. 2 2s. Incorrect. Sorry. Physically impossible. The game is yours. I've done it. I won my money back, and an extra 100. A most excellent game. The monk seems pleased to have lost. I must now go and do penance. He thanks you again. No one else will play you, so you get up. Guess what, chat? I was leaving anyway. You don't have to believe me, but I got 314 gold, and I'm gone. I'm out of here. And cleaned out the monastery. See? That was fast. I told you I was here just to earn some money. And I got it. I got 314 now. You need to rest? What time is it? Is the market closed? Yep, shuttered up. If I sleep in a stall, I get hit in the head. Last time I slept at the statue, it actually worked out for me. Aren't there, like, the bad guys here? We slept in the center before. How much time? I'm afraid I feel like last couple times I went through here, we didn't have a chance to sleep. I don't know. Yeah, it's these chumps again. Bless them and move on. Here's the fire. This is the last stop before sun. Spend the night by the fire. Bingo. Do not drink the Blimberry potion. Okay, you may have died, but at least you're asleep. You lose 1 maximum stamina, gain 100 gold. Stop sucking at the game. You just lost like 2 max stamina for no reason. Okay. Well, the good news is I have magic again. And we're gonna use it. Oh, you know what I said? Remember what I said last time? This is what I said last time. I'm going to the house. I'm going back to that house. Go right. You emerge back in the fire pit. That's fine. I'm gonna go rob that lady again. This time better. Come on, you can do it. Search the alleys, but better this time. Look around. There's a house. Single building. Approach the house. Curious you approach this building. Going in. I'm going in, chat. Dude, I thought it said kick down door at first. No one comes to greet you. Chat is now in epi only mode. You could pay the Archmage to give you the crown. 300 gold later. Ugh. I'm going in. And I'm gonna smash the box. There are more flowers here. Examine the small box. Break it. No! The button! The button, like, look at this! Pixels! That guy was off by 1 pixel. Oh my god. Open the trunks. Look under the bed. Nothing but dust. Take the box. You snatch up the box. Why wasn't that an option before? Watch this. You guys want to see something crazy? Yes! A filmy light extends from your jewel, surrounding your body. You use your invisibility to watch the woman as she moves around in the house. She seems perfectly ordinary. Now invisible, you slip into the hall, past the confused woman, and out the front door. Great success. We use our new ring to get out of here. Hold on. No, I needed to go back. She has a note on the kitchen counter that tells you how to get to this thing. We'll have to come back here. We're definitely gonna die again. But we have the box now, for what that's worth. I don't know what that's worth. There's gonna be a part 3 to this. Alright, we are now no longer invisible. I'm going back inside. I'm going in the vault, chat. Again. I'm not gonna get killed by the mucolytic as easily this time. It really shouldn't have been that easy last time, to be fair. Let me through. Do I have to fight that dude again? There's gotta be an easier way. You can also set this on fire. I don't really understand why. Squatting down with your tinderbox, you land a spark on a piece of wood. It bursts into flames. It releases gusts of choking black smoke. Breathe deeply. No, that seems like a bad thing. Walk away. Look at the far door. Kick it down. And go through the door. Okay. I'm burning down the entire building. I tried to do this before and it didn't really work in my favor. Now, the mutants are down here. They're gonna make me fight their dude no matter what, so we may as well go inside. I've tried to handle this the nice way. I don't know how to be any nicer than I already have been to this troop of monsters. Greet the creatures. Hi, you don't remember me. Look, I'm gonna have to threaten you. Run away, back away, you foul mutants. The creature's pause, eyeing your weapon. We have weapons too. Oh, do you? I have spells. Do you have those kind of weapons? Professor Dirk says, got back from my sister's wedding expecting RimWorld, but the Sorcery podcast is pretty good. We're finishing the game tonight, Professor Dirk. This is the last one ever, so savor it. I'm trying to like clean up a couple of the secrets that I am most curious about, such as the vault. I don't know if we'll even be able to solve it. If I don't solve it this time, I'm gonna abandon it, okay? That's the plan. If I make it all the way to that final door and can't figure out how to cross the door, then we'll just go up to the tower, because I don't want to waste more time than I need to. I just really want to know why would you guard with this many traps? It's got to be something decent. Like if I die immediately, then I'll try again. If I die at the end door, then I'm not going to try again. Does that make sense? Summon replica creatures. Cause speed. Read minds doesn't really tell me anything at all. Maybe it will. Maybe it would. Sun, create light. Sun! Reaching up to the constellations above, you create the spell until the sun jewel gives off a magical white glow. Light floods the room, blinding most of the mutants. In the unfamiliar light, they see each other clearly and are horrified by it. Okay. And? They didn't know what they look like? Grab a hostage sounds worse than draw my sword. The champion squints and doggedly trudges toward you, but he's distracted by the light and troubled by the thoughts of his own condition. This will make the fight easier. The mutant knocks your blade aside. You'll have to use your fists. I'm not gonna let you do the thing you did last time again, buddy. Sorry. I don't even know what you capped out at, but I wasn't about to let that happen. They were in the dark? Were they, though? I mean, I can see them. I can see... Well, how can I see that if it's so dark, huh? It's hard to see clearly through the creatures. They're the ones that are obscuring my vision, not the darkness. Okay. The mutant champion raises spike club and roars. The surrounding crowd of mutants roar in return. This will not be a fair fight. The mutant charges straight back. You meet in heavy collision of bodies as the watching mutants are surprised. Guess what? I got another one. Okay, whoops. That was a little premature on my part. The mutant champion blocks your blow. It steps backward, putting space between you. 2-5 is probably not good enough. 2-5 ain't really that good. Yeah, it was not. That is correct. I don't know if it would have mattered. I lose one anyways. You can see the mutant champion is now holding back. Like was holding back or will hold back. You dodge the blow and the thing frowns at you stupidly. I would read this more in depth, but we've done this a couple times. Let's go for a 5. 2. A little on the heavy side there, but I didn't lose much power. Moving quickly away, you go for a straight lunge to the temple. It moves away toward the other corner. I think it's gonna go a little bigger this time. I'm gonna go up like 5, 6. All right, 4 left. The champion staggers. A gasp goes up from the mutants. Is it afraid? It should be. Got it on the ropes. Yeah, we've read all these. The champion pauses to grunt. I'm just gonna keep up the pressure. Because I think around the 4 mark, I'm in a fist fight, so I don't really lose anything. And I can just keep the pressure up and destroy it. 1 stamina loss. That's about the best case scenario. Then they cluster around, fearing that you will turn on them next. We tried to say leave this place before. Now I'm just gonna say leave them. You leave them to their fretting. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer for them is. All right. All right. If I get killed here, I'm gonna be so mad. Like, is there a spell that I should be casting? No, not tell. Illusion of worship. Cause fear. I don't know. Can a mucolytic feel fear? Create quicksand. Should I just go for the throat? If I die after casting Zap, you know how mad I'm gonna be? I think it's either fear or Zap. I'll let chat choose. Fear or Zap? The only reason I thought fear was because don't you put the mask on the back of your head? You might put it on the front, but doesn't he come behind, like stand behind you? I'm purposely abstaining. Why? Because you want me to die? 2 for fear, 3 for Zap. Fear only saves stamina if it works. Alright, Zap it is then, chat. You want a Zap? Here you go. Have a good old-fashioned classic Zap. Zap! You spin the constellations in the shape around you, winding a powerful electric force in your hand. You unleash the bolt of the mucolytic. It erupts into a cloud of blackened ash that coats the sticky oil on the floor of the room. Everything falls silent. You search, but find nothing. You are now free to move onward. I think it was worth it. I didn't want to dance around it and possibly die. So this is fine. You leave the stench of oil behind, down the stairs and into the dark. They finish in a small chamber. A narrow door leads to a wider room. The crackle of torchlight comes from within. Now we're going to take a much different path than we took last time. This chamber is ringed with torches which seem to have been burning for eternity. There's a plain wooden door across the room. There's a small bottle of potion on the middle of the floor, which I believe is a blimberry potion. We'll stash for later. Searching the room, you notice you've left oily footprints behind you. You find a single gold coin on the ground. Hey, I don't know if that's cursed or not. I'm not about to pick it up. Okay, we found the hidden door before. We listen at the wooden door, shuffling and snorting. We never went this way. I kind of want to go this way just to see what happens. You slip through the door into a long, narrow corridor. There is another door at the far end. No idea what's over here. You open the far door. A dim shape shuffles through the darkness. Not another mucolytic, surely. Entering the room, you hear an odd snuffling sound. Something is prowling around the room, snorting and snuffling. A low shape steps into the light. A roach pig. Excuse me? The roach pig sprouts sharp, ugly tusks covered all over with segmented hide, thick like armor. You've seen such creatures on your travels, but this one is smaller and tougher. Roach pig. All right, well, there's a few things you can do with the roach pig. Definitely can't use beeswax anymore. That's all gone. Sap, no. Law would be the most obvious one. Hot or how? Fireball the pig. I don't hate that. But I think non-intelligent creature would be apt. So if we have to use up all of our stamina, that's why we brought it. Law! It stumbles, and your control is soon complete. Order it to flip onto its back, revealing a soft underbelly, and promptly falls asleep in the process. Leaving nothing to chance, you skewer the sleeping roach pig. It dies quickly, with a deep, almost contented sigh. You hack into the soft underbelly of the pig, extracting a few cuts of raw meat you wrap as a cloth. It can be cooked to serve as a ration. Listen, it was a humane death, all right? It didn't feel any pain. It was fast asleep as I killed it, and now I can eat dinner. How much dinner did I possibly get, though? Where is it? Probably in rations? 2 joints! Hey, that's 2 possible meals. We just figure out how to cook them. Did we ever cook the meat we got in part 3? We did indeed, actually. The corridor turns a sharp angle. In the corner, a trickle of water passes over a clump of bright yellow mushrooms. The bright color down here is almost lurid, as though someone dropped a splash of paint. You do not recognize the kind of mushroom this is. Do we remember? Yellow was good, right? Yellow's always been good. Didn't we eat like yellow paste in the Backlands like 4 times? Do you still have Firefox? I do have Firefox fangs. That was yellow moss, but it was still yellow. I mean, color consistency here. That's still yellow. Somewhat nervously, you pick one up. Is it safe? Why would you ask me this? This is not fair. Taste it, nibble it, swallow it whole. Why are there 3 different options for what is effectively the same thing? Swallow it whole. You swallow the mushroom down and immediately feel an incredible, swelling sensation in your stomach. But it is not at all unpleasant. Indeed, you feel much better than you have for some time. There we go. I knew that was coming. Yellow Mario mushroom. I know it was going to be color consistent. Expecting an ambush, you creep into the next room. You find only silence. However, the dust on the floor is disturbed. You look down at the dust. It appears someone's been through here recently. The chamber you enter is much darker than the rest, with a low ceiling. You step forward and feel the stone shift beneath your weight. There is a click as it descends, a pressure plate. You hear a hissing noise, and an odd smell fills your nostrils. Poison gas! Oh, I forgot the poison gas. I don't think I have a spell for poison gas. Summon a goblin. Bind an enchantment. What would I be zapping here? Hover in the air. I don't know. This is what you're supposed to do, probably. Create a wind. We cannot do that because that one idiot stole my item and never gave it back. Magical protection. It would have to be a magical poisonous gas, which is kind of not likely. Other options are pray, run, search. Search is very brazen. Zen might float above the gas momentarily. I don't know. Zen always works. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, hoping to float above the gas. When you rise up, you bump your head against something metal. It is a vent, leaking gas. One solid blow from your sword bends the grill, preventing most of the gas from leaking in. It also sends you flying in the opposite direction. You nearly smack into the wall before you regain control and lower yourself down. I told you guys. Didn't I tell you? Zen is like the best spell in the game. It just is. You enter a large room. Guarding the door is a werewolf, covered in gilded patterns. I mean, attack the shoulder clasp. Does it kill the guy? I don't think it does it? Remember we attacked the shoulder clasp? Didn't the werewolf die somehow? He ran away. He was scared last time and ran away, as I recall. Because we've been through this exact scenario before. Sap made me fight him. Pep, probably for fighting as well. He's an intelligent creature, so Law doesn't do anything. And Walk is just a shield. I can't cast Zen, but it does always work. As the werewolf charges, you deftly stab at its left shoulder. It is knocked sideways, the armor flying off in the process. Rolling, the creature inside leaps to its feet, turning from beast into woman before your eyes. Her eyes betray deep fear, yet she raises her fists. Well, last time I said I mean you no harm and it didn't work. Maybe I can knock some sense into her. You raise your fist to fight the woman. She stares at you for another moment, then runs past you and through the door at your back. Alone in the chamber, you stand before the large door. It is not locked, but the ferocity of the now dead guard. What? Who? She died? Did she die off screen? Who wrote this? Dave and Dan? Did you guys write this? She died off screen? Okay. Well. You look over the large door. It's inscribed with ancient glyphs of protection, of secrets, of fear. And it blew you up last time you were here. A clanking noise echoes from somewhere nearby. You pause to listen. There is definitely something mechanical in the next room. What? I ain't going through there. No, 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 no. I know what happened last time. You just insta-die. You don't even get a chance to cast a spell. Maybe this werewolf will be more helpful. Moving with extreme caution to avoid the fine hair-like tripwires crisscross. I'm loving that I remember how to navigate rooms through death. That's amazing. I'm glad I don't have to just do that again. This is the werewolf from Carré. We didn't free this guy with shoulder clasp though. Remembering Vic's advice, you lash out with your blade and pierce the armor at its weakened shoulder joint. The clasp breaks, the armor slips off. I don't remember getting this from Vic. Anyways, the wolf's hair recedes, its back straightens, and you are left standing before a You are left standing before a man, stripped to the waist. Look at the man, I mean you no harm, fight him or cast a spell. Alright, listen, you better not run, buddy. I'm gonna slow you down right now. Do I have a D? Can I find a D? I don't want to turn to stone. He's not dead. I don't want to sharpen my blade. Law's not gonna do anything. Suspect danger or sap him. I don't want to depress him. I just want him to answer my questions. We have the same spells available. None of these seem good. The man is gasping for breath, his head reeling. He is struggling to stay upright and does not seem to know where he is. The peasant looks bewildered. I mean you no harm. Where am I? He stares at you. These are the vaults of Mampang, you tell him. He shakes his head. I never heard of such a place. What am I doing here? What happened to you? The man shrugs. I was drinking at the Bony Hen. That's all I know. He kicks the armor. What is that thing? Armor. I can't stay here, he insists. I have to go. I have to get out of here. Does he know what he is? Wait, you say, holding up a hand. Do you know what you are? What am I? He replies. What do you mean, what? You are a werewolf. A wolf! He exclaims. No, you can't be. The man shakes his head. But what do I do now? What do I do? He stares at his fingers. I can taste blood in my mouth. I don't know. There is no cure for lycanthropy. The man stares at you. But what happens when I change again? He demands. What happens to me? Someone will kill you. Lock yourself up. Get out of Mampang. Yo, I don't know. I was hoping you could help me through this last secret door. I don't think he can get out of Mampang. That's not gonna happen. Lock yourself up before the full moon, you tell him. If you are careful, you will survive. But why me? The man demands. Why me? No reason. Fate, there are worse things. Chat, 1, 2, or 3. Your choice. 32133333132333232. I see a lot of threes. That's a lot of threes. There are worse things, you tell him as you sheath your sword. Be grateful for your life. The peasant nods once and then takes off at a run. The wolf armor lies piled in a corner. You look over the armor and indeed, the shoulder clasps are poorly made, but there is nothing worth salvaging. You can press on or turn back. Yo! That's not helping. I need to get through the final door. Heavy doors block the way at either end. Is there anything even in here? You are back in the room with the skeleton. Hey! Hey! What's in the pouch? Another 5 gold pieces have appeared in the pouch, so you take them again. The skeleton draped in leathers that have begun to rot, but they must once have been dyed black. Whoever this person was, they were small. The curved daggers sit to their belt, and there is an empty pack hanging from the collarbone. A black cloth wrap sits on the face as if a mask. Examining the boots, you notice how soft the tread is. They must have been a thief. The skeleton's ribs, you notice, have been shattered by a cruel blow. Why can't I resurrect this skeleton, huh? No one knows. All I know is it's nighttime, and it's not a good time to be a vault dweller. Do we have any clues that relate to this? The inner vault requires a secret word. Yeah, I know, but am I gonna get the opportunity to use it before I explode? That's what I'm trying to figure out, huh? They told me what the secret word was supposed to be. I wonder if I can go up and talk to them again, you think? I mean, it can't hurt. I'm about to lose a bunch of stamina just from nighttime anyways. The vaults are clear right now. We may as well. The mucolytic is dead. Push the loose stone, sure. The secret door, uh-huh. Not that that really helps at all. Oh, wait, how do I go back upstairs? Yo. Yo, how do I go up there? Oh, hi. The stairs. Now what? Do I have to stay down here? I don't understand. Can I not go back up? The stairs finish in a small chamber. The crackle of torchlight comes from within. You're gonna die down here. Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? Okay. Maybe I should cast a spell? You can cast Dock here. I don't know if that does anything for us. Unlock a door. Maybe just see what Hal says. Find safe passage. You move the starlight into order around you. There was a secret door. I know there's a secret door. I've already found that. Thank you, useless Zen to float out. I think I have to go die, unfortunately. It keeps saying turn back or press through, but there's nowhere to go if you turn back. I'm confused. No idea. Oh well. We technically have not been in this hallway. Technically. And there's no reason to be in there. Alright, can't wait to lose my no sleepy stamina. Let's just go walk through the door and see if it gives us any opportunity to use the hidden word. If not, then I guess we're not smart enough to open the vaults of Mampang. Which would be a real shame. We didn't ask the right questions. The final door awaits. The inner vault, there's no way to just access the door. I'm just gonna explode when I go in there, right? Okay. Sorry, chat. I tried. I gave it my best. You steel yourself only to be blown up just as violently as before. I don't understand what you're supposed to do there. Maybe it's supposed to be a secret. Bixby? How could you do this? That's unfortunate. You know what, though? You know what? One last thing. F's in the chat, thank you. F's in the chat. All right, here we go. I got one thing we never did. The fortune teller. We never stood in this line and just waited. I'm just gonna wait. A thin creature emerges from the building. The next creature, a dwarf, enters. I'm waiting again. You continue waiting, nothing happens. I'm waiting again. You continue to wait, and the dwarf emerges. A black elf goes in next. I'm not talking to nobody. I'm just gonna wait in the Black Friday line. Go ahead, take my stamina. I don't care. A wood golem enters the building. No one leaves the queue. It's okay, I got time. A goblin goes in. I've got to be like next. There's, my turn's coming, chat. Okay, all right. Any second now. I don't even know how many people are in line. A guard enters. That's me. I mean, it could have been me. In another life. Could have been in the guard garb. A small moth child goes in. Am I gonna die of waiting? Oh, I almost clicked leave. Ooh, careful there. A rat-faced orc is next. Do you think this is just a big debate from the developers and that you never actually go in if you wait this way? How will we know unless we try? A lanky guard. How many did... Once we start seeing looping descriptions is when I'm about to push. If I start seeing, like, extra of the same... Yeah, that's a black elf. Alright, seriously, this is the last one. You keep waiting. You wait a little longer. That's a wood golem. I'm going. They're cheating. They're definitely cutting in line. You slip out of line, which closes up behind you immediately, and walk toward the door. A goblin stops you. What do you think you're doing? I want to see if it's worth waiting for. Oh, it's worth it, the goblin replies. This is my 13th time. You push the creature aside and barge into the building. To your surprise, those waiting in line give no response. You step inside the low building just as the wood golem leaves. Inside, the room appears to be empty. Then a moment later, you notice a squat, ugly figure behind the door clutching a pot. That's a nice Dr. Seuss character right there. In PJs. The creature meets your eyes and stares with fear. It's clear he was about to try to strike you on the head. You grab for the pot and toss it away into a corner. Sorry about that, he says bashfully. I saw you coming, you see. I knew you'd be trouble. I mean you no harm. You are truly a fortune teller. He nods, sadly. More's the pity. Fair and wide at your service. Under his breath he adds, please leave. What is my fortune, you demand. But Wide shakes his head. Won't say. Can't make me say. Okay. Why not? Got my reasons, he replies through tightened lips as though worried the words will rush out of their own accord unless he holds them back. You are an imposter, you tell him. He shakes his head but still does not speak. Will you answer a question, you ask? He shakes his head sharply. Is it possible to pass the Throbin doors, you ask? Wide throws his hands over his ears. Please don't make me ask me anything. Everything you say makes it more and more obvious. makes what obvious? Who you are? Wide whispers, then shakes his head sharply from side to side. Oh, it's no good. It's no good. Too late already. Wide looks at the floor. Please go, he murmurs. I've got lots of people waiting. It's clear you can do no good here. You walk away from the foul little creature and leave the building. Outside, the line shuffles forward as you emerge. Well, that was a complete waste of time. Maybe I took it the wrong way. Let's go talk to our boy Shadrach again. Maybe he can... He's the one that told me about the vault in the first place. Maybe we can get a better clue. All right, you look at the stone. There he is, your boy Shadrach, straight from the Backlands. What happened? Okay, we know why. Get to the questions. I will avenge you. I thank you, but you must forget about my troubles. Okay, can you help me now? I know the Throbendors require counterspells. Have you learned anything of the Inner College? What secrets does Mampang hold? What can you tell me about the city? What secrets does Mampang hold? They hold the treasure of the fortress. They are heavily guarded. Yeah, I know. I know the Throbendors require counterspells to open, you tell the stone. Well, then you know more than me, the stone returns calmly. Perhaps you even know which spells the door contains. All I know of that is that the final spell required Throbin's own life to cast, but I have never heard of such a spell. I believe I've seen a spell that requires death to cast, you reply. Well, that answers that. I know all the spells. Okay, Zed is the final one. We'll never figure out the vault, apparently, Chad. So it would seem. Did it dazzle your spirits? That's fine. We'll just leave. I'm going. Okay, it's still nighttime. We still have a chance to sleep somewhere if I want. I don't know if I can make it all the way to the fire before time runs out. Ooh. You head away from the maze of stalls and shops. There is a sudden commotion amongst the crowds. People are shouting and pointing. Looking up, the skies have been darkened by widespread wings. Birdmen. You look around for somewhere to hide, ducking behind the corner of a building. The people of Mampang are terrified and scatter in all directions. They swoop down onto the ground in the now empty market and begin to pound across the flagstone. But not toward you. Instead, they enter the hut of the fortune teller fair and wide. A moment later, everything is still. You stay low, listening. Faint cries come from the hut. You hurry away. As behind you, the thatched roof of the low building explodes outward and the birdmen rise from inside. Fair and wide dangles from their talons, limp. The birdmen wheel about and disappear toward the inner tower. You could head in several directions from here. He's dead. Well, he didn't even help us. How did the birdmen instantly know that I was there, though? That's the question. You need to rest. I know. I'm trying, mate. I just need to go like 2 more pips down the way. Just give me a second. Just give me 1 second. No! Oh, I was there! I hate you so much, game, sometimes. I love you, but I hate you. Oh, there's a small fire here with a few figures. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm here. You know what, though? You know what, though? Greetings. What is this place? We've read all this before, like 3 or 4 times. Do you live here? We're treasure hunters. I do not see much treasure. Yeah. Can you guide me through the alleys? Nope. Okay. Well, there you go. I thought I was gonna find a guide. Nope. Do you know your way around the city? We can get from anywhere to anywhere in this place. What do you know of the Throbendors, you ask? They're the doors of the Archmage. Okay. I know they're dangerous. What about you? Who by Gred are you? I only have 13 stamina. If I had like 25 stamina, I might announce myself, but I am just a traveler. All right, let me get out of here then. Cook my raw food. Beautiful. That's what I want. And eat some. Goodbye. I wish I had gotten some sleep and food. We would be at like 18, 19 stamina by now. You know what? Give me some fox health. Chat, I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. But. I said I wouldn't. But. Just one more thing. And this is all chat's fault. You know why? Because somebody wrote the answer in the chat and I saw it. And I can't help myself. I'm like 70% confident somebody wrote the answer. It was probably someone well-meaning and well-intended with just a theory, but it just sounded so correct that I have to do it. The good news is we'll know if it works or not in the first room. And if it doesn't work, then we leave. If it does work, then we go. It's pretty straightforward. We greet the creatures. We ask about the vault. What's in the vault? Did anyone bring a crown? They shuffle and murmur. What happened to you? Ask to pass. May I pass? They are guarded. What is the word for the vaults? Tell me again. How do I... Okay, so the answer was cast the language spell, but there was no opportunity to cast a spell before this. The chat theory was put on the wig and speak all languages. Maybe this password is in another language, and you could interpret it with the wig, which sounds very valid. Because they have the password. It's right there. And there's no way to cast the language spell and get them to say this. It was a good theory, but I don't think it's right. Because you would have had an option to cast by this point. So how come if I can understand everything else they're saying, how come I can't use this as a password? Chat, for those of you that know how to open the door, is it something I could actually do, or have I missed the opportunity? Because I feel like I missed the opportunity. Yeah, I can still do it? Oh god, don't tell me that. I don't want to cheat. But I also went through here twice, and I have nothing to show for it, and that feels worse. So we know there's a password. I've talked to both of the werewolves. They don't know how they got there. Vic probably knows. I'm going back upstairs. I'm gonna retreat. Like, I bet the room upstairs knows. How else did the Carré werewolves get down there? But how do I get the information out of him? And he hates me so much. I don't know. Hey, Lorag, it is the finale. We've been kind of fumbling around for the last, like, 45 minutes. But we're gonna get somewhere. This is like the Sun Serpent all over again. No, this time, though, GS Random, they told me. People told me I could solve this now. I wonder if the answer is steal something. Nylok. Steal something from Nylok. It's got to be something to do with... Like, the Karay wolves are down there. It's got to be something to do with Vic. Didn't I listen and wait the first time and nothing happened? She doesn't really have anything I want to steal, though. The merchant is shaking her head, not meeting the eyes of the traveler. Listen, I do want what you have, but if I buy it at the price, the Archmage will have my head. I'm already doing you a favor by not tossing you out. I see. I must give this some thought. You hover listening, but the traitor behind the counter has noticed you. Oh, well, there you go. Indeed, it me. Think back. You cast your mind back, but cannot remember the man's face. I do know who he is, but anyways. You see the hatred in his eyes, hot as fire. You are mistaken, you insist. Anna Lander? Nylok asked, still intent on her ledger. Karay wasn't my fault. You protest. It was overrun by goblins. Vic turns beet red. Yes, it was. Because you opened the gate. This is a new conversation, at least. Is that what you think? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. The goblins climbed over the gate. Is that what you think? You reply, surprised. I saw you there, he growls, plotting with some goblin sympathizer. Ask Vic his purpose. And what are you doing here? You ask, changing the subject away from yourself. Trading. What else? Vic says bitterly. Trying to stay alive. Not that he has much to trade, says Nylok. Vic puts a finger in your face. Not since this one ruined me. I was set to be first noble, you know. Now I'm scraping along, selling bolts of cloth to a one-eyed Zanzunian. Maybe I can just spot him some money and he'll give me the password. Okay, so like you're really that poor. I would be asking it like, here, I can spot you some money, Vic. But I feel like it's gonna come off as like, wow, you really suck. You know what I mean? Is that what's gonna happen? Because this is, I want to just give the dude some money. I feel like the Analander canonically hates Vic. Alright, fine. You're really that poor? No! Well, yes, he sighs. Not that it's any of your business. Some traitor. Look, I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna apologize. We're gonna get off on a different foot with Vic here. I'm sorry. His shoulders slump. You ruined me. I'd rather be left alone to my misery, thank you. He goes over to a pile of papers, muttering to himself. Well, that did not get me anywhere. You stroll to the back of the room. This is not going to go well. Desperate times. Vic and Nylok are both distracted by their bargaining. You pretend to examine a stack of pelts, while spying some likely trinkets from the corner of your eye. Grab something and run. Quietly pocket something. Don't risk it. Ugh! You knock over a pot with practiced ease, making excuse as you replace it on the shelf. As you do so, you slip a jewel of gold into your pocket. I already have that. Your interest wanes in the place. You open the door. With a last look at Vic, you head for the courtyard outside, but as you reach the door, you hear Nylock mutter. I bet he stole something, she says to Vic. Oh, probably, he says. Well, that was unproductive. Alright, for real though, what's the point of this bundle of sticks back here? Is it just to give you magic poison? I am so flustered and frustrated at my lack of ability to solve this puzzle. I think I just have to leave. I think I have to leave it in the dust and just concede defeat that I didn't figure it out. I'm so sad. But like, I can't do it without cheating. I can't do it without cheating. Chad, have I even been close to solving the vault? Tell me that. Tell me if I was even close. Vault 2, Etalyx 0. It's bad, yeah. The worst vault hunter. Are you guys saying so close just to be contrarian? I don't know if Chad is baiting him. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Actually, Hippoopoo. I can't solve the secret. Okay, we'll go. I don't like giving up either, but not all stones can be unturned. On the upside, we still have 21 stamina. I believe we have 3 options now. Option A, try and ascend to the top of the wall and go around the guards. Option B, go right up the middle. Or option C, find a guide through the alleys. You know what? Didn't we die? Didn't we die? Because you know what that means, right? Time to go find my instructions again. Soon it will be dark once more. This is like more like take 4 or 5. I don't remember how many takes this is. Alright, you must surely be reaching the edge of the alleyway. To your surprise, it emerges back to the fire pit. Uh-huh. Reasonable. One more try, please. Back into the alley. Okay, look around. Keep walking. There's the house. Here it comes. Okay, we're gonna approach it. We're gonna go in. We're gonna get out. This is a different timeline, so we haven't stolen the box in this timeline. This time we just walk inside, steal the piece of paper from the kitchen, I believe. There are flowers here and a piece of paper lies on the table. You read it, a series of directions, a guide to the alleys. I'm taking it with me, put it in my pack. And I'll go back into the hall, and I guess I can just wait for her or leave if I want to. I kind of want to just smash the box and see what's inside from here, but then I'd feel guilty. You know what? Let's just do it. We're already here. Don't even waste the opportunity. Cast a spell. Have we had that option before we even look at the box? We should still have the original box. Yeah, we should. Darkness. Could be useful. Open doors and locks. I'm just gonna go with that. Invisibility, of course, when we want to get away, talk with animals. You can also dock here. Interesting. I'm gonna go with the old-fashioned. Dop! Reaching up to the constellations, you create the spell and the box pops open. Inside is a handful of gold pieces. I was hoping it was gonna be, I actually just robbed her of gold. I was hoping it was gonna be a key of some kind. Pranked. announce myself. Her eyes pop open at seeing you. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? I mean you no harm. Why are you here? I have come to bless your house. Shove it, you've come for a donation, she harums. This used to be a nice area, you know, but the neighborhood's really gone downhill. Why don't you leave? You would not believe me if I told you why I am here. I am not from Mampang. We've had this conversation before, chat. There is a lush and verdant world out there. I don't believe it. Outside? How do we even look alike? You must be some kind of mutant. Still, I'm glad you made it back from the horrors out there. No wonder you barged in like you did. I bet seeing a house on our street is strange for you. Come on, straggler. She urges you to follow. Name's Molka, by the way, she shouts. Fine, give me some free food. I think we already played her in dice, too. So I take her money, take her food. May I ask you some questions? Show her the small, oily key. Do you know what this is? You ask. She peers at it. No, though the stamp at the top, cross spears, that's a guard's key. I hope you are merciful on whoever you took that from. Do you know how I can get to the tower? What? The Archmage's tower? Why on earth would you go there? To kill the Archmage. To what? She blanches, looking out the window. Never say that to anyone. Even those that do not believe the Archmage might string up for such talk. She breathes rapidly for a minute, then calms. But otherwise, did you try heading straight for it? It's guarded, obviously. How can I get past the guards? I don't know, she shrugs. Become a guard? Tell you what, wait here. She gets up and hurries out of the room. You wait, and she returns a moment later with something folded over her arm. From my son's dressing-up box, she says. But he's a lanky lad, like his spinely armed father. Should just about fit you. She hands it over to you. It's a guard's uniform. You discard the monk's habit and gather up the guard's uniform and put it on. I'm a guard now. And I stole her money. Whoops. Have you ever wanted to leave Mampang? To be honest, no. It seems terrifying. Barbarians and wasteland. It's not like that. I am sure you think so, having lived there, but I've grown used to civilization. The wastes out there would be too dangerous for me. Well, you are a nosy one. Molka opens a cupboard and a dead rat tumbles out. She tuts before putting the rat back on the shelf. You get up, thanking her for her hospitality, and go into the street. Whoops. Sorry for stealing your gold, lady. She might be dead now. But to be honest, I've died so many times, she'll probably just come back to life, no problem. To be fair. And she'll get her money back. We're just abusing the time paradox. You know? I feel like spending a night by the fire as a guard might have a different result. Nonetheless. You've already eaten today, there's no need to feed again. For once, I actually slept on my own. We stole 13 gold disguised as a guard and gained 1 provision. You wake the next morning to find the narrow street still in darkness and get up to your feet once more. Okay, we stole a piece of paper that has directions to this particular alleyway. And we're doing it to try to get to this gold-domed building. Which leads us exactly to this spot near the dome. The turnings and openings on the map are confusing, but eventually you stumble upon an unfamiliar sight. The bronze dome is not a tent, as you had assumed, but rather almost a perfect hemisphere. Its surface gleams with the shifting, glossy luster of liquid metal. Alright, we've tried this before. We didn't have a lot of stamina to play with, so we might dump our pockets, you know? We might take all options and see if we can figure out what to make of this, because we did not solve this problem previously. Get the OP sword. I guess I could, now that I'm a guard. They will regard me with a little bit of extra respect, Clive. But I also like having this much gold, because you never know when you're going to need it for food. Annalander running around, sack full of money, stealing everything. I have turned into somewhat of a bad character person now, but here's why. Wouldn't you, if you could, you know, do things over again? And you thought, well, it doesn't matter if I steal from this person, because I'm probably going to see them again in a different timeline. And they'll be back to normal. Like if you steal from someone and then go back in time and you haven't stolen anything from them in the other timeline, are you still a bad guy? Are you still a bad person if they don't have any actual long-term permanent? So, okay. So you're still a bad guy. Now you go turn yourself into the cops. You go, hey guards, listen, I stole from this lady's house, and they go and consult the lady. Ma'am, excuse me, this gentleman here says that he stole a box from you that had money in it. Is it true? Hold on, let me go upstairs and check. No, the box is still here. He hasn't stolen anything, as far as I can tell. If you're not hurting anyone, are you doing something wrong? It's a good question. It's a morality. I'm not suggesting that you're not. I'm saying I think you could argue both ways. It'd be a good debate. So you guys are telling me that if you had time travel abilities, you wouldn't go back in time and manipulate the stock market, get a bunch of money, put that cash in your wallet, and then go back into another time where you never manipulated the stock market, but you still kept all the money from it? But I'm not hurting anybody, Etalyx. Oh, really? Do you know how the stock market works? When you buy and sell, you realize that's not just like a, there's someone's money on the other side of that. So you're screwing over somebody else to do that. That's what I thought. Hey, Simcopter, how you doing tonight? What's up? We're just playing the finale of a series that we have been slowly progressing through for the last month or two. It's a great, fantastic game series, and we're on part 4 of that game series now. A choose-your-own-adventure story. If I don't see them, I'm not hurting anyone. I wouldn't steal $15 from a nice lady who gave me free food. Okay, but on the flip side of that coin, I didn't know there was money in the box when I opened it and stole it. Okay, I only give the Analanders suggestions on what to do, and I said, I suggest you open that box with magic. And then the Analander was like, oh, there's money. Thanks. I'll take that. I didn't tell him to take the money. You were gonna steal something. I was hoping it was like a key for this dome. Don't mess with the stock market, time travelers. That's probably good advice. Okay, so what about this situation? What if you go back in time and steal your own money from your bank account and then take it with you and then time travel again and keep stealing and compounding that money? Then who's the bad guy? It's me, but it's also you. Anyway, okay. We're gonna cast some spells. That's not deflation. If you go back in time again and you've never stolen the money in that time, but you took it with you, you're adding more money. Okay, so we had to figure out what kind of spell we can use. The stars have aligned in such a way as to provide for us the opportunity to cast a few spells, and by a few, we have a lot at this point in the game. Have you ever heard of Sorcery before, Simcopter? You might enjoy it if you ever enjoyed Choose Your Own Adventure stories. This is a series of books by Steve Jackson written in the 1980s, and Inkle turned it into a series of games, and they added their own stories to complement the existing ones, created a large map that you get to painstakingly, but in a fun way, explore with sometimes permanent decisions. It's basically Telltale before Telltale even existed, and done in my opinion a more interesting way, because it's an RPG too, like an actual RPG with stats and money and stuff. Well, a stat, but lots of loot, and that's the fun part. All right, so the spells. Let's take a look and see what our options are. This strange dome is just here, and we cannot open it with a simple unlock spell. Ooh, why don't we take the opportunity to use our recently acquired crystal orb to try and peek into our own future. Far. You settle into a sitting position on the ground and take out the orb of crystal. You spin the constellations into shape around you and find yourself somewhere quite new. You are holding your sword in front of you, and the sword is buried half into the surface of the bronze dome. Oops, typo. You look down at the blade of your sword. It glistens with something as though freshly oiled. No! Oh no, you need wax? I don't have any beeswax. I used it earlier to cut that guy free from the stockades. The one time I actually really need it. I've been saving beeswax literally the whole game. Until today. You look at the dome. It does not seem damaged, and there is no seam where the sword disappears into the building's skin. You take a step forward, and your hand enters the metal surface of the dome and is swallowed up as the vision fades. Is this dome impervious to spells? You place your hand on the dome. It's quite cool, metallic, and you detect a faint vibration beneath your palm. Just put some vegetable oil on it. You wasted it on some bum. Yeah, I was supposed to cast Raz, but I used my only beeswax earlier. That may be the only way in. And if so, fine, so be it. At least I know. So we're not gonna use how. We don't need safe passage. So this may look confusing to the uninitiated, but we're just picking a first letter and then it shows us what's available after that. So for our spells in our spell book right now that we can cast, we can pick first letter, lowercase f, R, D, Z, W, H. So actually there's a lot. More than usual. We've tried zapping it before. I think it's impervious to damage of that kind. We already looked into the future. We cannot sharpen our blade, as we pointed out. We cannot unlock it with DOP. Though I don't know if we ever tried slowing it. It said a vibration. If something's vibrating, it means the molecules are rapidly moving back and forth, back and forth. So I wonder if it's possible to slow it down. Dolls. You cast a spell, but without any other creatures around, the only target is yourself. You feel no different once the spell has taken hold, but the clouds overhead seem to double in their haste. Okay. Is that all we got? Is that all I got? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. I think we maybe we can. Maybe there is a place to buy beeswax. You may have a good point. Did that one dude sell beeswax? I'm supposed to finish this game tonight, and I haven't even moved up to the tower. I'm too busy like doing nonsense down here. New quest, find beeswax. To be fair, we haven't found any beeswax in like 3 games. All right, so if you're wondering, we're skipping through all this because we're backtracking. We've already read these particular entries and we know what's here. We've been here for quite some time. But there's always something new you can find if you really want to. And that's what I like. You can have interactions with the same people multiple times with new information or new items that unlock different conversation paths. Okay, so the peddler would be the only person I could think of that might have beeswax. But he has glue and a potion. I think that's it. So, okay, you know what? I think it's time. Welcome, friend. The army has procured most of my goods, but I have a few items left to sell from my original stock. What do you have? I can see you're a seasoned one, so I won't waste your time with lumps the common soldier gets stuck with. The best sword in my possession is this cutlass for 600 gold pieces. Still 600, by the way. Your prices are too expensive. He shakes his head. This is the best you'll find in the fortress. I am nearly destitute thanks to Nylok. I cannot go any lower. Give me a better deal. He won't do it. There might be another conversation tree, but I don't think... We've talked to him a couple times now. I don't remember. All right, it's time. We're going right up the middle. We're going right up the middle as a guard. And that's what time it actually is. You walk across the square toward the paved lane on the north side. Unlike most of the roads in Mampang, it is clean and sparsely populated. It curves around the mountain on which the Archmage's tower stands, climbing slowly. A few yards from the square, a group of guards block the road. They stand, sharp into attention, sheltering in the shade of a nearby hut. Two of them hold snarling dogs on chains. You take a moment to regard the tower, unable to repress a shiver. It stands on the leveled peak of the mountain into which Mampang is built. At its very top, a tiny turret room, which must have a view across the entirety of High Zaman. The road is wide and clear, with the rising rock on one side and a drop on the other. There's nowhere to hide. One of the guards spies you and stamps forward. Taken in by your disguise, he gives you a friendly nod. All right, one asks. Long shift? Aye, yes. Been here for hours. Nothing going on, of course. Looking forward to watching the fights at the mess hall. Don't say there are fights, you're going to give it away. I need to go through. The guard shakes her head. Normally I'd let you through, but we're supposed to be tightening security. We shouldn't let anyone through without express business. Why is that, you ask? Orders from the Archmage himself, I hear. The whole fortress is tightening. The city will follow soon. There's an outsider in the city. They know I'm here. Where is your captain? At this post. Haven't got one. Most captains are running around like chickens, even more so than usual. Trying to get everyone tidied up. What with these new generals coming in, I suppose we'll get absorbed into the city once they start marching. I think any way I go here, I'm going to reveal myself to not know what's going on. Generals? Not seen 'em. Well, you soon will. She leans in. There are a few of 'em, all mysterious-like, supposed to help lead the army against the old world. Only seen the vanguard general myself, tall as a house. As you speak, a passing beggar stumbles into the guard. Watch it, she yells and shoves him aside. The beggar, clearly drunk, mumbles an apology. Not good enough, the guard snarls, advancing on him. Morality meter time. Do we help the drunk begging guy or encourage her to beat him? Listen, I've died one too many times. You gotta blend in. You encourage her, cheering the woman on as she beats the beggar senseless. He eventually crawls away, and by that point the guard is laughing. Well, you're an all right sort, the guard remarks, still chortling to herself. Go on, go through. And if I see you in the mess hall, we'll drown a flagon or two. Ah, yeah, it worked. Become the bad guy at long last. We've waited 4 games to finally embrace the darkness. You continue climbing up the north road. The road curves around a spur of black rock, rising toward a walled encampment. A few narrow windows overlook the path, and for a moment you catch the beady eye of a birdman watching you climb. All right, well, if I look back, I'm going to look suspicious. Let's just keep going. There is no turning back now. The road ends in a small wooden door built into a wooden palisade. It appears unguarded. Climb the palisade. Little risky. You tug the door, it is locked. Well, Didn't she just tell me to go on through? You try your keys in turn. To your delight, the oily key that you found in the room of the mucolytic turns in the lock. Then you slip in through the small door and close it behind you once more. Oh, baby. You pass through the door, leaving the crowded spaces of Mampang City behind and entering a narrow alleyway. Walls stretch high on either side. The feel is suddenly that of a fortress, tightly managed and harsh, growing like a fungus on the outside of the central tower. There will be no way back now. Another night begins, especially on an empty stomach. You notice there are fewer people here. Mampang is home to many, but as you draw closer to the Archmage's inner sanctum, there will be fewer citizens and far more guards. The casual cruelty of this place will only grow worse. You enter the Hornet's Nest now. The alleyway runs to the right, but on the left is a low iron door. The door down to the city is closed, but not locked, and the moon is high. So this is the bad guy arc. Never mind, it worked out anyways. It did work out. The vault was not for nothing. That's true, we did get the oily key from the vault. So it was not for nothing. We also, technically, in this run, in this life, we may have stolen 15 gold from an old lady and contributed to the beating of a beggar, but we did free 2 werewolves in human form who did not die to the traps this time because I triggered all the traps. So, like, you know. That was another life? Was it, though? Oh, yeah, that's true. That wasn't another life. But, okay, you guys were arguing earlier that that was still morally relevant. So you can't say, Etalyx, bad things you did in past lives are morally weights on your conscience, but the good things you did don't matter because they didn't happen. There's a little bit of a cognitive dissonance there. You can't have it both ways. Either the good things I did made me good, or the bad things I did not make me bad. Which one is it? You decide. Shh, don't question us. The duality of chat. Uh-huh. I caught you. I'm having it both ways. Okay. There's an alleyway to the right. Let's take a look and see where we are. This is the alleyway to the right with a weird table at the front. And there's a door. I want to go through the door to the left because we know the prisons are to the right. Let's go to the doorway. We can look at both. The doorway has a tiny grill at eye level, from which floats a rich smell of possibly burnt meat. The alleyway is narrow and disappears out of sight between the outer and inner walls of the fortress. You can approach the door, or make your way down the alley, or go back downhill. I'm going to choose the door where the food's coming from and use our disguise to blend in. Hopefully the captains don't recognize us. The moon moves slowly across the dark sky. You stand by a solid metal door set in a stone wall. You don't fancy your chance of breaking it down. It's dented and scratched as though people have tried to break it down before, but all the dents point outward into the alley, as though what was inside had tried to escape. Fortunately, perhaps the door is firmly locked. There is a tiny grill at eye level. You put your eye to the grill, and a moment later, someone pokes it with a finger. You stagger back, blinking furiously. "Who's that?" demands a voice through the door. "Who's this?" "Buy us first," returns the voice sullenly. "I'm from the guard." "Oh, finally! I hope you have someone new for me. It's been rather boring lately. Remember to stay to the left." You hear the grinding of machinery, then a click as the door swings forward on its own accord. A short, wide corridor is in front of you, but there is no sign of any guard. "Who is there?" There is no reply. Whoever you were talking to seems to have vanished. I have a suspicion, based on a previous clue. Pay respect to Nagamanta, the torture master. People are trying to claw their way out, huh? Yeah, I wonder why. I feel like if we know to pay respect to him, then he's not gonna hurt us. Maybe that's not true. But I kind of want to meet one of the weirdo characters and see what is inside this big room. Also, you know what? Let's just turn around. You turn around, but the door is already swinging shut behind you. Well, don't say I didn't try. Once closed, you notice a short metal rod set just behind the grill, designed to poke anyone who looks in from the other side. You make your way cautiously forward. The middle of the room seems very exposed, but the walls might be set with any number of hidden traps. The right wall, the left wall, down the middle. Okay, these are really my options. That's all I got. Can't go wrong if you go right, chat. You hug the right-hand wall of the corridor. Mocking laughter echoes around the space. Keep going, move away, dodge, something moves. You dodged the left wall as you were told to. Wait, what? Was I? Halfway down, a huge flail swings down from a hidden chain, filling the rest of the corridor. Who told me to do that? Literally didn't listen. Goldfish memory. What did I say? Literally the person you just talked to. Okay, well, I can't listen. It takes like half my concentration to read out loud. Do you know I've read probably 10,000 lines over the course of this game? I'm sorry I accidentally skipped over one thing, but guess what? I didn't get hit, okay? So who's having the last laugh now? My instinct saved me. All I need is gamer sense right now. I don't need some dumb hidden voice in the distance to tell me what to do. I made it on my own with just my wits. You duck through an archway and nearly gag from the stench. Dried blood paints the walls and floor, and scattered around the room are grisly instruments of torture. Standing in the middle of the room is a bowed, ugly ogre with a huge grin and a dozen scars. He wears a ragged black hood and carries a whip. There he is. The Torture Master. Nice, like, whip. Skeleton behind him. He's like, look at his shoulders, man. Those are some Goku Dragon Ball Z grade muscles. Enjoy my surprise? He asks, voice lisping. No. Ah, he beams with evident satisfaction. Gush. This is a fine place you have here. The ogre beams a toothy grin. Shanks. The ogre jabs a friendly finger at you. What you want, anyway? I'm here to release your prisoners. Just looking around. At wash, he snaps. At the great torturer's chamber. He smiles toothily. Welsh, now you seen it. Don't step out of ranks, or you'll be backs. He starts to bustle you toward the door. Wait, tell me about the Throbin doors. Share trash wish spells, Nagamanta replies. Can't be opened without killing you. You waste no more time in this horrible place. Well, at least we got to go see the Torture Master that we were warned about long ago. Even if it was on accident. And we paid our respects and he let us go right out. He's such an easy to please, just wants people to say nice things to him kind of guy. We almost got hit with his big spike trap, but you know, that's fine. We did not. You make your way along the alley looking about furtively. Luckily you pass no one. This area seems quite dead. You pass a low wooden door. I know this is the cells, for sure, but where do the guards sleep? There's got to be a guard quarter around here somewhere, but it's almost daytime. Like, what am I supposed to do? I just keep getting caught out. The door is unmarked and appears unlocked. Looking ahead, you see doors leading off to either side of the alley. You better sleep. Yeah, no kidding. Let's go in the turreted room. The door opens and you step inside. The stone walls form a cool, quiet space. This was clearly someone's quarters once, but they have long since cleared out, leaving nothing behind but a dent in the straw that lines the wall. You hunt through the straw a little and pull your hand back sharply as something bites you. You look down at your fingers to see 2 large red welts growing on your forearm. If that is a rat bite, then so be it, but if it is a spider, well, it could be quite serious. Indeed. Okay, so, like, my initial thoughts are burn it, but I'm gonna end up setting a fire to the entire keep somehow, no doubt, and it's gonna come back to haunt me. I know you all want to see fire. I know you do. I don't blame you, to be honest. You stab the straw a few times, and after a moment, a yellow striped snake slithers out and darts away across the stones and under the door. We have been hoarding a snakebite antidote since the city of Corée for a reason. Apparently, this is the reason. Let's go. You drain a vial of snakebite antidote. The welts on your thumb begin to fade after a moment. Time to move on. I want to sleep in here, though. Okay, fine. Can't sleep in here. Well, it's been nice knowing you. At least I have 22 stamina to lose now. Good morning. The alley turns slightly here, following the curve of the cliff. At the far end, you spot 2 birdman guards standing by an iron door. They have either not noticed you or your disguise is keeping you safe. Another door is on the right, a little further along. Well, we have to keep inching forward. You head toward the next door. The guards at the far end take no notice. The door is about chest height, hanging open. A small bell with a pull string is above it. All right, I'm more than confident this is where the jail was. No, wait. No, the jail was over here. The jail was over here. Let's go in. Ring the bell beside the door. There are some scuffing sounds from within. After a few seconds, the door opens a fraction more. Well, come in then. You can't see who's speaking, but they have a squeaky voice. Well, come in then. Squeaky. The mutant's room. Spoilers? Question mark? Spoilers? You reached the fortress and found no new clues. Rip, like 4 stamina. Ducking to enter, you discover that everything in this room is tiny. Chairs are at knee height. A 3-foot-long bed and ceiling to match. There's our little buddy. I'm glad that we finally went to the tower because I'm anxious to see new stuff. Not that we haven't. I mean, we went through all these towers. Okay, by the way, can we just all agree that the towers on the left were about twice as good as all the towers on the right? There were a couple standouts, but there were a couple good ones, but man, the left side was like, wow. I feel like I missed a bunch. I missed like 4 solutions on the right-hand side. I did get some good stamina from the right towers, but I feel like I missed a bunch on the right. Precariously sitting in one of the chairs is either a very small ogre or a hairless, ugly dwarf. Greetings, you declare. The creature blinks twice and turns its head, finally noticing you. Well, it demands, come to laugh. You guards are all the same. This is some kind of mutant, but a fairly unremarkable one. Its main appearance is one of stockiness and grumpiness. What are you? Nibdum, Nibdum replies. I'm here because the Archmage finds my condition amusing. Condition? It grimaces. I'm a mutant. A failed experiment. What sort of experiment? You might well ask, it scowls. The Archmage was trying to cross ogres and dwarfs. He wanted something strong and loyal as an ogre, but small enough to fit into the mines. What happened? Look at me, the creature answers with disgust. Can't you see what happened? Do you know the Archmage, you ask? Hardly. He's the one who forces me to live in this pint-sized room, though he rarely visits. You haven't seen him? Nibdum's ranting is cut short. What? No, not recently. He's been holed up in that tower of his. He's plotting something. In the central tower? That's right. Up the steps and through the Throbin doors into the Sorcerer's Spike. Good luck if you go that way. The passage outside ends in a door, you remark. Just walk through, Nibdum replies. You are a guard, aren't you? Thanks for the chat, Nibdum says. I don't get to talk to many people these days. It stays in its chair, smiling ever so slightly. Just an innocent little mutant. Did it just say I should try to find somewhere to sleep? Did I somehow avoid stamina drain? You are nearing the end of the alleyways and the guarded iron door. Another rather narrow door is nearby. Leaning over, you press your ear against it and hear high-pitched murmurs through the old wood. I'm just gonna go in. Moving quickly, you slip inside the door. You close the door behind you, glad to be away from the guard's prying eyes. The chamber you enter is rough, as though carved from a spur of rock. The ceiling is open to the stars, but as you enter, 3 birdmen look up from their dice game, staring at you intently. You're reminded of an Analand phrase, hiding from snaticats in a strangle bush. Oh, God. Greet them, attack, cast a spell, run away. If I cast a spell, they're definitely gonna just greet them. Greetings! The birds continue to stare dumbfounded. You seem ill-prepared for an inspection. Birdman, I am here for the inspection as scheduled. Of course. You seem ill-prepared for an inspection. Your disguise has them convinced, and they look between each other with some alarm. An inspection? Now? The stockier one seems most concerned. Zetra, the papers! The birdmaid gives a curt nod and hurries to one side of the room. She begins sorting some papers in a chest. Grab the papers. What are those? Give those to me. I will hide them. Everyone has something to hide, it seems. Listen, I gotta keep up the authority. You step forward to grab the papers, but the one called Zetra spins round and hisses at you, razor-sharp beak opening in your face. The others watch in tense silence. I'm about to draw my sword up on these birdmen. If I step back, I think that gives up the ruse. The element of surprise is on your side, and you thrust your long sword right through one of the creature's necks before it can so much as croak. You cut the second down as he stands. The third dives across the table, curved knife drawn, and hisses at you. Whoops. You know what? Screw these birdmen in particular. Birdmen suck anyways. They've been abducting people for the whole game. Birdmen have been like, they stole the sergeant, tied him up to a tree so he could die. They've been hunting for me the whole game. Kill him, I say. The birdmaid charges toward you, talons outstretched. You swing wildly, aiming to chop the creature in two, and you catch the bird with her wings spread open wide. You cut the birdmaid deep into her belly. The birdmaid beats strong wings and gains little height in the room, gathering momentum for another strike. For another strike, huh? How big of a strike? Not big enough. You use the anger to strike. Your blade sings as it parts the air, striking the birdmaid between wide-spread wings. It curses in her foul tongue. The birdmaid opens her maw to cry, and her feet worry at the ground. Think we just take a full-on defense here. Could have beat that. Oh well. You only take 1 damage when you defend, so I'd rather just conserve all my power. You drop into a crouch. The birdmaid tries to swipe with a careless slash of vicious wings, but you duck. You escape mostly unscathed. She flaps her way upward, making ready to plunge. You think she has greater than a 6'5" right now? What do we think, chat? I'm gonna say if I go all in, I mean, this looks like an all. Okay, that was a good call. You wait for the birdmaid's winged arms to open and then strike. You wait, twist, and charge forward, catching her wide open. She rises sharply back, but leaps back before you can inflict the worst. She clicks together cruel claws, determined to fight. And I can do a 4. Okay, alright. I almost defended there. You move backward and lure the birdmaid into you, only to spin around and attack. Swinging from a low crouch, you aim for her heart. The birdmaid's own strike is too slow. Her wings beat weakly. She is losing strength. She flexes her claws. Oh. Well, that was very weak. I only had like 1.2. I couldn't take the chance. You fall back and step quickly aside. She climbs a little, gaining speed. Woo! That's a good final blow. As the opening appears, you jump through the air, hoping to catch the creature. She falls to the ground, feathers drifting from her body. The savage light in her eyes has gone dark. 2 stamina lost. Skilled swordplay. The creature dies with a look of surprise on her face. The Analander, she manages to croak. You end her life without another word. You pat down the body of the birdmaid, finding nothing of use. Where are the papers? You search for the room, finding the stack of papers in one corner that the one called Zetra was trying to hide, but they are written in a claw-like script you cannot make out, and their secrets are hidden. You gather them up and put them into your pack. What spell would I even possibly want to cast here? Resurrect the dead. Wow. Hello, birdmaid, it's me. The person who just killed you. I just wanted to bring you back real quick so I could choke the life out of you again. You've been flying and following me the whole game. I just wanted the joy of killing you twice. Oops. Careful there. Sorry. Didn't mean to make you dizzy. Doc to heal disease. See the future. Sure. Far. You sit cross-legged on the ground, looking to the stars. You craft the magic and everything changes. This is a room filled with skeletons who crawl over one another in terrible clacking and knocking of bones. Wait, we've already been here. This is not my future. This is my past. Leave quickly. Fine, let's leave quickly. You're grateful that no one heard the sound of battle. You saw far into the past. Only the guarded iron door remains. The iron door is a large slab guarded by 2 birdmen. They have seen you, but have yet to react. This door must lead into the inner fortress proper. You cast a sidelong glance at the guards by the far door, sizing them up. They're birdmen, tall, strong, with savage clawed talons and beaks like pickaxes. One is missing a wing. They've seen you but do not approach or call out, instead holding their posts. It is most unnerving. Beyond the door, you can make out movement in the yard beyond. But what choice do I have? You approach the door. The 2 birdmen guards stiffen, gripping their halberds more tightly. Greetings, you say. What do you want? The birdmaid says, clipping her words. I'm a new guard. Just lie in the other direction. I need to pass. The birdmaid snorts. You're on official business, are you? I have a message for the Archmage. I'm the ambassador from Caray. Well, it's true. I am the ambassador from Caray. What? She snarls. Caray was destroyed. The birdmen were full of the news. It was the work of the evil Anoland himself. You're lying. They advance on you. You leap toward the birdman, knocking him down with a well-timed blow. But before you can draw your weapon, the birdmaid is upon you. She sweeps low with her halberd, sweeping you off your feet. You land on your back, the impact forcing the air from your lungs. You open your arms to cast a spell, but the birdmaid prances forward to step on your wrist. Oh, not this again. No! This is a fortress of sorcerers, she clucks. Don't think I can't recognize magic. The bird maid holds the blade of her halberd to your neck. Her companion rouses himself, rubbing his now cracked beak. They truss you up and toss you through the iron door into the courtyard below. Well, once again, you are bound and hauled up the slope into the inner fortress, eventually dragged into the office of the commander of the guard. Take him straight to the dungeons. The commander can see him in the morning. Here we go again. Volcom, take me away. And rip my guard uniform. This time I won't jump out the window. Unlock the cell door. You check your pockets. You still have Volcom's keys from the last time you were locked up in there. But you can't reach them with your hands tied together. There isn't much else to the cell. We know. But you have seen this way before. You waste no time uncovering the bottle and the straw again and smashing it to cut your hands free. Very smart game. We can cast a spell in here too, even though we have no objects. I'm curious what we can cast. Throw Pop Rock. Give some strength. We can float. That did not work out so well for me last time. Zob, I don't even know what that does. Teleportation, nope. Too scary. I don't know where we're gonna end up. And I don't have the object anyway. We don't have any of these objects. I don't think there's really anything I can't even cast Tell. Yeah, I don't have anything. Unlock the cell door. You quickly unlock it. Okay, well, let's get out of here then. Well, give me my stuff back, you dummies. You quickly unlock the chest with your possessions and take back your things. I mean, should I just kill everybody? No, I'm not gonna be the ultimate bad guy. Okay, listen, I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't even know I was gonna kill the birdman. I thought taking out my sword would, because she hissed at me. I thought I had to maintain my authority, and well, I ended up killing them. So it is what it is. But I don't know if I want to kill the sleeping jailer. We'll just slip quietly past. How about that? We don't have a disguise, though. You ascend the steps cautiously, meeting no resistance. The guards who deposited you are gone, and the path leading to the dungeon is deserted. You've escaped, but that may soon be discovered, and the fortress's denizens will be wary of you now. If captured again, you might not receive such indifferent treatment. You walk up the steps from the cells and go through the door to emerge directly into the commander's office. He looks up at you sharply. There are quite a lot of guards in here. Greet the commander! This does not go the way that I hoped. Let's go for spell. Let's see what options we've got. Law is not going to do anything for us. Sharpen your blade and prepare to duel. Read their minds. Oh. Well, hello there. You guys want to have a good time? We can have a good time together. Or the illusion of worship is not so bad either. That may even be better. Summon darkness. Just ninja shinobi your way out of that. Hot and how? Fireball. Jig is funnier, but this way I might actually get information and or a uniform. God! You move the starlight into order around you, and your jewel of gold begins to shine and gleam. The effect on the commander and the other guards is immediate. They stand to attention, saluting. Archmage, breathes the commander. I had no idea you walked among us. Order him to take his own life. My God. Order him to take me to the tower Order him to clear the room. Take me to the tower. I have kept my presence secret, you reply. Of course you did not know, but now you must take me to the tower. My lord, the commander replies, the guard has not yet entered your tower in over 1,000 years. Only the birdmen can reach the turret. Then open the doors. The commander looks surprised by your request. My lord, I do not know the counterspells for the Thropen doors, nor could I. Then find me a birdman. He flicks a finger to a guard. If you would wait, my lord, one will be with us shortly. Indeed, a few moments later, a birdman throws open the door. The cruel hooked beak turns in your direction. You wait to see what the creature will do. The birdman bows its head. My lord, it declares, if you would step outside. Is it this easy? I mean, we're not gonna... No, that can't be it. I gotta go in through the doors. No way I'm just gonna fly up with the bird. No. You shake your head. I have changed my mind. You are dismissed. The birdman does not question this, but nods quickly and leaves. Clear the room, you declare, feeling the spell's power begin to wane. I have need of it now. The commander nods sharply. My lord, he replies, and then ushers the guards. On the far wall hangs a portrait of a lady. You look at the portrait, but make nothing of it. On the back is written, Celestine. What? Weird? That's kind of strange, right? You search the commander's desk, but most of the papers are requisition orders for military equipment, and not very interesting. Although there do seem to be a lot of them. Then you find a sheet detailing purchases of Lupin armor, countersigned by one Vic Sinshale. It seems the Citadel bought a score of them, with an order for hundreds more. You look over the weapons on the walls of the room. Nothing stands out, certainly not better than your longsword. You take a moment to bash the hilt of your sword into the glass of the frame, and another moment to tear the painted cloth within. The fragments of the lady's face, this Celestine, scatter across the floor. Opening the wardrobe, you make a most fortunate discovery, a full captain's uniform. It would most likely fit. Oh, what a psycho. Oh, I just bashed Celestine's picture, took the cloth and tore it into pieces and threw it on the floor. Oh, I didn't know that's what was happening. I thought I was going to take that for later. There's not a moment to lose. You gather the captain's uniform and put it on. You've found one new clue. You are now disguised as a captain. Otherwise, this seems like a bad place to wait. You stride out enjoying your newfound rank. Okay, then. The portrait of Celestine. Commander Cartum has a portrait of a woman named Celestine on his wall, and I broke it. Apparently, I am just a psycho. Okay, well, we got all our stuff right, and we got a better costume. You emerge from the commander's doorway. It must be morning by now. You've been awake all night and are eager for it. This is the east side of a wide courtyard that sits below the sorcerer's spike of Mampang. Guards mill this way and that. A short distance away, a wide set of steps lead up to the tower doors. An iron door leads south, next to the commander's door. You crane your neck to look up at the sorcerer's spike. The very top is hidden from sight by the lower floors, which jut out and seem older and in worse repair. Despite the impressive doors at the top, no one goes in or out. These are the Throben doors themselves, no doubt. This place seems as closed off and remote as an island. The steps here seem wide enough to ride an elephant up to the Archmage's doorstep. There was nothing stopping you climbing the steps and taking a look at the doors for yourself. Okay, so, yo, guess what? Getting caught by the guard, or rather the birdman, threw me into prison where I already kept the key from a previous timeline, didn't remember that, knew where to find the glass, escaped immediately, was able to trick all the guards into thinking I was the Archmage, which resulted in me being able to steal a captain's costume. So, in actuality, the only really bad thing that happened is we killed 3 birdmen. But is that really bad? I don't know. It's whatever. Birdmen kind of suck. It felt good to get a little birdman justice after all this time. Maybe there's more to that story, but we left all the guards alive. But you keep everything through death, so it's one of the items in our pack. Volcom's key just stays here for the dungeons. Was the painting necessary? I thought maybe there was something behind it. I don't know. I thought it was like a secret chest behind it. I have no idea. I just saw smash, so I clicked smash. Maybe if you talk to the commander under different circumstances, you learn something about Celestine. Possibly. You step out into the center of the square, trusting your disguise to keep you safe. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. Soon it will be dark once more. Thick, oily smells drift from a building to the north. But the most impressive sight here is the deep, towering flight of steps leading up towards a door in the inner tower itself. On the other side of the yard, a large block of wood. The block of wood is crisscrossed with incisions and stained deep purple. Its use is clear enough. A patrol of guards tramps across the square and through the iron door to the south. Hold on, what? The block of wood is deep purple. Its use is clear enough. Chat, what am I missing here? Etalyx smash. I see smash, I click it. Oh, it's a beheading block. The purple, I guess, is what confused me. I think just the purple blood is what threw me. I got you. This close to the steps, you can see they are wide black slabs of stone carved with ornate symbols. They rise steeply enough that one could not run up them, and a shorter man than you may have to scramble. No one goes near them. You must keep going. After a month of walking, you finally come into sight of your goal. The great sealed Throban doors stand before you at the top of the stairs. But first, how about a meal? Clouds rumble as they roll across the dimming sky. You approach a large, noisy building, the guards' mess hall. The building is large, with one side open to the elements. Inside, tables are packed with guards of all stripes. Beastmen, orcs, humans, all hunch over bowls of stew. They are scattered around the mess hall, staggering with drink. Serving goblins rush to and fro, avoiding the kicks and jeers of the guards. You could try entering the mess hall and hope your disguise holds. It's a captain's uniform. You walk up to the hall. You stride into the hall, which is crowded with guards. It falls silent the moment that you enter. A man looks up at you. "Captain, are you?" he demands, looking you up and down. What? Am I? Come on. You regard him in his uniform. It is quite clear he is the captain here, and he has no doubt seen straight through your disguise. Look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. Sorry, I had to do that. Okay. Stand my ground, laugh, or run for it. You laugh. The captain laughs in return. Then he flicks with a hunk of bread in your direction. Get him! A crowd of guards rush toward you. You cannot hope to defeat them in combat. Oh, come on. How many times have we tried to cast a spell in this situation and they hold your arms back? Do you think knock over a table would be better than cast a spell? Sometimes when you get surrounded, they hold your arms down and you're not allowed to cast because you're a sorcerer. I think knock over a table might actually do something. You upend a table, spilling drinks everywhere before sprinting away. A few trip over it, and others are confused and enraged by your antics. Forgetting you for a moment, they attack each other, desiring a brawl more than justice. Ducking down an alley, you evade nearly everyone. But one clear-headed guard has managed to pursue you. You must deal with him before making your escape. Wow, he's already injured. Table flip was the answer. Look how little his power bar is. He's got some sweet armor though. I mean, this is definitely like just start at like middle range 6. Okay, see, because I knew you were gonna beef him. Giving a chuckle, the guard raises her sword and attacks. You aim an impressive lunge toward her throat. She raises her weapon just in time to stop the blow and looks fine. Oh yeah? How about this next 6? That's what I thought. You prime a new attack. Moving efficiently, you thrust a bold lunge to skewer her heart. As she goes for your chest, she is weakening. Her wary eyes follow your movement. If you're wary eyes, you shouldn't be able to do much more than a 3. You maintain the pressure, punishing the brute with a passing nick, keeping her off balance. The guard ducks long after she should have. She's bloodshot and panicked. Oh, too late to panic, I'm afraid. You're dead. Leaping forward, you aim a piercing stab toward her eye and cut her down. No stamina lost. Flawless fighting. You are now alone. The others have lost interest in the fight. You rush away from the mess hall where they are already calling the alarm. You will evade capture now, but soon the whole fortress will know of you. Uh-oh. Outside the mess hall, the silence of the mountain descends. A few guards march this way and that. Night has fallen. You should try to find somewhere safe to sleep. Yeah, about that. I don't have time for shenanigans like sleep right now. I gots to go. You make your way to the base of the great steps that lead to the Sorcerer's Spike. The moon moves slowly across the dark sky. The steps are wide and central. You have a great view of the whole courtyard and are equally as visible. Oh yeah? Is that so? Yes! You slip on the pearl ring and cast the spell, and slowly a filmy light extends from the jewel of the ring surrounding your body. A few creatures in the square blink with surprise. You lift your eyes upward to the famous Throban doors that protect the Archmage from Mampang. You've been told they are guarded by spells. You steel yourself for great danger. Your heart is in your mouth. The inner sanctum lies within reach. You make your way one by one up the enormous steps. The tower looms above you like never before, each carved with a word in the oldest tongue, spelling out a message for those who approach the dark heart of Mampang. The message is spelled out one pictographic word at a time, one per step. Those who climb must comprehend, enter or else never descend. The symbols chosen are unusual. They are all the same viewed from either direction. It's time. Right? Mad cuz bad is not what it says. We don't have 4, we missed glyph 2 somewhere. I bet it was in that one recess we were floating around. We have to use the secret. Where's the secret? I have the whole secret. Where is it? Holy water is the key to the tower. Which tower? This is the tower. We have the Throban doors, the scratched message, the College of Magic, the Sands of Death. Where's the clue? We had the whole clue. There were I had all 4 pieces. We have the Birdman papers. Hold on, was it a piece of paper that I had that washed away? Oh my god. Oh, look at this. Oh wow, this is really cool. I think I remember because it was the 3rd one. Wait a second, if I still have the scrawled note, I still have the scratched message. Why would I not remember all 4 of the clues. I remember invisibility is the 3rd one. I remember the 4th one is Zed. That's kind of dumb. I already read the whole poem. And it had the answer to all 4 of the counter spells. Whatever, just go. You steady your nerve and continue to climb. I ain't turning back now. You stand by the colossal doors at the top. The dewy light from your pearl ring fades and disappears. A silence descends, as though this was quieter corner of the city than any other. Perhaps something to do with the doors themselves. Certainly, a heavy magic exudes from them. You look around the step a little, and notice something etched into the stone. It reads, Mampang will be free. Below that are 2 S's intertwined, and near them 2 C's. What's that supposed to mean? Signed, the Archmage. Oh, weird. They seem simple enough, if large. The large wooden panels are covered in ornate carvings. Someone has left a pack here, by the door. Perhaps someone else tried to open these doors once. The pack lies discarded just to one side of the steps. It is a little charred. Looking at the steps on which the pack lies is the faintest dark mark, roughly outlining a silhouette with outstretched hand. Open the pack or leave it. Gingerly, you flip open the pack. It seems safe enough. Inside are a few glass bottles. You lift the bottles out one by one, shaking them to identify their contents. A set of potions, blimberry, water, and fire. That seems too good to be true, right? You stash each bottle and then quickly step away from the discarded pack. I mean, blimberry's pretty hot. The carvings are of obscene, distorted figures, perhaps once beautiful but now warped and bent by fire. In the center, a single vertical stroke. 1. You know what sucks? We didn't find 2. You found glyph 1 in the Tower of Berries. That doesn't really tell me anything, to be honest. Pour holy water. I mean, we could. We have a lot of holy water, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it could hurt. Maybe it could. We have... How much holy water do we have? 6 measures. It's a reasonable amount. Yeah, we never found the second mark. I mean, the first mark in berries is somehow maybe blimberry related. Let's just see what spells we can cast. I wonder, here's my thing. We have enough energy to do a lot of stuff, and we have enough stuff to do a lot of stuff. But, the question I have to ask is, does screwing it up insta-kill you? You see what I'm saying? Like, as if I miss it up one time, if you found it in the Tower of Berries, then the blimberry spell seems reasonable. Teleportation is not going to work. These are magically protected doors. I think casting Dock is probably best case scenario right now. Dock! Pour the potion on the door handle. We have another blimberry besides this one if we waste it. But it also says, a little charred. Dock is the counter to hot, and hot may indeed be the first part of the puzzle. So I'm going to assume Dock being the counter to hot is the answer to the door handle, given that the first mark we found in the berry room. The potion sizzles sharply as it slicks across the handle, but does not boil away in moments as you might have expected. After a moment, it seems to cool. You grasp the door handle and turn, only to be stopped short. There is no trap, no explosion, but you have not opened the door. The door is still not open. You have survived one of its traps, but surely there will be more. You look over the door carefully, gaze working from top to bottom. The carvings have morphed a little, now showing figures in strange frozen poses. 2 vertical strokes, Stand side by side. 2. Well, we never found 2. If only I had that dumb piece of paper. The first spell that locks the throw open doors is fire. I guess if you die here, you keep the clue so you can come back. That makes sense. We know the third one is invisibility and the fourth one is Zed. So let's just use process of elimination and see what spells are available. And see if anything rings a bell to remind me of the poem. We have counter dim, create illusions. Probably gonna have a lot of letters here because it's a test. We have mud to counter Foff. We also picked up a fire spell for some reason. What would that be useful for? I don't know. I feel like stone stands out to me. It's gotta be something pretty easy to get. Stone tickles my brain. In the way that when you are, ooh, what if we just use far here? I wonder what it'll show me. Far! You sit cross-legged on the ground and see with the orb of crystal. Weaving the enchantment, everything changes. You see yourself standing in a room with an hourglass. The sands are trickling through as the glass is turned by an unseen hand. You, a great explosion in the stars above. You what? You, a great explosion. I was hoping that was going to show me the right room with the right clue. I mean, hourglass, sand, guess what uses sand? Mud. That may be a reach. That may be a reach. I think mud or stone is gonna be my, like, if I was on the test, if I was taking the test and this was multiple choice, I would pick one of these two, for sure. I'm gonna go with mud, because we just saw the hourglass. I don't know, it could be complete coincidence. Mud! You scatter a handful of sand on the ground and cast a spell. It begins to move, moving round and round, faster and faster, till it forms a whirlpool that descends into the earth itself. It opens up directly beneath your feet. You try to run for it, but the pool grows faster than you can move and sucks you down into its belly before closing over your head. You have been sucked away into a whirlpool. But before death closes in, the stars open to you once more. Pretty good at this game, by the way. Oh, it's morning again? Cool. That's nice. Take my stamina, then I... Whoop, rip. You would resurrect me one step from morning. You would. Why would I cast quicksand under my feet, though? Why not stand 2 steps back? Yeah, you keep everything you got. I still am dressed as the captain, yes. Come on, woman. Heal me with your healing hands. Here's a coin. I have a lot of coins. Show her the papers written by the Birdman. Okay, hold on, chat. Can you read the writing of Birdman? You ask, producing the papers you recovered. Javine looks surprised. I didn't even know Birdman could write. She replied, let's have a feel. You hand over the sheaf and she pages through it with some interest, running her fingertips over the scratches. I don't know about Birdman, she remarks after a long pause, but This looks like the handwriting of the Archmage himself. Oh, what do they say? She smiles. These pages seem to refer to the Archmage's search for a way to undo the undoing of ways. His words, not mine. Seems like he was convinced that the spell of undoing the undoing of doing. Whatever that means. The spell of undoing. Seems like he was convinced that the spell of undoing the undoing of... Okay. And now you are a beggar? I was a healer before. Yes, now I beg. The Sight Masters torment you? The ones from my homeland were honorable, and then I say... Can she heal me or no? I have killed a Sight Master. There it is. Bingo! Now, away with you. We've done this one before. Goodbye. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. We can kind of abuse the system a little bit. The spell of undoing the undoing of doing. We have one ration with which to eat. Have we ever done anything to the statue? What if I just zapped the statue right in the middle of town? What would you guys do? I mean, I could go buy some food with my infinity gold, but that would... Is it already nighttime? You know what? Fine. We're gonna go buy some food with infinity gold. And then we're gonna go back up to the top and try to become stone again instead of use sand. Hey, guys. Seems we have a visitor. Uh-oh. I'm not a priest anymore. You greet them warily. Created by a curse laid upon the north gate of Caray, the Red Eyes can kill with a glance. You remember their tales.
Corga take my eyes if this overfed oaf is a native of Mampang. Where are you from?
Analand. One raises his eyebrows.
We are meant to be on the lookout for an Analander.
Before you can respond, you hear footsteps pounding behind you. The third bandit has run off and is even now hollering that the dreaded Analander has been spotted. Soon the whole fortress will know. The remaining two snarl and grip their swords.
What's more, we don't care for Analanders.
I could surrender and just be escorted all the way up to the guard. But you know what? I'm gonna kill him instead because I hate these guys so much. What are my options? Hot. It's classic. Hot is a classic. Summon a replica creature. I mean, I could just summon one of them to kill one of them. And that's free. That is free. Oops. That is free. But also... Hotch! That didn't do anything. There. Oh, wait, no, it did. It killed one of them instantly. Okay. Oh, that scared me. He draws his sword. You approach nervously, but although the red eyes stare at you, he cannot burn you. It seems they are weaker here than their Korean cousins. I guarantee you he's gonna defend first. I guarantee you he's gonna defend first. He's not gonna defend first. You'd have to be an idiot to defend first. Give me that almost insta-kill.
His deadly glare exhausted, the red eyes draw a curved dagger from his belt. Then he rushes you.
You raise your own sword for a brutal attack and knock him to the ground.
He falls to the cobble.
You know what? I thought so. You're so predictable.
You keep up the pressure.
You catch him beneath his own raised blade. He's limping now, cursing with rage, and steps back. 2.4, can that win? Can that be enough? It can. It can. You batter at his blade. Reaching down, you toss a handful of dust in his eyes and cut him. Your strike is more than he can take. He falls to the ground, already forgotten to the bustle of the alleys. The red eye lies dead at your feet. The back alleys are hostile. You continue along a road. That one dude still ran to tattletale on me. Which is why, of course, I am going to sleep in the exact alley that I was witnessed. I'm just gonna hide in plain sight. You've not eaten today. Let's fix that. Mmm, tasty. Thank you for giving me some stamina back. You lost a little max stamina, ran out of provisions, used a gold disguise yourself as the captain, died again, and found 2 new clues. Hey, that's pretty slick. Let's go. Time to go eat some food as we awaken. Honestly, that could have been worse. We're just gonna go get some morning grub and then head back up to the gate one more time. Show me what you got today. Vegetable pie for 8 gold. Thank you. The meal is disgusting. Nonetheless, you have eaten today. Are we able to read the poem again? I don't even remember where I got it from, to be honest. We're basically not making the interactive playthrough anymore, Nummy Rules. It became too crazy. It became just too much, and that's fine. We tried. It was a cool idea. But with the backtracking, the time travel, the maps within maps, this would be, like, impossible to actually... Like, the first part is fairly straightforward. Part 2 is doable, part 3 is like, whoa, and part 4 is like, ah, you know? Yeah, it was definitely from a tower, Techno. You're not wrong. The lighthouses would have been extremely difficult to represent as well. It's very true. I would like to go north. Hey! 20 stamina, 0 rations, and a dream. You know what? If I die, I die. That's fine. I'm just gonna play the game the way it was meant. Slip around the hut? Nah, I'm a captain. Captain coming through. Where is your captain? Just return the salute and go. You return the salute smartly, the other nods. Just then a passing beggar stumbles into the guard. And the beggar has another opportunity to fight this guy. This time I'm gonna try holding the guard back and see what happens. Easy now, you say. Not worth the violence. She looks over her shoulder. What's that? He shoved me. I'm gonna teach him to respect the guards. Do nothing, like I did in Corée. The guard draws her sword and slices the man's legs from behind. He cries and collapses as he tries to rise. You won't be running from anything for a while now, the guard says. The beggar crawls away howling. You should leave the beggars alone, you say flatly. Is that right? She retorts. She's clearly furious. You throw a punch at the side of her head, but she ducks. Spinning around, her hand goes to her sword. She stares at you, then lets the hand drop. Not worth killing a captain on duty. It'd be the stocks for me. She straightens up to her full height, 2 inches shorter than you. But if I see you again, I'll run you through. Enough of this, she says. No one goes through here without business. You lack any, so we have nothing more to speak about. The guard crosses her arms, scowling. Other guards mill about nearby. Really? You made it worse. Did I? Did I, though? You spin the constellations into shape around you and your jewel of gold begins to shine and gleam. The guard stares at amazement. Archmage, she murmurs, we were not told. I forgive you, you reply, and the guard smiles, a tear in the corner of her eye. Thank you, she murmurs. Oh, but thank you. What lies along this road, you ask? Why, Archmage, the guard's encampment and the sorcerer's spike, of course. Surely you know that. And how does one enter the spike? You continue.
We do not enter the spike, she answers, repeating a rote formula. The Throban doors are forbidden to all. And why are they forbidden? The doors are a place of treachery and deceit. They are a place unseen by the gentle powers that guide us. Peace be with the Archmage. You sweep past her up the road, accompanied by the clatter of her armor on the ground as she kowtows behind you. What, she's just following me up the road? You continue climbing. And the birdmen are watching us. Again, as they do. But we have a key. The door appears unguarded. You try to turn your key, and once again it unlocks. If we lose that key, well, we are screwed. I believe we just go right. There might be more stuff for us to do inside of these areas. I mean, we could go kill the Torture Master probably, but you know what? At this point, let's just wait until we have it in the ground and we can do whatever we want. It is I, the Archmage. Please tell me about my home. I'm lost. WTF, Etalyx. What, Vietnam? What do you want? Your disguise keeps you safe for now. It does. I'm not wasting any time. And I'm not going to go back into the mess hall again. I've learned my lesson. Another rather narrow door is nearby. Here's the bird guards. I wonder if this could go differently. Look at the door. Oh, that door is guarded by birdmen. Listen at the narrow door. Here we go. Round 2. It's the chain maker all over again. You slip inside the door and find none other than 3 birdmen. Greetings. Stand up, soldiers. Oh, this is different. This is a different one. Uh-oh. Stand up, soldiers, you exclaim, relying on the captain's uniform to make them pay attention. But the birdmen look at you in surprise. Who are you? One demands. Why are you wearing the captain's old uniform? You look absurd. One of the silent ones points at you as he lifts his arms. You notice a curious SS-shaped mark under his arm. The secret service of birdmen. Nazi birds. Oh, do you think I have time to cast God? Not a chance. The birdman whacks your elbow painfully. Whatever, let's go. I'll fight you all. The element of surprise is on your side. Yes, you cut down the 2 birdmen as you surprise them again. You know what? This is what you want? Is this what you want? I'll make this easy. We've done this before. I'm here to kill you all again. I'm here to kill you all again. Alright, it's my turn to defend, probably. Yeah, that was a good defend. Nice defend, only 1 stamina down. She beats her strong wings, gathering momentum for another strike. Whoops. Should have thought about that before you only gave me a 2.7. I'm embarrassed. She is still determined to fight. That's less than a 4. And then there was only 1. She stretches her cruel claws. I only have a 2.4. Oof. What a waste of good stamina that was. What a waste of good stamina that was. If I would have known to expect a 0.3. Oh well. 2 stamina loss, skilled scored swordplay. The Analander? Let's see nodding. You nod, replete with triumph. Samaritans, she gasps. We might have aided you, Analander. Her breath flutters, and then she is still. Hold on, they were good guys? Then why, when I tried to cast a spell, did you stop me? You can't just do that. You open your arms to cast a spell, the birdman whacks your elbow painfully. Well, guess I know what I gotta do. Time for you to help me in death.
reds. The water begins to shimmer and shine with an inner light. Pour water on the bird maid or the birdman? Why do I have to pick who's the last one? She's the one that gasped, so pour it on the bird maid. You trickle the holy water over the body of the bird maid. After a moment, her eyes reopen. Annalander, she murmurs. It is you, isn't it? I am the Annalander, you reply. After all, who could she tell? She nods. I did not expect you to come. I tried to believe, but I never did. What can you tell me of the Throben doors, you ask? The birdmaid blinks twice. Nothing, she replies. We don't use doors. We just fly. She indicates the hole in the chamber's roof with a bent claw. The creature coughs a gobbet of blood. What are the Samaritans, you ask, remembering her previous words. The Samaritans of Shin, she whispers. Us. We are birdmen born free, born outside the Archmage's chambers. We swore ourselves to see the end of the Archmage's rule. She cocks her beak into a smile. The only birdmen to have mothers. With a final hacking, choking shiver, the birdmaid tumbles to the stone floor, dead once more. The Samaritans of Shin, not Nazi birds, chat. Wow, makes you feel bad, huh? You find a stack of papers. We found these before. What did the one lady said on them? The thing to undo, the thing that you did done, right? Undo the undoing of the thing that you're doing right now. Okay? Stop breathing, stop blinking, stop smelling. Okay? Right now. Okay, and breathe. You can open your eyes again. And you can blink again. You did it. We should cast Zed and start over. It's her fault. I could have read her mind. Instead, she's dead. There's only two... Listen. There's only two people that can cast spells. The Annalander and the Archmage. Alright? She should have known immediately. She did know. I think her training was just bad. I would have read her mind, and we would have gone from there. Easily. We know there's danger here. None of these help. Unless you can... What happens if you cast Hot on nothing? It's the only offensive spell. And every other sorcerer in the spell... Have you guys even been watching these games? Oh, there's other mages? Hold on. Like, that one old lady who was in the Backlands, who was literally a hermit who lived in a house up at the top of the mountain. Okay. And also, wait, Shadrach, the guy who immediately becomes a tree the first time you find him. Yeah, it could have been Shadrach. Wait, those are both good. Hold on, I'm trying to think of all the other evil sorcerers that could have been. Nah, it's just the Archmage, really. There hasn't been a single other evil sorcerer in the game. That elf in the hut? Oh yeah, no, she lived in a hut as another reclusive sorceress who also was good, by the way. Every other sorcerer or sorceress is good except the Archmage. Chat right now. No. It is my view that the Annalander is evil. Alright, Anakin, slow down. Anakin, chat. In my view, it is the Jedi and Landers who are evil. Take me away. Take me away. Just walk past them, who cares? The halberds block the way. Greetings. What do you want? The birdmaid says, clipping her words. Ask about their mothers. Well, it's a bit late for that. How are your mothers? You ask cautiously. The birdmaid stares at you with narrowed eyes. Excuse me? Yo, how's your mother?
The bird maid blinks slowly. Have you lost your mind?
She is not well then, I take it.
You reply. This is not a conversation we are having. The bird maid replies. I have a feeling he's flirting with you, the birdman remarks. Shut your mouth, the first snaps. Then she points at you. State your business, or I'll slash your throat open.
Yo, say hello to your bird mother.
You're on official business, are you?
I have a message for the Archmage, or I can make it worth your while. They don't use money. What am I gonna do?
Hey, baby. I can make it worth your while if you just let me on through this gate.
Birdmen and bird ladies getting a little bit lonely up here, all by themselves. I have a message for the Archmage.
The bird maid howls with laughter.
The Archmage! No one sees the Archmage. What a crock! She continues to laugh even as she slams the butt of her halberd into your groin. That's a bit sexist and aggressive. Sending you flying backward. You land on your back, the impact forcing the air from your lungs. You roll sideways, attempting to push yourself upright, but the bird maid prances forward to step on your wrist.
You will stay down, she insists.
The bird maid holds the blade on her halberd to your neck. Her companion rouses himself, rubbing his now cracked beak. I didn't even punch him. Why is his beak cracked? Who did this? Who hurt this person's beak? Because it wasn't me. Did I get captured again, dude? Oh my god. Here. Aw, shit, here we go again! Wait, who'd that? Kartum, the commander of the guards of Mampang, sits behind a wooden desk covered in parchments. Hold on, we've never done this before. Mampang Jail is the new Kuray sewers. This is the guy with the picture behind. I know who that picture is, though, by the way. Watch this. Hold on.
Did you say, Martha?
You open your mouth to speak, but one of the guards smacks you about the cheek, silencing you.
The Analander standing right before me, murmurs Kartum. I should have you killed as fast as possible.
There's no need to be hasty.
He stares back at you, and you see fear creeping at his eyes. They tell the strangest stories about you. They say, for instance, that you are over 1,000 years old. They say you destroyed the village of Kariyama in retribution for giving birth to the Archmage. They say you laid waste to the ancient world. And what do you believe? He shrugs. In the end, I am a soldier. I believe I can run you through with a sword, and if you get up again afterwards, I believe I can run you through again. I believe that if I toss you into our highest cell, you will not fly away. Do you miss your Celestine? You ask, pointing at the portrait on the wall. The commander narrows his eyes. What trickery is this? I met a woman called Celestine, you begin, looking at the portrait. She looked like that woman. The effect is immediate, as though the commander had been struck across the mouth. He collapses backwards in his chair. Get out, he murmurs weakly to the guards. All of you, clear the room! You hear me? Get out! The guards nod and leave, and you are left alone with the commander. He points with shaking fingers. Tell me, now. A few questions first. You damn mercenary, he scolds back. What do you want? Wow, we got a Samaritan question? Who knows how to open the Throban doors? You begin. He shakes his head. I don't think anybody does. I don't even know if Throban himself did. There are traps set on the doors, spells, and the last spell, they say the last spell is one that Throban himself couldn't control. If I were you, I'd give up or find another way. There is no other way, you insist. Then you will have to find ways to counter the old magics. Tell me, what is the source of the Archmage's power, you ask? Knowledge, the commander replies quickly. The Archmage is the greatest seer that has ever lived, or so they say. He knows everything that everyone has done or will do, because he sees them do things before they do them. He gulps. And don't you think I've forgotten that right now? I haven't. Have you heard of the Samaritans, you ask? The commander nods grimly. Rogue birdmen, he answers. The Samaritans of Shin. They're dangerous and not to be trusted. He wipes a hand over his eyes. Tell me where she is, won't you? Celestine was in Corée, you lie. You met her? He seems stunned.
Okay, he's gonna find out that I'm lying here in a second. She ran an inn where I stayed. Briefly, we fought. She is an excellent swordsman. It doesn't matter how I know. He's gonna figure it out. I can't be too specific. You gotta stay vague. Either one of these could be true.
Briefly, he nods. His eyes lower for a moment. And she mentioned me?
I am a sorcerer. I read her mind. We escaped the flames of the city together. She wanted to tell me the whole story.
She never could resist a story, he agrees. He stands and paces over to the window, looking out across the yard, and finally he turns back to you. So, he asks, what should I do?
Nothing, she will come to you. Go and find her. Help me defeat the Archmage.
You say quickly, then I will take you back to her. He stares at you. The Archmage does not take kindly to traitors.
You've already helped me enough. You're a better man than this place deserves. Then we had all better act quickly.
You're a better man than this place deserves, you reply. Celestine told me as much.
He all but snarls at you, but does not contradict.
There is little more I can do for you. If you wish to find the Archmage without his stopping you, you will need to open the Throbin doors yourself. There is a clatter of armor outside the door. Guards pass this way and that. You had better leave, he mutters, quickly.
You nod and hurry away, sighing with relief. Your clues have been updated. The Samaritans of Shin are birdmen. You ask after their mothers. The Archmage cannot see the doors. They say the magic in the Throbin doors is so powerful the Archmage cannot see what occurs near them. Put on the wig, cast God, and pretend to be Celestine. Oh my god. Well, the lie actually held up somehow. You emerge from the commander's doorway as darkness closes in. You should find a suitable spot to sleep. A short distance away, a wide set of steps leads up. Well, I can't sleep in the courtyard. How much time do I have left? Like half? And only 18 stam? An iron door leads south. Yo, that just takes me back. You're the captain, you sleep where you want. There's nowhere to rest here. I didn't find any chambers. Alright, we're going up. I'm not sleeping, dog. Take my stamina, I'll pray to the fox boy. It is the middle of the night. Yes, it is. Your heart is in your mouth. You're about to die again, dog. Keep going. Okay. You are free from the Archmage's watchful eye for a moment. Look at the doors. Someone's left a pack. Indeed they have. Gimme, gimme. A set of potions, Blimberry, Blessed Water, and Fire. You stash each. Thank you. I'll take that again. I guess they have to put that there in case you die. Alright, number one. Number one. You can't take a nap by the doors? No, I cannot. No, I cannot. So we are going to first dock ourselves. Well, not ourselves, we're just gonna dock. And pour it on the door handle. Touch the handle. You reach out, the metal is cool. It seems your spell has countered the hot spell, but the door is still not open. And sure enough, your fingers on the door handle are starting to flake with gray dust. Well, there you go. That's a confirmation of what I suspected anyways. We did sand last time, we're doing stone this time. That clue was not there before. We even tried to open the door, and I'm confident that clue was not there. It would have been too easy otherwise. If I had just touched the door handle instead of tried to open it, that would have been a piece of cake. Rock! You cast a spell, tossing out a handful of stone dust. The rock dust spreads across the wood of the doorway, covering with a sheen of gray. You look at the door carefully, gaze working top to bottom. The carvings have morphed a little now, showing figures in strange frozen poses. 2 vertical strokes stand side... Wait, it still says 2. Oh. We never found out what rock counters, huh? Maybe the dust is what the current spell is. I think I cast the same spell it is currently encountered with itself. But anyways, I'm not asking for help from the chat, so keep your thoughts to yourselves. Fingers off the keyboard, backseaters. This is the end of the game. For goodness sakes. I made it this far without you. I don't need you now. Alright, so let's see what we got. I think this would all be very easy if I just had that one piece of parchment. I don't know how I made it. I went through every single tower and did not find glyph 2. I did have the answers in the riddle, and now they're gone. Which is very annoying. I mean, I remember I still have the one clue. Holy water is key to the tower. It cannot be that simple. That's true. The ghosts in the Argbad vent claim it. We do have, like, a lot of that. We have 6 measures. And we found another one literally just now. Yet, I cannot pour holy water on the door. It cannot be that easy. Well, as long as I don't accidentally kill myself, we can cast more than one spell like we just did. Unless we were supposed to wait and cast rock after the symbol shaped, which would be strange. We're not casting mud. That for sure is not going to happen. Gray dust came off the door handle. I wonder why. Okay, let's look at our options. We already done dock, so we're not doing dock again. It's number 2. Stop, I'm not even pressing K. Float in air. See into the future. That didn't hurt us last time. Let's see what it says. You see yourself standing in a room with an hourglass, sands trickling through. It's the same vision. You see a great explosion in the stars above. It's the same vision. The vision fades. The rock dust flakes from the door once more. What? I'm very confused by the sequence of events here. Your fingers on the door handle start to flake with gray dust. You pour dust across the wood of the doorway, covering it with a sheen of gray. You look over it, too. The rock dust flakes from the door once more. It was already doing that. It's very strange. Well, the only option is to cast a spell. You can't even attempt to open the door. Kyra Toby is gifted a sub to Nightbot. What up? Thank you for your 17 months, Nightbot. I'm joking. Thank you, Kyra Toby, for your multitude of gift subs and your unceasing generosity. Thanks a ton. You guys hear that? Ooh, a late night room. All right. I have dust, yes. Let's see what our other options are. We've done rock. We've done mud. We have not done kin. There is dim. Cause stupidity counters kid. Kid, of course, is illusions. Counters dim. Let's do that. What's the worst that's gonna happen? The worst that's gonna happen is I become stupid for a minute. Dim. The spell turns back on you. You're extremely confused by your actions. That was a strange thing to do. You must have had a reason, though, surely. Okay. Well, it's not that. I'll just create an illusion, then. Kid. You weave the enchantment and the bracelet at your wrist glows. You have a moment in which to choose your illusion, but with no one to cast, it turns on you, conjuring terrible visions of towering flames, demon beast, and roving packs. You feel yourself calming down and becoming sensible once more. Best case scenario, that would have countered my stupidity spell. Well, it's definitely not mud. Maybe I misunderstood rock. Fear. There's fear. I feel like there's God and glue. I'm just so angry about the note being gone. This should have been easy. Yeah, this should be really easy. I don't think it matters if you have the clue because the stars are still gonna align in the same way. I don't think you have to have found the glyph to do it. Because it was a normal spell. The last one was the confusing one. I even read it out loud. Someone could just probably find a clip of me reading that out loud and I could just read it to myself. It's just kind of dumb that it fades away in water. Once you read the note, it should just become a permanent clue. So I'm just gonna try stuff until something works. As long as I don't accidentally kill myself, it should be fine. Gak, fear. Fear cannot kill me. Fear. Suddenly the door fills you with a terrible fear. The visions around you fade away. How many spells we got? We're just gonna cast them all. As long as they're not offensive, then no big deal. Glue is the only one we have a limited portion of. God is free. God. You find your respect for Throbin and his doors increasing to awestruck levels. Slowly your heart rate slows. You feel yourself calming down once more. How much glue do I have? Literally 1. So that'll be the last thing I try. You're just standing in front of the door scaring the shit out of yourself. Yeah, basically. Basically, yeah. I could have sworn it was rock, but we already cast that and nothing happened. Float? Only 1 stamina? You craft the spell, but although you complete it, it seems to have no effect and you do not float in the air as you had expected. You begin to think maybe the doors are just doors after all. Tentatively, you reach out for the door, but sure enough, nothing happens. It is quite safe. I feel like that might be the answer, because it specifically mentions you do not float like you expected to. I know the third one was invisibility, so if we can't cast invisibility, I didn't do it right. And I know the fourth one is Z. So if we see a letter Y anywhere, then we'll know that we did it right, because we have to cast a Yaz. Nothing, really. Nothing really. Apparently. Because I don't see a Yaz option, but I haven't opened the door. You turn the door handle, now completely safe, the door opens. Then quite suddenly it shimmers and disappears from sight entirely. The passage beyond is revealed. Oh. Just open the door, forehead. I see. Toss something into the passage. You grab a handful of dust. Well, I hope that wasn't from my pack. Oh, from the step. But as you might have expected, it does not go through the opening. Instead, it bounces back from the opening and forms a rough line in the dirt where the door once stood. New spell. The invisible doors, number 3. Ooh. Yeah. Yes. You slip on the pearl ring and cast a spell, and slowly a filmy light extends from the jewel of the ring surrounding your body. You are now quite invisible. Do we go straight from that to Zed, or is that a little too premature? I'm gonna see if it's even there. Okay, it's Zed. The fourth one is Zed. Charge the doorway. Infuriated by the invisible barrier, you charge at the door. As you impact, you are swallowed. You are swallowed by the door. A moment later, you are standing somewhere else above a large hole in the ground. You stagger to regain your balance, but whatever explosion has caught you is stronger than the last time. You explode upward. A moment later, you find yourself standing somewhere new. You stand on a lonely path between stone towers. You cannot help but shiver. You are back amongst the haunted, powerful towers of the inner college. The path passes the base of another tower, set into the side of the central mountain peak itself, but even the peak of Mampang is dwarfed by the endless mountains of Upper Zaman. Why did I start over on the other... Okay, well, apparently I missed something. We didn't die, so that's good. You know what we are gonna do, though, in a moment? Besides pray for healing. I don't remember which of these towers was good. I remember these ones were especially difficult. Right here. I remember there was like the one with all the people in it that you had to break open the door. And then there's the time tower. I don't like any of these ones. There's one built into the wall. Is that significant? What is this one again? I don't even remember. A brass sphere in the center capped with... Oh, it's the black cloth! Is this the one that we opened the cloth and then the bone was in it? Look at the sphere. Perhaps it is lightly floating. Knock the sphere. It continues to turn. Look at the black cloth. Remove it from the sphere. Nothing happens except you uncover a dull gray-white circle set into a sphere. It is as though the whole ball encases whatever this thing is. You run your finger over the white circle. There is definitely something buried in here. Something that feels like dry wood or too warm stone. It is bone. You hunt across the surface to try to open the sphere, but find nothing. Well, we're not going to zap it this time. That's for sure. Not going to zap it. I mean, we tried res already before also. Cause invisibility. Or talk with animals. May as well be invisible. Why not? The sphere in the middle of the tower simply stops rotating and nothing else occurs. Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic, but instead of turning invisible, the sphere simply stops. So what, Yaz is a counter to what again? Counters tell. Is it reading my mind? Okay, but it stopped moving. Why don't we just look into the future? You sit cross-legged on the ground and why in the constellations? You are standing outside a large doorway, though it is empty of a door. You reach into your pack and take out a black skull cap. The vision fades. This is saying I should use tell on the door. This is the answer to the part that I got stuck on. Okay, so for part 3, you have to use tell. I get it now. I understand. The poem told me, and the scrolling told me about the door, not the answer to countering the door. So I was becoming invisible. No, the door was what's becoming invisible in part 3. I get it now. I see. But to be fair, it would have helped if I had the clues. If I had that one clue, I would have not had this confusion. So what counters Z? It was just question mark, question mark, question mark. Good job, I'm proud of you. Well, you know, bouncing here actually learned something. We did learn something. Question, should I sleep here? What's the worst that could happen? It seems like a safe tower, right? The tower seems quiet and peaceful. You lie down to rest. Visions swim in your mind. Your journey, the great tower, the archmage sitting and waiting in his turret room, a quill pen scratching lines, the crown resting on his head. A tiny creature flutters its way over the battlements of Mampang, but is suddenly snatched from the sky by a pair of vicious talons. A beggar prowls the alleys of Mampang, muttering to himself, lost and half mad. His age is impossible to place, his body old, his eyes ancient. Underneath it all, the sphere in the center of this chamber hums gently, persistently, an engine driving its motion. Did it come back to life and read my mind again? Is that why I'm getting these visions? You charmed the commander of the guard. Hey, it me. Remember? I'm the commander of the guard, by the way. I mean, I'm not, but you are. Remember when I came through earlier and I talked about your honey? Would you let me go through again one more time, please, if you don't mind? No, there's no way to teleport out of here, by the way, chat. No. That was the wrong button. I apologize. I think we have all the information we need. Listen, I know who you are. You step into the room, kicking up a small cloud of dust. The air inside is shimmering. Once more, the goddess Libra hangs before you, but this time you struggle to see the truth behind the spell. The light vanishes, revealing a goblin in the middle of the room wearing a long blonde wig. He raises his hands. You step toward the goblin and he cringes. We've been here before. Tell me what you know of this place. I escaped from the tower with the other goblins. Yes, yes. Why are you doing this? I don't think he answers. Why are you wearing a wig? I assume you'll be leaving peacefully, indeed. All right, let's get out of here. I think these were the relatively easier towers, but we'll see. 5 other figures step in. We need to cast the spell that counters 6, which I think is kin. Easy enough. Hey, next all day. What up? I can't rewind to flanker, I'm sorry. I cannot. Let me out. I'm going back with all the information that I need. Oof. Isn't there... Oh, I don't know how many pebbles I have. This is the pebble room, yeah? 3? Oh, we got 3. We got 3 pebbles. That's a reasonable quantity of pebbles. All right, we're going through the motions a little bit here. Bear with me, chat. This is a trial and error learning experience. Bit of a slog here at the end as we really just try and get through the gate proper. Something is happening. You feel giddy. You check yourself over. You appear to be fine, but the tower is not. The whole room is tightening like a net. Hold on, did we ever go in this tower? You look around the room, it's getting smaller by the minute. There's no way to escape. The shrinking stops just in time for you to still fit, but there's no way you'll be able to escape through the doors. You try to throw your arms wide to cast a spell, but the room is shrunk and there's not enough space to catch the starlight. Is this the end? Caught inside a tower like a wasp in a jar. I don't remember ever going in this one. You turn your head left and right, looking for something to aid you, but find nothing. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the fox. He seems unable to help you. It does not grow back in size. You wait, hoping the effect of whatever spells trapped you will fade, but it does not. Clearly, this is powered by a grimalkin somewhere in the wall, which will funnel starlight until the world's axis moves too far for the current alignment to hold, but that is rather long to wait. You open the bottle of magical stuff, and it sparkles and shifts. It is almost full. There's only one way out. You draw your sword and ready yourself. It doesn't matter how many times you do... I've never done this game. What are you suggesting? You raise your blade to run yourself through, but your hand bashes into the wall. You don't have enough space to kill yourself with a blade. You have to drive the blade up through the groin or drink a poison. Ugh! This is awful. What poison do I even still have? I do have poison. Just drink the poison, I guess. You knock it back. Nothing happens. The poison barely has any flavor. It is as though it has been diluted to weakness. That's not funny. Whatever the reason, you are still stuck here. Rip the poison, I guess. Why would that even be an option? You lower the sword, twist it, and prepare to stab, and as you pull your arms back, you manage to put your hand through one of the walls. The tiny bricks feel soft as butter. You punch again, and a few bricks go flying. You ball your fist and swing back your arm, and then punch hard at the south wall. After 3-4 hits, you've knocked a fist-sized chunk out of the doorway. You keep punching, and the doorway grows bigger. These miniaturized bricks do seem quite weak. A few blows later, you are through, but looking out, you see a path. The other towers have also shrunk, or have you grown big? You slip outside. You've shrunk back to your normal size. Somehow I have avoided that tower in all my hours of playing. And to think he was about to stab his groin. Alright, now there's enough space to kill yourself. Did it really waste the poison? Whatever, we weren't gonna poison anybody anyways, let's be real. That was a complete poison waste. All right, have you guys seen the Netflix show? You seen the Netflix show that I'm about to spoils for you? Did you see the Coen Brothers Netflix movie? What's it called? The cowboy one? Did the tower cast big on you? So the poison didn't work because you were way too big for the dosage? Yes. That is apparently the case. That's my understanding. The Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Yes. I basically tried to do the same thing that happened at the end of that one Ballad of Buster Scruggs short. I'm not gonna spoil the whole story of it. But there you go. We know how to counter big though, do we? I couldn't even cast a spell. I don't think I know how to counter big based on that interaction. We were just punching bricks until the wall opened, I thought. Because they were so weak, because we were so large. Which one, Etalyx? The one where they lose the dog. Remember the one where they lose the dog and then how it ends? I was the ending of that particular one. We countered Yob with big, so you could reverse that. Oh yeah, did we already do that? But how are you supposed to counter that place if the walls close in and keep you from casting a spell? But yeah, it is Yob. You're right, we already did that. All I'm saying is, when was I supposed to Yob up in here? An icy hush fills the air. I mean, I have to go between the statues. There's no other option. You step further in the room. There is no furniture, and from the dust, it seems no one's been here in a long while. Raised Arctic Knight, what up? Thanks for the year. Appreciate your sub. Happy anniversary, and welcome back for one more month. Glad to have you. P-E-P. Cause strength. We don't have the ability. Zap or Zob. Didn't we go in here and turn to stone or something? I don't remember. I mean, we can see the future. Why not look into the future? You see yourself standing in front of one of the statues. It is a woman, but her face is obscured. The statue reaches out toward you, and watch yourself stretch to take the hand. But as your hand grips hers, the stone turns putrid to rotting flesh. That's probably not ideal. I think, float, fall, counter, stone. Not sure if that's what we're supposed to cast, but fall! Instead, stone begins to flake off the skin of the statues. You watch in amazement, and as though a strong wind is blowing through the chamber and shearing the stone to shreds. As more and more flecks of rock fall, something green and fetid pink is revealed beneath. You look closer. Corpses. You're standing in a room of posed dead. Entombed for so long, they stay posed. The gallery of stone becomes a gallery of flesh. You have no desire to stay here, but cannot move on quite yet. One corpse still blocks the door. Without the shell of stone, the corpse is easy to move. It is unwelcome, but you swallow your disgust. They stare at your back as you leave. Well, that would have been... I love that these are all doors that answer the doors. These are all towers that answer the door we literally just went through. A curious shimmering shield. Which... I don't remember which shield this is. If it's Foth, we need mud. If it's wall, we need pop, but it's not wall. It's gotta be mud. Don't touch the statues unless they're no longer made of stone, right? Please don't kill me again. The force field begins to shimmer, steam, and smoke, and finally disappear. I think we can pick up some more sand or something over here. In the middle is a table on which a piece of paper lies. Look at the paper. The paper is littered with scrawled notes, a few simple star geometries, and an acolyte, as any acolyte of magic might learn in the beginnings of a technical discussion of counter magic. There's plenty of sand here, more than you can carry. You get several handfuls. The paper continues with sketchy detail, though an interesting conclusion. Counter magic is thoroughly proven. There is no magic, no matter how strong, which cannot be countermanded. Even the great artifact itself, once thoroughly understood, can be overcome. I think the great artifact is the crown, by the way. Did I just lose something? I saw like one of these numbers move. And we're free! After all that, right? The broken wall, we can pick up more pebbles if we want to. Well, last time we could, maybe not anymore. The evening draws on. Ooh, wait, no. It's not nighttime yet. Not nighttime yet. We'll be in literally a moment, though. I wonder if I can make it up to the guard or the... Three guards are walking to you, one dressed as a captain. You turn around to hide yourself. The whole fortress is on the lookout for you. Yes, they are indeed. We've been to the warehouse. Did we ever go to the alley? Once, maybe? There is nothing here but the faintest smell of death. A door bursts open next to you. A woman sprints out, then slams closed. Leaning against it, she takes a series of heaving breaths. She is dressed in a loose cloth shirt. I remember vaguely... What are you running from? A crooked grin appears on her face. Ronnie Golandi, at your service, she says. I just emerged from a small disagreement with some goblins. Nothing to worry about, really. What disagreement? The goblins and I were just discussing certain irregularities in their finances. You are lying. She throws up her hand and pushes you away. Captain Sir will be seeing you, and she's gone. How are you supposed to, like, interact differently where she doesn't just run away? Whatever. Whatever. I think the same thing happened both times. Soon it will be dark once more. Did you get to the market in time? Maybe. Possibly. Okay, we got junk. Look at his stock. Does he have food? Glue, Blimberry potion. How much Blimberry do we have on hand right now? Two doses? It's a good amount. And we're gonna get one for free. I'm gonna say pass. But also, I have 321 gold, so I'll take it. We might need it. How much is the glue? 15? I'll take a second glue, in case I want to waste one. Alright, how much time I got? Where am I gonna sleep? We always sleep over there. Okay. And we're gonna get stopped by the red eyes again, aren't we? No, I didn't die. I haven't died yet. Fantastic. It's almost morning. I think I should be able to sleep here. And not lose 4 stamina for no reason. Hold on, wait. Look at the people. Go up to the fire. No one will talk to you. That's okay. I just want to sleep here. Well, how come sometimes I can sleep here and sometimes I can't sleep here? I don't understand. Well, rip me again. Did we ever free the guy in the stocks? We did once, yeah. Come on, come on. Yeah, there it is. There it is. You have eaten nothing today. That's okay. We're fine. Get comfortable and rest. You stand in a crowd of others. Analanders fleeing a darkness gathering in the east. You are all struggling to get aboard a boat, but one by one, people are turning to stone where they stand. Through it all, you feel the heat of Analand burning, should your quest fail. You lost 33 gold, but you didn't get punished. All right, let's go. This is the one. This is the one, chat. No more wasted time. Hey, we're still making good time. It's only been 7.5 hours, but I do need to pee. So, we're gonna get back up there and then take that quick break. And then the final stretch towards the end. No more backtracking anymore. Third time's a charm. To be fair, I did fundamentally misunderstand the clues I was getting. All right, you know what? We have a... Well, never mind. That same person's going to be up there, right? The further you go in, the inhabitants become increasingly wary of outsiders. What spell would I even cast here? Wouldn't that just draw a lot of attention to myself? There's the pillory with the prisoner. There might be another way to free him. I don't know what it would be, but we already freed him once and asked him some questions. Make a move. Why can't I just go straight? Slip around the hut? That's it. I'm dressed as a captain. You sidle around the edge of the building. The road onward is now within reach. You size up the road ahead. The guard post is well placed. A long, clear stretch of road leads both directions before turning around the slope to the north. You sit and wait. The guards have not noticed you, concentrating on the road. You slip northward. You walk slowly up the road, trying not to draw attention, but you've barely gone 5 steps before there's a shout from behind. There's nothing else for it. You break into a run. Excuse me. The guards are hot on your heels. Keep running. There is no alternative. With a bit of luck, there will be somewhere to hide around the corner. Why are they chasing me? I'm dressed like a guard. You unlock the door, hurtling through, and slam it behind you once more. Guards are chasing guards right now. Keep going. And we're almost back again. What do I do with these dumb birds at the top, huh? I didn't die also, so like the guys here are still alive, huh? Unfortunately, the good birdmen are still dead. I believe. I mean, we could go in and talk to my dude again. We could go in and talk to my mutant dude again. Okay, let's try this one more. You again. Well, I'm gonna try to bribe them. I'm sure we can come to some kind of arrangement, you suggest. The birdman steals a glance at his companion. Well, he draws. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement. An entry fee. She stiffens. Don't even think about it, she says. Side with the birdmate. You shift yourself so you're standing next to the birdmate. A bribe? Is man-paying so corrupt? He waves you off. I need to get by. You both keep your mouths shut. He shoves the birdmaid back. Then the birdmaid leaps. The two grapple, slashing at each other with their talons. The birdman suffers a deep gash, but manages a lucky strike that knocks her out. Then he turns to you, furious and bleeding. What are you looking at? Nothing, you reply. He nods. You want to go inside? Indeed, he nods. He extends a clawed hand. 40 gold pieces. You know what? Every time I try to go the easy way, these guys are the ones who turn me in. Here you go. You hand over the money and he nods and stands away from the door. With the way clear, you head through and it closes behind you. Well, we did have 300 gold for a reason, chat. The bribe works. This is next to the commander's door, but I'm not going to stick around to find out if he wants to talk about Martha again. I'm going up to the doors. This is the last attempt, because if I fail now, then I don't even know. Time to climb. We've been up here this is the 3rd time. It's also nighttime again. We just slept too. It took all day just to climb up here. Okay, what is going on with the door? First of all, oh no. The fact that we didn't die means there's no refund of the items that were here. Luckily, I bought extra blimberry and I brought extra blimberry too. Trace out the carvings on the door. Now we're back to number 1. You know what to do. It's down the dock. D-O-C. Not dying is worse than death. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes, yes. Your fingers are starting to flake with gray dust, and now we actually know what the counter is to this, huh? For once, I can assuredly say, without guessing, that it is float in air. Fall! Once again, it does not take effect. What? Yeah, it does. Open the door. You turn the door handle, now completely safe. The door opens. Once again, it vanishes from sight. The invisible barrier has returned. Then through the opening, you see a troll emerge into the corridor. He turns, clearly surprised by the light coming in through the doorway, and begins to charge toward you. What? You wait and watch as he stomps toward you, but its charge is abruptly halted as it reaches the opening. Just like the sand you threw, it strikes the invisible barrier. Wait, you remember the sand? And steps back, rubbing its head in some confusion and glaring at you. Why didn't this happen last time? You taunt it, causing the troll to run headfirst into the barrier 2 or 3 more times. Each collision comes with a resounding thud, like the sound of a fist pounding on wood, though there's no wood to be seen. Eventually, the creature's will gives out. He stares at you. You stare at the troll. Then, with obvious reluctance, the troll slinks away, back inside the tower, once more. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Do you know what? Just a double, triple, quadruple check. Just a double, triple, quadruple. 100. I want to double my luck. Double the fun. I need tell. Okay, I'm just making sure my goldfish brain remembers. Okay, I've only found the hat one time, and I've kept it with me through the entire game. I've even killed people to get this hat back. What would happen if I didn't have it? Where would I have gotten another tell hat from? Maybe it's better I don't know. Tell! You turn the stars into shape around you, pulling on the cloth skullcap as the magic takes hold. A moment later, it's a visible door once more. It would seem your spells countered the spell of invisibility that had hidden the door. Now you can see it. Your hope shifts suddenly. The door to the sorcerer's spike of Mampang hangs a crack ajar. A good shove will open it, but you cannot help but feel there is still another trap to overcome. There is a message on the door now that was not visible previously. You trace out the message on the door, words of the most ancient tongue. I am protected by the worst force in the world. Retreat for. I will take all your yesterdays and I will take all your tomorrows. Death. It is death. Only death can pay for life. Only death can pay for life. It is the door of Zed. If every door is opposite, what's the opposite of dying? It's got to be resurrection. Remember, specifically, we read the clues again. And, not for nothing, the ghost in the Argbad vent claim holy water is the key to the tower, but it cannot be that simple. I mean, I guess we'll find out in a moment. This is a holy water spell. Res! You take the vial of holy water from your pack and cast a spell. It begins to shimmer and shine with inner light. You pour the glittering water over the handle of the door. It seems to soak into the wood without any noticeable effect. Whether it's had any effect on the door is impossible to say. Oh, really? Really? Guess what? I came prepared. I ain't about to push open the door without trying everything under my book spell sleeve. I'm gonna drink some of that holy water too. That way it's infused inside me. Now I'm gonna drink it. You drink the holy water, feeling it sizzling in your throat, then it is gone. Well, I don't know if that did anything, but at least I did not do it, you know? All right, are there any other options here before we try? Summon a goblin. Honestly, I might. Summon darkness. Create a force field. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Protection from magic. I don't think that's gonna matter. Do we have, how many goblin teeth do I have? I bet I can yob. I know I have a lot of giant teeth. It's a bit much though, isn't it? We've never cast Gob the whole game. I'm gonna have one of them, because they had the weird troll on the other side try to come through the door and he couldn't do it. So it makes sense to get somebody else to try the door first before you do. Yeah, it does. I was already thinking that. We got a goblin tooth or 9 giant teeth. I'm afraid that casting Yob here is gonna end up crushing me somehow, stupidly. Does anyone else think that the giant is just gonna randomly appear on top of me and squish me? Because I feel like that's something this game may do. I mean, I've already done the resurrection. I kind of just have to try the door. If this doesn't work, I'm a rage P. You reach for the door to push, only to feel a crackling of energy as your fingers near the wood. You snatch your hand back quickly. It's trying to warn me, right? That's... Okay, I can't die again. Zap. It's gotta be zap, right? It was all question marks. We never found a counter to zap, so don't tell me. We never found one. Well, let me just use my own thoughts. There must be a big zap if it insta-kill me. My options are counter sun, counter mud, counter big, talk with animals. Ah, the counter to zap. Speaking with animals. Magic protection, right? Magic protection should protect you from zap. Why not? You craft the enchantment, and a veil of magical protection shimmers into place around you. I'm not convinced yet. Is there anything else that I missed? I mean, we could summon a goblin, but I feel like he's just gonna touch the door and die. We did have like a couple of fire waters that appeared for some reason. Why did we pick up Pep? We've already picked it up for free. We already have 2 of them. Pep! You drink one of the potions, the effects are instant, like having fire burn through your arms and legs. You suddenly feel incredibly strong. You feel your aura of magical protection disappearing. You feel emboldened, but will it protect you from the force within the door? I can't have both. You can't have both, I guess. Is there anything else in there, for goodness sakes? Why was it all question marks? Hold on. We have a thing. What are you doing? Tower of Skeletons and the Tower of Time. Resurrection. That was a resurrection skeleton. That was a resurrection holy water skeleton. Tower of Time we never figured out. Guys, I don't want to get zapped out of here again, please. Please. I've already been pushed. This is already the 3rd attempt. There cannot be a 4th. There's no Z. There's no Z on here, so we can't even cast Z if we wanted to. It's gotta be the opposite of Z. which has to be resurrection because of the water in that one. We found the glyph in the holy water place. That's where we picked up the holy water. We reached out and it crackled with energy. We could. The spell has little effect, but it points away from the door. Okay, but like there's a world in which walking away from the door actually does something. Because doesn't it specifically say that you can, we read the message on the door and it specifically said you could ascend the stairs but you can't turn back. I wonder if you turn back you die and then you get to cast Zed for the final piece of the puzzle. I don't know. It points away from the door. God. Do I have anything else? I swear if this giant crushes me. I swear if the giant crushes me. Yob. You pull a giant's tooth from your pack and throw it on the ground, casting your spell across. The tooth erupts in a column of smoke from which a towering giant steps out. He beats his chest and looks around, clearly hoping for something to fight. You direct the giant to the opening, it ducks its head and stamps forward. A moment later, the creature vanishes and the doorway is quite empty, but of course it is. The giant is some way behind you, crossing the square. It disappears from view as it moves out of sight. So it teleported him back to the square. Is that what it's saying? I mean, that's definitely what it's saying. What's the counter to zip? Because that's if it actually got teleported. But didn't we get teleported before when it was invisible? I don't know if that's a real indicator. The opposite of zip is gum. There is a G. There's no U. So it can't be that. It can't be zip. Because otherwise gum would be here. We already wasted a water. Strength is not going to help us, though. Holy water is the key, chat. That's what it said. We even pick up holy water on the steps here when we die. I have 4 more measures. There's too many clues that point towards res. You pour another vial of water onto the door handle. Look. There's too many clues. If this is wrong, then at this point, the game is just misleading me on purpose. Clue for Glyph 4. We found it in the Tower of Skeletons where we got all the holy water. The Tower of Time. How do you reset the Tower of... How do you reset the vial of sand representing life? Resurrection. Every time you flip it, is like resurrecting. You get more time. When time runs out, death. Life and death. Zed and res. Also, coordinating with that. Holy water is the key to the tower. Clues don't lie. But it cannot be that simple. Right? Third spell. Invisibility. Second spell. Petrification. Fourth spell. We don't know. The sands of death flow in the inner college. See? That's what they are. The sands of death. Right there. This is not the library. We didn't just pour it on there. We cast res. That's a spell. And I drank some. Push the door or slip into the passageway. There is no other way to know. You reach out for the wood and allow your fingers to connect with it. Fire erupts from the wood and down your arms. But a moment later, the sensation fades. Indeed, you feel refreshed as though your body had been destroyed and then built anew. Your maximum stamina has increased. You step without difficulty through the Throbin door and into the tower beyond. Your clues have been updated. What clues? What clue was updated? You didn't even tell me what the fourth spell is what. It just deleted holy water. Where'd the giant go, though? Who cares about him? Let me in! Let me in! It takes a moment for your eyes to adjust to the dark. You are inside the tower of Mampeng. The only way is forwards now. There can be no turning back. The incredible strength in your muscles fades. So was it the holy water or was it my fire water muscles? I don't even know. The place has the appearance of a cave, half submerged by water. The black stone is slick with water and spongy moss grows from every crack and crevice. Cobwebs blur the corners as though the ceiling was hidden by mist. It's as though no one has walked this way for 1,000 years. You make your way further along the passage, footsteps echoing on the cold stone. You reach the base of a wide flight of stairs. They seem to fill the space of the tower as though whatever lived here was impossibly wide. A few closed doors lead off to the other rooms of the tower. You look over the doors. They seem ancient, one-chewed. Gred only knows who lives here. It would surely do you little good to find out. The climb is exhausting, and you quickly lose count of the steps. There are no windows and no doors, nothing to measure your progress by, as though the tower is screwing downward into the ground with every step you take. After some time, you spy a door up ahead set in the inside wall of the tower. From here you can barely see the outline, but it seems to be dark wood with an iron grill. You pace forwards every sense, on high alert. The passageway stops by a heavy door, clearly a cell, set with a tiny iron grill. A hook is fixed directly opposite, no doubt to taunt prisoners with the sight of a key. But the hook is empty. The stairs continue upward from here. Look through the grill. Open the cell door, try Volcom's key, cast a spell, or keep going. You can't just... they're gonna... Can I suss? Sus, help me. Don't forsake me. I needed to go to sleep 3 hours ago, but he's so close now. Come on. What? Don't cry. No. Oh, that's a Snatacat. Why would you summon a Snatacat here? Sus! You raise your arm to cast the enchantment. The starlight seems to simply wave around you and disappear. Why would you do that? Fake spell, by the way. Last time I looked through a grill, somebody poked me in the eye. You peer through, it appears empty. Certainly, though you can see a cot, there is no one on it, and the floor is empty too. Then you notice something, in a shadowy corner moving, but the shape, whatever it is, cannot be bigger than a rat. I mean, you can't just lead me to the jail cell and expect me not to peek around once I finally get in this forbidden tower. What, teleport in here? No, too dangerous. Zap in here, too dangerous. Zob in here, I don't even know what that does, dude. Sap, sob, sup. No, don't stop the door. Madge protection. You know what? Gimme. You cannot seem to form anything from the stars. The spell you try to cast is lost. Oh. Alright, listen, I need real talk, chat. I need real talk. This is for real. Is it actually possible? Am I allowed to explore? Or am I gonna be punished for everything that I do here that's not climb the stairs? Because I just want to look around, man. I'm going in. Can't stop me. Try Volcom's key. None of them fit. Unsurprisingly, clearly Volcom does not manage the occupant of this cell, whoever it is. You tug, but of course, it's locked. Oh. Well, there you go. Never mind. Guess I'll keep going because I can't cast any magic down here. The stairs reach a landing that curves around the tower. A colored glow spills across the stones from a large stained window, shining despite the darkness outside. The window's made of colored panels of glass, each glowing with inner light. They depict a coiled dragon of some kind, its body snaking out of a chasm in the earth, but where its lower teeth should be stand a row of sorcerers, arms upstretched. You head along the landing, wary of traps. Around the tower we go. There is an archway here, but it contains a recessed stone wall, as if someone has bricked over a doorway. Curious. You tap on it. It feels solid, but one stone you tap has a faint ring to it. Hold on, I know this clue. Where is it? Why is this grayed out? Like it doesn't matter. The door to the library is illusory. Knock twice, touch with praying hands to open it. Why would it be grayed out? Knock twice. It emits a soft hum. Place my hands as in prayer. You put your hands together as though in prayer, then touch your little fingers against the wall. The humming becomes louder, and then the wall vanishes. Where did we even pick up that clue? I don't even remember. You walk inside to discover a large library. Bookshelves line the walls, and more books are stacked on a desk in the corner. You pull a book at random, check the title. 12 Methods of Summoning. Taking a few more, you see every book concerns magic. You have found the Archmage's personal collection. I sleep here. You've never seen so many books of magic in one place. I sleep in the Archmage's library. I just wanted to confess something, Chad. I'm not trying to kill the Archmage. I'm trying to sleep with the Archmage. I hope he likes me. You've never seen so many books of magic in one place. A whole library of spell books containing every variant, every minute detail of the art of spell casting. The Archmage's power must be truly vast, with access to so much knowledge. It's dead silent and dusty. Clearly no servants come here. This is for the Archmage alone. What, am I not going to pull out a book? You go over and run your fingers along the titles. The perception of perception. I ain't picking up artifacts of teleportation. No. Magical prisons? Absolutely not. I'm going to end up accidentally imprisoning myself or teleporting myself. We'll go perception. What could go wrong with perception? You lift down the perception book and open it to find the contents are a single elaborate diagram. As your eye traces its outlines and its outline, or traces its lines and its outline, you find yourself becoming acutely aware of hidden meanings and references within the art. It is as though the book is teaching you how to see what is hidden. This seems innocent enough. You continue to follow the diagram and become acutely aware of your own heartbeat. Put it back. When you look up from the book, you are startled to see you are looking at another door across the room, which you had not seen before. Do I dare read about magical prisons? Curiosity killed the Analander. It might tell me how to open that prison that's one floor below. You open the book, the first pages are dry, narrated in a low, soft voice. Eventually the voice stops reading. Who are you? It demands. You're not the Archmage. See, I told you, even the book knows I'm not the Archmage, dumb citizens of Manpang. I told you guys. Who are you? The pages of the book rifle themselves with satisfaction. I am Valaquesh, the greatest Archmage the fortress ever had. I swelled our numbers. I taught peasants to till the fields and spells of giantism. I built the portal traps of Corray and distributed their secrets among its people. I did many acts of wonder, and you can read all about them here in my book. Did he say the greatest Archmage the fortress ever had? As in, more than one Archmage? He built the portal traps? Burn the book? He made the portal traps. This game can't be that punishing. We've already been teleported back like 3 times. You are inside this book? Surely that's obvious, replies the book. And there is only one way you end up in a book. You are cursed? After a fashion. Close the book. You snap the book quickly shut and the voice vanishes. Take the book. What? Like, with me? Like, in my pocket? I don't want to go in a book. Hang on. This is the part when you get to the book and I don't know if this story particularly was in the 1980 book. But I like to imagine that when you get to the end of the book and you get to this page, if you keep reading the actual like hardcover book, like you like fly through and you become in the book too. And they like change places. So this is how like the Archmage releases himself from his eternal prison by swapping places with like the reader. Take the book. Cautiously, you put the muttering book carefully in your pack. Read the history of underground realms. Hey, Shaq, as a genie, what's up? You're here right at the end. Thank you for 15 months, though. I appreciate your prime sub. Hope you're having a good last of your Saturday as we're here at 11:21 p.m. You read the history of underground realms, a long and complex treatise on what you slowly realize is in fact now the sewage system used by the Citadel. It appears it was once a thriving dwarven stronghold, but has been long since abandoned to its fate. And you put it back on the shelf. I'm gonna be so mad if I teleport. Please don't. Please don't. God, please. I'm begging you, game. I just want to know. I finally got to the tower. Don't send me out. The writing is crabbed and dense, and you have to lean over to the tome to make sense of it. The author writes that spells of teleportation can be attuned to mundane objects. Unlike most spells, the text reads, certain kinds of teleportation do not need a Crimblekin to function. It could be the book. Like, the book could be the teleporter. Don't send me into the sewers. Take no chances. But I wanna. I'll do it on my... put it back. You put the book back on the shelf. You will have time to read more later. What time is it? We're fine. read it. No! I'm moving. You exit the library and take some more steps onward. I'm too scared, guys. The game has, honestly, those 4 doors, like, come on. Too much for my little heart. I'm too afraid of the Archmage at this point. His traps are too well set. He knows my every move before I take it. I have to act unpredictably. You climb another winding set of stairs up to the next level of the tower. You are high now. The wind outside roars past, shivering the glass in the windows. Is rewind back now? No. It's grayed out. No, it's grayed out. The corridor winds around the tower until it reaches a small wooden door. Another window casts a dim light across the floor. This is the top of the highest tower in Zaman. This is the garret of the Archmage himself. You are mere footsteps from your goal. Drink my potion of magical dissolution. I probably should have filled that with interesting good things, but instead I'm pretty sure that it's filled with giantism and something else I'm not really sure of. Camel. The camel is a creature of long legs and short sight. He walks and walks without needing to see his destination. A camel is self-sufficient and unflappable, but he rarely turns, not even when the sands give way beneath him. Drink the mystery potion. No! I'm gonna end up becoming big and squashing myself in here. You guys are all gonna laugh. Look out the window first. You see a dizzying drop down to the citadel below. You pause for a moment, close your eyes and whisper a silent prayer to the camel. There is no reply, not here, but you still feel calmer. Then you reach out and try the handle. It turns. The door is not enchanted nor cursed. It is not even locked. After so many miles, so much hardship and pain, the final door is well weighted and requires nothing more than the gentlest of pushes to swing open. Well, I guess we didn't drink the loot box potion, as you guys have pointed out. You know what? That's better. We're better that way. I don't want to become big right now. You climb the stairs to the garret. It is a tiny stone room, the walls plastered with astrological charts, some ancient and some so fresh, their ink still gleams. In the center of the space is a desk. Sitting behind it is George R.R. Martin. He is nearly finished with The Winds of Winter at long last. After decades, after hundreds of years, after finding the fountain of youth, he is still writing. You reach up to the stars and weave the spell, hot, burning the book and all of his hard work so that no one across the entire world may read it. Because honestly, after that long, how could it possibly fulfill any of the expectations that have been placed upon it after the terrible ending that was Season 8 hundreds of years ago? It's better unfinished. And sitting behind the desk. Who dat? Look at this guy. He's got a telescope. He's got some sunglasses on. He's got a big piece of paper. He's got like this weird smirk like, deal with it. He's got like deal with it glasses on. I love this guy. He's got like he looks out the window to his star pictures. He's got like snapping plants. It's either a telescope or like a really advanced laser. And like a pet squirrel demon. Behind the desk is a wizened old man with long shocks of black hair. He holds a quill pen and looks up curiously as you enter. Yes? Can I help you? Look, Santa's very busy this time of year. If you don't have a wish list for me written down on paper, one of my little helpers will be along shortly to help you jot it down. I understand in this era, skills of writing and reading are somewhat uncommon in the peasantry. I have come for the crown. The man frowns with evident puzzlement. Then he seems to understand. You must be the Annolander. The Annoland himself.
My serpent told me you were coming. I do hope you didn't think that disguise would fool me. Please take it off. Welcome. The man before you is a pale shadow of the Archmage you encountered in your dream outside the city walls, and he has no crown. You remove the captain's uniform, and the Archmage nods. I knew you would come, of course, he says. Though I had to at least try to stop you. Prophecy is like that, highly circular. The man looks back at you sadly, silent for a moment. Doubt begins to creep into your heart. Can this truly be the cruel Archmage of High Zaman? He seems tired, even shy. I see you've traveled a long way, he remarks. You must be tired. Please, sit. We may talk as equals for a moment. You sit down in the chair, and he pushes a button on his keyboard. The ejector seat, the oldest trick in the book! You have fallen back down into the college section of the map where you have to survive all the tests and trials he's created. Honestly, if he baits me that easily, he deserves to win. I'll take the old man ejector seat challenge. Cautiously, you move toward the indicated seat. Seems like ordinary wood on an ordinary patch of flagstone floor. I don't sit. But there must be some trap. The Archmage sees your change of heart and seems saddened by it. The walls are coated with Many-Might blood. No magic can function here. You are quite safe. And try if you do not believe me. Reaching across his desk, he lifts the stopper on a decanter and pours out a glass of thick red wine. I know better than to offer you one, he remarks as he sips his own. Oh, the ultimate wild card. Pull out the book on magical prisons. Pour myself a glass. Cast a spell. So where is it? Well, we know spells aren't going to work. We've already tried a couple in the tower. I believe him about the Many-Might blood. Is the Archmage really gonna poison me? After all this, I get up to the tower and he kills me with poison wine. Here's the thing. I'm gonna pour myself a glass of wine and listen to the old man. We didn't play for 50 hours just to get to this point and insta-kill the guy at the end. Okay? If I get killed by poison wine and it gives me a credit sequence, I will uninstall the game and recommend no one ever play it. Okay? It's that simple. You reach across the table and pour yourself a glass. He watches with some approval as you sip. The wine is heavy, dark, and potent. The Archmage nods. He seems to be chewing something over. You have caused me a lot of trouble, you know. I am old, as you see. I did not intend to grow old. Well, that was your doing. All men grow old. All men have grown old, he replies. But that is not the same thing. He fixes you with a long, thoughtful gaze. Do you know, Analander, what it is the crown does? Do you understand its power? The crown controls the will of others. Precisely. But perhaps you have not quite understood the depth of that. The crown is a grimalkin. It is set with jewels of gold and lined with a ring of bone, and covers the wearer's skull in cloth. It generates spells of illusion, worship, mental insight. All those spells can be countered. On their own, they can, but they cannot be countered all at the same time. And their combined force is immense. The Archmage puts down his wine glass. Understand this. The crown does not command. The crown causes the wearer's desires to become the unthinking thoughts, reflex actions, and spontaneous whims of those around. It occupies the free will itself. Hey, chat. Guess what? Guess what? Did you notice something?
Did you notice anything peculiar about what he just said? I'll be happy to explain it to you with my own theory, which may or may not be true, but seems like it fits too snugly to not be true. He did mention, right, that the crown is a grimalkin. Let's say we believe him. Set with jewels of gold, lined with a ring of bone, and covers the wearer's skull in cloth. It generates spells of illusion, worship, and mental insight. How many spells is that? 1, 2, 3. Oh, they cannot be countered all at the same time, but what if there was some empty flask? What if there was some, I don't know, spirit catcher bestowed by some old beggar at a well? And what if all 3 of those spirits that counter each one of the crown's spells was perhaps drank just before entering this room? What would happen, I wonder? How would it go different? Food for thought. I think that's something that you're meant to only do on a replay. There's no way you could possibly have done it ahead of time. I think if you know that now, you can fill the potion with the various spirits that counter it. God, illusion, tell. But you would not have known that until now. There's no way. Anyways. The crown causes the wearer's desires to become unthinking thoughts, reflex actions, and spontaneous whims. The crown does not command. It occupies free will itself. Then it is like any illusion. Its power is no illusion. Its power is quite real. Those under its command cannot know themselves to be controlled, and nor could anyone else. It cannot be resisted. The crown of kings shapes people the way the aeons shape the course of a river. Then it is too powerful for you. I could not agree more, he nods with satisfaction. And too powerful for you. And more to the point, too powerful for your precious king. It is altogether too powerful for anyone. He pauses a moment, his eyes filled with a strange sadness. You have come a long way for this crown, I see that. You think me evil, a tyrant, but I am none of those things. I am the archmage of the Fortress of Sorcerers, a fading but noble institution, and I spend my days trying to repair the terrible destruction wrought on the lands in my care by your ignorant, reckless use of the beacons of past light. Excuse me? You placed those beacons yourself. I did. And left untouched, they would have protected the land for 10,000 years. Did you not notice the towers were all sealed? Past light burns within the power of the sun. It must be filtered, measured. But you opened 6 beacons wide and threw them over my land, over my people. He bangs the desk as he speaks, almost shouting. There is a tear in the corner of his eye. There was no other way. I did not know, or I am sorry for it. I am sorry for it. What good does that do? The land is wasted. The people are lost. His cracked voice quivers with rage. I have done what is necessary. All in pursuit of this crown that you believe is here. Annalander, I do not have the crown, and I never did. You stare at him. He gives every appearance of honesty.
Then where is it? You demand. I am so sorry. I know how hard it will be to accept what has been done to you, but can you not on some level feel it? Do you not sense that you are not in control of yourself? What are you talking about? You have been under the spell for some time. I can imagine how it began. Most likely there was a day in Enland, perhaps near the wall, when you woke up and your will was not your own. And since then, you have been compelled to march here, to do me harm. I do not understand. I think perhaps you do. Consider this. Do you even know what this crown looks like? This object that you have traveled so far so single-mindedly to find? It might have been lying on a table in the first village you passed through, and you would not have known. Am I correct? It is the crown of kings. It is. But do you know what it looks like? And does it seem strange you were not told? He shakes his head. My good man, you have seen the crown already. You stood in its presence, but you do not remember. Perhaps you think it was just a dream. Such is its power, but what else but the crown could have sent you on such a journey as this at such terrible cost?
Left crown on table. Thanks, Chad. Crown on table. Streamer, please, streamer, get crown. Turn around. Go back. Oh, dear. I have dreamt of it, yes. Dreams, voices from deep inside, fighting for your attention. The Archmage's voice softens. Another question, then. You say you are called the Analander, correct? Correct. He smiles. My friend, are you truly so far gone that you do not even know your own name? His words echo round the tiny room. Paper charts flutter. Your memories of Analand, the king, and a childhood in Chawberry Wood all seem suddenly so distant, like vague mentions, half-remembered, overheard stories, mere snippets. If the crown is so powerful, how could my birdmen have stolen it from your king? Continues the Archmage, gently now. Think, Analander. Think for yourself just once before you strike me down. You strain your mind, trying to remember, waking in the hut in the northern settlement, sword ready, dreaming of the crown. Where were you before that moment? How did you come to be on this quest, for which you've given so much? Push the glass away. You push the Archmage's wine across the table. He smiles sadly. This is no trick, I fear. You have not been poisoned. You have my word on that. But if you are right, you begin weakly, then why am I here? A good question, the Archmage nods. I imagine your king sent you simply to kill me. Your king has the crown, and he knows that we in Mampang Fortress and the Mampang Forest are the only ones capable of countering its power. You wish to overthrow the king. I intend to curtail his ambitions. Our Farseers foresaw the rise of a terrible army from Analand, one that would sweep through the deserts and destroy Lumley in the north, and send fire across the Kakabat Sea. Looking forward, we saw only death. Looking back, we saw the king had found the lost crown of kings. Your seers are wrong. I hope so, but they were not wrong when they foresaw your arrival, or what you would do to the people of Kakabat and Barubak. The Archmage sighs. I am sorry, Analander, or whoever you truly are. Your whole quest has been a lie. The crown is in Analand, and you are nothing but an assassin. Look for guidance from my god. Does this man tell the truth? How can you tell?
You look upward, hoping to catch the movement of the camel in the corner of your eye, but there is nothing. You are quite alone. We will find you a chamber here in the tower, away from the hustle and bustle below, the Archmage continues. Then when you are somewhat recovered, you will discover what you want to do. Enough of this. You go to draw your sword and then pause. Where did that demand for action come from? What power put the thought of murder into your mind? Surely the Archmage is right. What compelled you to cause so much harm on your journey? You do not move. Chat is in control of the crown. The Archmage watches you. You stand quite still, breathing in and out. The clarity is entering your muddled mind. Perhaps you are beginning to overcome your orders, the elderly figure observes. That is good. One step at a time. You find you are speaking. Thank you, Archmage. I have been lost for a long time, and I am far from my home. He nods. I understand. We will offer what hospitality we can. It is most appreciated, you reply, bowing your head. The Archmage gestures to the door and you take your leave. I knew it! That's why I tried to draw my sword at the end! I knew it was gonna go straight to the magical dungeon door! I knew that was coming! And now the game plays you. Can we get on the same team here? Several hours pass in a darkened room. You are lying on cold stone. No, you are lying on cold stone, Annalander! Alright? We gotta go Incredible Hulk here, okay? Together, me and you, we gotta be Professor Hulk. You understand? With our powers combined, we can get ourselves out of this situation. Look, I got all the clues. I got the inventory. I got the view of the land. You've got boots on the ground, okay? You just gotta do sometimes what I say, and sometimes you can do what you want to do, okay? We'll have a little agreement here. I control you sometimes. If you don't want to do it, just we'll talk about it first, okay? You are lying on cold stone. You stagger to your feet, an incredible tiredness filling your body and bones. You are in a small cell. A grate high up allows in a little starlight. That's going to be important. The walls are marked with nearly 100 strokes. Have you made them yourself? How long have you been here? The heavy door has a single grill, snapped shut. From nearby, you hear a scratching sound. Who's there? You demand. There is no reply from the shadows. The scratching gets closer. You scramble backward. A tiny figure approaches on spindly legs. You cannot believe your eyes. It is Jan the Minimite, whom you encountered outside of Biratanti. The return of Jan! After all this time! Jan! The creature stares at you, then rushes forward and wraps spindly arms around your legs. You again, it chirrups. Do you have any idea how hard it's been to follow you? Oh, it's good to see you. Might say the same, but I've been seeing you for a long time. But why? I thought you left. Well, we Minimites aren't entirely without magic, Jan replies.
I stayed far enough away that you could cast yours. Except once.
When?
You don't remember.
Jan giggles.
Well, I'll leave you to remember for yourself, maybe. But I'm sorry. You won't be able to cast anything now, and I can't escape. They clip my wings.
Jan turns around and shows you the ruin of his back. Deep scars pucker the skin between bony shoulder blades. Why did the guards do that to you, you ask?
To stop me from getting away. Can't have mini-mites running around freely, not in a place like this.
He makes a mild chuckling noise.
But now you're stuck as well. I suppose we're back together. So, what's your plan? How do we get out of this? You have the key, don't you?
Oh, you don't have a key, do you? My bad. Do you?
Well, let me check my pockets,
Replies Jan sarcastically. Draw my sword. Rip the mini-mite. I can't kill Jan after all this time. Why did you follow me?
But you're after the crown of kings, aren't you? How are you expecting to get it without a mini-mite's aid?
Jan shrugs.
I thought that was obvious. We've no love of Mampeng.
You look around the cell regarding the walls, the doors, the ceiling rafters with care. The place seems solidly built. The only opening is a tiny air grate a little larger than a balled fist set more than twice your height up the wall. The creature hops a little closer.
If you really have no ideas,
Jan remarks.
Well, I suppose we'd best get comfortable. I know a few songs we could sing.
Don't you dare. Jan shrugs.
Well, you better think of something then.
The grate would be wide enough to toss a ball through. Beyond you see nothing but the open sky. Jan is watching you and nods almost imperceptibly. He goes over to a wall to scratch his back against it. From outside the window, the sounds of chanting and clinking metal drift upward.
The armies are assembling,
The Mini-Mite murmurs.
Now you've been found. They're leaving for the Backlands.
What? Where are they going after that? I have failed in my mission.
We have to stop them. Of course we do,
Jan replies grumpily.
And how do you suggest we do that? Maybe we could shout for help through the window.
He sits down glumly. Well, the camel is... There is no aid the spirit might give you now. You close your eyes to pray, but there is nothing. No god, no spirit can reach you here. You are quite alone. You pick up the mini-mite in your hand. He fits neatly into your fist.
What are you doing?
The creature asks, voice shaking a little with fear. The stumps of his destroyed wings flicker and scrape against your palm. Can you not allow me some magic? We'll die here if you do not. The mini-mite shakes his head.
I'm not eating your magic, I just muddy it. It's part of what I am.
After a moment, he adds quietly,
Believe me, I'm sorry too.
Jan, this is for your own good. I'm about to football punt you through the grate. It did specifically mention... it did specifically mention it was small enough... Where is it? Little larger than balled fist. Set more than twice your height. Yeet Jan. Aiming carefully, you toss the mini-mite at the grate in the wall. Your aim is true, and the creature disappears from view with a fading scream. You are suddenly quite alone, but you feel the power of starlight returning to your veins all the same. I am so sorry, Jan. I hope he's not dead. Is he dead? How high up are we, really? He'll probably make it, right? He'll probably make it, right? It was the only way. He has a better chance of living. He does not have wings. They clipped his wings. But
either throw him through the grate or try and squash him in the cage. I'm gonna say that he has a better chance of living through the grate. Wouldn't kill the Archmage? Excuse me, Zapleak. Remember, I did attempt to draw my sword, but the Archmage had already got control of the Analander and separated him from my control. Jan, I'm glad to see you. All right, gotta throw you out of this tower. See ya. Now we can cast whatever we want. Sorry, Jan, but like, also, you did mention his armies are moving and there was no other way, right? Zip is definitely an answer. Dop is probably also an answer. Okay, yep, that's Zip. I know it's Zip. Zip, Dop. HK? What is K? Create illusions of what? You know what? I'm gonna Dop so I can actually go through the tower. I think Zip might take me somewhere weird. Might go somewhere really weird. I'll start with the basics. Also, I had to throw Jan away because my throat honestly could not take that voice even one line longer. You gather the constellations into order around you, and the tumblers in the ancient door turn and fall. A moment later, you're free, but once more, alone. The cell. You gain 4 max stamina, changed to using the Analant sword. What? Lost a large amount of gold, entered the tower of the Archmage, discarded your disguise, and murdered Jan the... I'm so sorry. The Archmage outwitted you. Can I rewind? Wow. With the Shadow of Manpeng, the decisions are permanent. You may only rewind outside the Citadel. Deleting Jan. Pour one out for Jan. I don't even know. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. He's dead. I can't undo that. You stand outside the open door of the cell. Everything is strangely silent. The key to the cell sticks out of the door. Your longsword leans against the cell. You snatch it up gratefully. You grab the key. It'll be very useful should you be unfortunate enough to be locked up again. There's only one way to go upwards. Hold on. Suicide. We're gonna jump off the tower and do it again. And we're gonna save Jan this time. Because we have the key to the door. That he was hanging outside the door. And we're gonna do something different with the Archmage. There's gotta be a time travel shtick. There's gotta be. Hold on. Before we do that. Did I get my longsword back just now? Why did it say I switched to using the Analander sword? You hurry up the winding stairs and approach the door of the library. You look out the window upon a horrifying sight. The courtyard below is filled with soldiers readying for war, and more already spilled down the road into the lower city. Amongst their number are mutants, giants, and other foul creatures. They are slaughtering everything in their path without pausing. Flames are climbing down the buildings of the city. The wall to the outer yard is being dismantled. This is the doorway to the library, but the wall that was here earlier is now gone. It's a mess. Books have fallen from their shelves, and as though torn down, several pages scattered across the floor. Moreover, a large hole has appeared in the tower wall, with chunks of stone torn from the fabric. What happened here? You look at the books. Most have been tossed from the shelves, but some have been scoured as though by deep, curved claws. One lies open on the floor, pages fluttering. On the undoing of the done. You look at the book from the floor and turn the pages. It is a book about righting wrongs, fixing mistakes, and countering the undoing of one spell by means of another. One page claims the spell of the shield opposes the enchantment of the sword. The Walk Raz counterspell has been recorded in your spellbook. But before you can read more, something swoops in through the hole in the wall. It is nothing short of a demon, goat-like, but with a hellish gaze, and on its head rests something you did not think you would ever see, the Crown of Kings. You open your arms to cast a spell, but the demon shakes its head.
You have no magical ability.
The power of starlight disappears from you in an instant. A pair of wings grace its back for a moment, and then disappear. Is this the Archmage in his true form? What is this?
I see you have escaped, the demon remarks. Unfortunately, it is too late.
My transformation is complete. The entire old world will feed my hunger.
Who are you?
You demand.
Who do you think? Excuse me. Allergies really flared up at this time of year. Oh. The Archmage traded half his soul for a life long enough to kill you with. I am the long-lived half he traded with.
Well, I don't have any magic. Half his soul for a life long enough to kill you. Well, the camel has not been helpful up until now, but, you know, maybe just this once. You close your eyes, but the demon cackles. There are no gods left in the old world, it remarks, and a moment later you feel the world is empty and hollow, just as he says. Oh, by God. See you later, camel. You didn't do anything for me, by the way. You draw your longsword, but the goat thing shakes its head.
Throw that out the window.
And you do so without questioning. Oh. By sword. You rush the creature, and it opens its hooves wide to accept you in an embrace of fire and molten ash and sharp, stubby little goat teeth. You've been eaten by the Archmage goat. But even now, here, crushed between the teeth of what the Archmage has become, all is not lost. You feel the curse of Throban tearing you upward and into the stars. Well, rip the sword, I guess. Why G? It's time for one last Z. The spell tears you apart and tosses you amongst the stars. I can go to the Throban door instead of the outside the fields. However, is there a way to reset the potion thingy? When am I supposed to use the golden hair? The Goddess of Justice said I would know when to use it. It's gotta be outside that hole. It's gotta be outside that hole. And then we take Jan up. Stop the magic of the demon goat. Save Jan. Stop demon goat. Use golden hair to climb out of the tower. Here's the potion of magical dissolution. You shake the potion and the water inside turns a beautiful clear color once more. Oh, it erases it! You erase it if you shake it. Okay, time out. Here's the thing. How much of a completionist do we want to be, I guess? Because I feel like you don't have to have that. But what were the spells? It was tell plus God plus what was the third one? Just tell me. I read it. Like I read all three of them. I paid special attention. I would have written it down if I wasn't streaming. It'd be the same thing. If I was playing by myself, I would have written all three of those things down. Illusion. Okay. So illusion is dim. Where was darkness? Darkness was in one of the towers. I think it was on the left side. Tell is countered by Yaz. I don't know which tower had invisibility. And then God. I don't think the order matters. Is Nap. I remember there was a bronze tower on the right. I remember that being on the right. So I know where the God opposite is. Oh, the invisible tower. Yeah, that makes sense. That's easy to find. Ironically. Invisible tower. Here. I think. We have... I gotta like write this... Oh, Yaz is the invisible tower. Then we need... That's check, check, check. Good job. Nap was in the bell tower on the right. So there's 2 on the right, 1 on the left. Let's go to the right first. You don't have to go back to before the spire. There's a spot right here at the Throbin door. But we can go all the way back to here where we can hit the towers up in their unsolved state. So if I go to here, some of the towers may be solved. I don't think they will be, actually. A few of them will. Alright, we're going outside the fields. One final time with the ultimate solution. The explosion dies back. You've lost another point of stamina. You turn your cloak up and move quickly away. You check your pocket. The key to the Minimite cell is still there. The road runs past you east to west. You would do well to find a place to rest. I feel like, we should go left because we're already here. I have 27 stamina. I honestly don't care if I take the stamina hit. You've been awake all night. Wait a second. I thought this was... Oh, so I had no chance. But there's another night coming up. I mean, I was dead, so sure, just take my stamina. Here, we're doing it. Is that crystal tooth still giving you -3? Yeah, what about the crystal tooth? Maybe we'll find a use for it yet. Who knows? You've been dead all night and are weaker for it. Okay, so we're over here. There's invisible and Nap on the right. What is the one we're looking for on the left is the counter to illusion, right? Dim. We're looking for the darkness tower. I honestly don't remember which one it was. Cast at any attacking creature to muddle its mind. It must be handled with caution. But it was not darkness, it's stupidity. It's like... muddle your mind. That's very complicated. I lost my captain uniform? That's okay. There's no bad guys. There's no bad guards over here. Crystal Tooth is Goku's weighted clothes at this point. True. Ugh. How am I supposed to know which one of these? Is dim. Muddle your mind, must be handled with caution. Deranged creatures may act unpredictably. Did we ever even use dim in the whole game? Is it? It's over here, right? Just can you guys just confirm that it's somewhere on this left-hand side? It kind of has to be, right? This is. I remember this is the music tower, where they're all dancing. What is this one? You immediately break into a smile. This tower might be gloomy, but it's certainly a relief after the ruin outside. You have a quick peek around the room this way and that. It's curious. Oh, wait, you die at this one. This place really is quite delightful. You unstopper the bottle, which shimmers as magic from the room around begins to pour inside of it. What? Is this dim? Chat, is this the dim room? Just sit down. There's something wrong with the floor. Look at the doors. Eventually you decide there are most likely 2 doors here, even if you can't really be certain. I think this is the dim room, like right here. Look at the floor. They disappeared. You try to leave. You are soon standing on the spot, swaying. You can't, there's no one to pray to. Why would you leave? This chamber is fascinating. You have another try for the door. Stepping out into the open, you feel a slight headache coming on, as though you had drunk too much ale. I think that's it. That's gotta be it. I was dim the whole time. I couldn't even find the door. I was just standing there swaying. Well, that was the fastest addition to that potion you've ever found. Correct. This is your chance to stop me. No one's saying, no, you're wrong, so I'm gonna assume that I'm right. Why did I get healed, though? I don't know. Anyway, ... indeed, Ganaga. That's kind of how I'm reacting right now to chat. In the center is the statue. Again, this is the area where if you go next to the well, we found the beggar lady, and if you talk to her the right way and give her coin, she's the one who bestowed upon me this special flask that we're currently wielding to absorb the essence of magic in an attempt to combine 3 different essences of magic that are the direct counters to the Crown of Kings. As he said, it's impossible to counter all 3 of them at once, well, unless you drink a magical potion that does just that. Thank you, Ancient Witch. Remember, she used to work for the Archmage. That was her whole backstory. There's a gnat in my room. Gnat is not one of the spells, though. Rip, 3 stamina. That's okay. No problem. Seems we have a visitor. Hello, guys! I came from Corray! Yes, I am a visitor to the Shrine of Slaying once or twice, yes? A visit is hardly suitable devotion, he frowns. The strangest thing, though, is I can't remember the name of the High Priest. It slipped my mind. Can you remind me? What did I guess last time, chat? Okay, Slang serves Theta, right? Fangorn was a killer in the streets. Fangorn the murderer. Tristan is a name I don't even recognize. Lorag is not even a god to them. Korga is not worshipped in the Shrine of Slang. Maybe I did guess Theta before. I thought I guessed something else, though. I thought I guessed Tristan, because Theta I thought was a noble. I just kill him this time, too. Theta! Okay, well, that's probably what I guessed last time. I bet these guys appreciate honesty. Oh, you think so? After all the times they've attempted to kill me? You know what I appreciate? I appreciate summoning my own red eyes. Reaching up to the constellations above, you hold up the mirror. A duplicate red eye emerges. Dumbfounded, the bandit opens his eyes to use heat vision, as does the replica. The beams pass right through each other and both are killed instantly. The 2 remaining red eyes gawk at the spectacle. They are distracted. Don't worry, I'll be with you in a moment. Trust me. Just do it again. It's not gonna work again. Again! You spin the constellations holding up the mirror. Now it is you and the final red eye after the beams pass right through each other and both are killed instantly. Oh. What? Hang on. Yo. Oh no, my sword! My little baby sword! I gotta go buy a new one. Well, at least it's daytime. I can go do that. He shifts his grip on his wicked dagger. I don't know what that means. Okay, it means 3 damage. Take that, you chump. He steps back. Oh yeah? Step back into this. How many times do I have to kill you? Stay dead. I feel like these are the Terminators. Look, I didn't even have 1.3, to be honest. Okay, all right. You got me fair and square. Luckily, I have 27 stamina. This is a joke. All right, enough. I have infinite... Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. One more. Oh, you know what? I just take the free damage. I'm gonna keep doing this until it works. Okay. All right, that may have been a mistake. Let me just, There we go. You know, that was easy. About 12 stamina, that's no problem. 12 stamina loss, easy. I need to go back this way. Look, there's no problem, Jack. There's no problem. I got 248 gold. All right, 248 gold. I'm in a hurry to get things done. You understand? Hardest enemy in the game. To be fair, I am playing at a complete handicap disadvantage. We're gonna do a couple things. Number one, go to the weapons dealer and buy a regular broadsword, please. 15 gold pieces for the... Wait, longsword? How much is that? 25. Easy. Give me that. An adventure of rare taste, the merchant passes a finely wrought sword, a work of great craftsmanship, light, strong, and razor sharp. There you go. Buy nothing more. Goodbye. See you later. Does the peddler sell food, or does someone else sell food? The peddler does not sell food, right? He sells Blimberry. You know what? Oops. I accidentally left. How much Blimberry do I have, though? Exactly 2. Okay. That's good, Doc. How much holy water do I have left? 3. Ooh, running low. Running low. Yes, Nylock does have food. But also, we may need some more money soon, you know? Actually, let's go to the beggar. We can get some easy heals from her. This is the lady that gave us the flask in the first place. We look at the woman, talk to her, give her some money, and now she likes us? Who are you? I don't remember which one leads us to this. There it is, Sight Masters. The Sight Masters torment you. The ones from my homeland are honorable. Tell me what happened to your eyes. I have encountered one. Oh wait, that's the mucolytic. Oh, I killed a Sight Master, there you go. She reaches out her fingertips, and you get healed for 4. Now away with you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. She's really, really good at that. 8-hour Swindlestone's tourney before fighting Goat Mage. I got 220. That's enough. I just need to buy some food. And go to the last 2 towers and complete the potion. And we still got that weird prison book. Which might be worth something. Possible. Nice zigzaggy path. I still want to find out... Oh, we don't have beeswax, so we'll never figure out that thing. Never mind. Very sad. The golden dome. I wish it were that easy. Almost there, kind of. Now I have to remember which tower the stuff is in. We're gonna buy a nice meal. How much is it? 8 gold? Thank you. The meal is disgusting. You pay, eat at the table. and we should definitely sleep here while we're close, and then hit the towers in the morning. We'll duck out of sight from the sight masters. We know the drill there already. Oh, you know what? Guess what? The good birds are alive in this one. The SS birds, the Samaritans. You did not need to eat again to avoid danger. A distant laughter from the east. You changed to using a long sword, lost 34 gold, found no clues. The Archmage is aware of you. He will soon become even more aware of me. All right, back to the towers we go. One last time. Hopefully. Hopefully never again. Oh, I am... I have no disguise. I have no business. The guard nods. Then you must walk. And with that, he shoves you to the square. Yes. Good call. That's a great call. I know what to do. I know exactly where to go. You pull out the sheet of directions. No. I want to... No, not the... Wasting my time. We're going to see Grandma, kids. We're so close. And there's not even an addendum. There's not even a and yet so far. It's just we're so close. We're actually like minutes away. We're approaching the house. We go inside. We're gonna get a little food in here too, which is lovely. I don't have to rob her this time. I can just go in. No one's there. Walk on in. We don't have to steal anything. We can just go upstairs, get caught, and then admit the truth. Open the trunks. There's clothes. Examine the box. Put it down. Where is she? Look under the bed. There she is. Announce myself down the stairs, please. We're gonna say hi, get a nice meal from Granny. I mean you no harm. It seems like a comfortable house to me. What happened to the alleys? Would I know your parents? You would not believe me if I told you. Try me. I am not from Mampang. There's a lush and verdant world out there. Follow me to the kitchen. This is where we're supposed to be. Ask for something to eat. Can you give me anything? Of course I can. Show her the papers written by the Birdman. What a strange and bizarre choice. Can you read the writing of Birdman, you ask? No, but I can read. What have you got there? You hand over the papers. The ravings of a lunatic. What does it say? No idea. I can read the words, I mean, but there's no sense in any of it. Tell me exactly what it says. All right, she declares. It details a search for a way to undo the undoing of ways. By the spell of undoing the undoing of doing. It seems to be something about opening a door that's got stuck somehow. Nonsense, I said. Molka opens a cupboard and a dead rat tumbles out. I don't think we get the costume this way. It details a search for a way to undo the undoing of ways. A spell of undoing the undoing of doing. Oh, I know what this means now. This actually makes complete sense. You guys not understand this? Come on. Have you been even paying attention a little bit? You know what this means, right? It just dawned on me. What happens every time I die? Would you say that maybe in going back in time I am undoing the ways? Now, maybe you're the Archmage, who is the antithesis to the Analander. Maybe you would look for a way to undo that. And stop the undoing of ways. Undo the undoing of ways. He's been doing research on how to stop that. Stop Zetting. No more rewinding, no more Zetting, please. May I ask you some questions? Ask away. Show her the small key. Do you know what this is? Do you know how I can get into the tower? I'm going to kill the Archmage. How do I get past the guards? And here she comes back with a wonderful guard uniform, which I will put on. It's better than nothing. All right, we're good to go. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure as always. Goodbye. Good. See you later. You thank her for the hospitality and head to the street. Get me on out of here. Okay, so we got the eats. We got the costume. She gave us quite a lot. Now we just have to find the clock tower and the... What was the other one? Hold on, I'll figure it out. I mean, I know we have to go in here. We didn't really... I don't really remember most of these. I remember the clock tower is in the bottom right. Oh, the invisibility tower. They're both on the edge. They're both all the way over, I think. I could be wrong, but I do feel like clock tower was on this edge. Because I think we stuck inward first, and I remember clock tower being like over here. So I'm just gonna kind of head toward the invisibility cloak. Bzzz. Okay. Bzzz. Lovely house noises. I just don't remember what most of these towers were. Hopefully 21 stamina is enough, though. Oh, this is the swamp room. No. There's got to be a way, though, right? There's got to be law, right? It's just a dumb slime boy. Law! You cast a spell. The only nearby creatures are a group of fireflies who begin to dance in intricate patterns in your direction. The sight lifts your spirits and you rest a while watching them. Did I just gain stamina from that? But where's the swamp moose monster, huh? Well, since I got stamina, we may as well sense danger. I know it's there. Something is wrong in the water. I know, but like what? Rip the stamina I just got from watching the cute fireflies. What if I just zap the water? Zap! You move the starlight into order around you. With nothing else to do, you toss it into the frothing water. A roar of pain comes from underneath. You've woken something up. A figure emerges from the froth. It towers forward, massive arms outstretched. It's a slime eater. It's wounded from your errant spell casting. I mean, we should be fine to attack this head on, right? I can cast another spell and another one. Well, what's an easy one? Yup! A towering giant steps out of a column of smoke. Your giant leaps at the slime eater without hesitation. They grapple in the swamp, pushing each other into deeper water. The giant bellows and tackles the slime eater over, and the two disappear. Waves slosh back and forth, followed by bubbling breaks. The water settles and neither appear. You watch for a while. The slime eater is gone, though perhaps not dead. It'll probably stay away from you for now, licking its wounds. Okay. You peer into the water. There was no sign of any beast, but then there was no sign of one before either. Can I zen over the water? Kaiju fight. Yep, you know it. Z. No, there's no zen. Come on. Come on, game. What about, there's no zip either. Man, the best spells start with Z, for real. I don't have any rations. What am I possibly going to lose in the water? The water's deeper and you are quickly pulled in by a strong central current. Cool. I'm sure it's fine. Of course, all your water damageable possessions have been ruined. Thankfully, however, the pages of your spellbook are protected. We didn't have anything else anyways, except for the one piece of paper to get to the golden dome. and the scrawlings of the birdmen, which we've already interpreted. It is definitely a whirlpool. There was no whirlpool before. How did I make it through here the first time? Prison book? We can just get that again on the way up the tower. We reset time. Create a force field. That might buy me some time, actually. Counters Foff. This is not a Foff situation. Counters Wall, nor is this. Room sucks. I think Room actually sucks, yeah. It's gotta be force field. You weave the enchantment, but the force field does not materialize. Instead, the whirlpool begins to slow and then stills. This must be where they studied the mud spell, countered by the force field. Did the scholars create the swamp too, or has it grown over the years? You begin to tread water easily. You swim with strong strokes. The water is still quite disgusting, and small creatures flicker on either side of you. You swim near the hut. It looks like there's a chest underwater. May as well. Diving down, you reach the object you thought was a chest, but it's nothing more than a large rock, oddly placed, sunken into the ground at what appears to be a deliberate angle. Scrabbling for purchase on the muddy floor, you push the rock. It shifts halfway, and there's a low thrumming, followed by a sucking noise, a hole. The rock was plugging a void in the base of the marsh itself. You are caught in the swirl as the water begins to be sucked through the hole. If you're not quick, you'll be sucked away too. I hate this room so much. Bog monster slime guy. Whirlpool. Bathtub drain. In the same room. Those are 3 separate but equal dangers. Go into the hole. Go in? What's the worst that could happen? I get killed and just come back this way again? Go into the hole. You're dragged down. Death would have been better. If I die now, what happens? Can I die now? Just stab yourself in the groin. You try to swim, but the current is strong. The rocks come and you are knocked under the water. You do not resurface. Your last sight is a tower of Mampang disappearing as you plunge under. You've drowned. The stars open above you once more. Sorry, how much max stamina do I have to lose? Andalander, death by bathtub drain. I've come to bargain. God. Remember when I said I might run out of money? Yeah. You wanna know the good news? That was like the first one, and I'm not gonna go in. That was like the first tower on the bottom, and I ain't going in again. Were you born in Mampang? Why'd you abandon the priest? What happened to your eyes? Okay, I didn't hit the correct series of events. My bad. My bad. I did not get free heals. Because I clicked incorrectly. How much time do we have before morning? Oh no. Don't do it. No. No. Uh. I'm from Krista Tanti. Everyone knows the Krista Tantis wear their hair high up on their heads, held in place by pins of bone. You've been outside Mampang. Oh, indeed, our kind comes from Karay, as I suspect you do too by the smell on you. Tell me, did you ever visit the Shrine of Slang, a true god that one, nestled in the stinking docks of Karay? Slang is your god? He is everyone's god. The strangest thing, though, I can't remember the name of the high priest. It slipped my mind. Can you remind me? I don't know. He nods. No one does. I have heard that only Slang knows his name. For what reason I cannot say. After some forced reminiscence of the city port, they let you pass. You continue along the road. A lane leads off. Cool. This has been great. This has just been a great finale stream for this game. Just being trolled over and over again to the point where literally it feels like there's no hope sometimes. Should I attempt to go get food, or I don't think there's enough time. I'm just gonna sleep, dude. Don't feel like risking it. I'll take the 0 stam. I got 2 somehow. I don't even think I ate. Get me out of here, please. Just let me go back to the middle. All this for like a perfection, this is for perfect end, by the way. I assume this is what that's for. Because not everybody will have this bottle that I have. It better be worth it. Come on, food server. Take me away. Take me on a flavor. Take me to Flavor Town. That's what I'm trying to say. The meal is disgusting. I don't even know what it is. I don't even ask anymore. I used to ask what he was serving. Now I don't. It's just whatever he wants. I pay him every day. I lose money. He never actually makes money. That's the sad truth. Take me to Flavor Town. On Etalrad's back. Alright. What's the optimal solution here? I can tell you where it's not. Not there. Well, I don't even remember. This is the one that insta-kills you. What was this one? The air is thick with an incredible smell. Isn't this the, fake fire one? This is the fake fire one. It's not as hot as you might have expected. This is just an illusion, yes? This is Kid. And the counter to Kid is... dim. But if it's just an illusion, I should be able to go. You fling yourself into the room, sprinting as you were told. What? I was told. Flames lick your clothes. You keep going, you're halfway across, and there is no heat or burn. The flames are cool. What information about this room? You smash the bracelet with your sword, the fire vanishes, the illusion shattered. We already have a bracelet. I don't care if I break that one. Information from your past life, of course. Okay, well, we actually need... We got the dim spell, so that was the opposite. We need clock and invisible. This is a chamber of sadness. You have no desire to return unprepared. Of course you will use the goblin's wig. If only the sight masters could see this. Well, it works out real well. I hope they are looking, to be honest. Then maybe they'll learn something. The sun has reached its highest point. There's an arch leading into shadow. You enter. There are jewels everywhere. No, I don't want an illusion of jewelry. Just keep going. This is the easiest path for sure. There's a narrow opening in dark gray stone. What was this one again? You squeeze through, the passage does not widen, but a warm breeze tickles your face as you approach a heavy inner door. A quiet groaning comes through the door. I don't even remember. The narrow room? Overhead. Oh, this is the one with the skeletons. Ah, yes, some of them have moved. Something about the room makes you stun. Oh, this is the holy water room. Maybe we can just come back through here. I'll just come back through this one. Hold on. Move on. Yeah, we can turn around. No biggie. Doot doot. The Chamber of Skeletons. We just have to slow them down a little bit.
You cannot touch the holy place. It is for holy ones alone.
Slow holy ones. Nope, wait. It was... What was the spell? What's the spell to slow down? Why don't I remember this? Chat, my brain is fried right now, I'll be honest. Also, I need to pee. It's not dut. Not dop. Not hot. 6? Not that. I thought it was DOS. Oh. Yeah, it is DOS. For some reason, I thought that was going to say DOP. No, it's not going to say DOP. Anyway, my bad. I apologize. Walk up to the altar. You know what to do. Look at the altar. Clamber up onto the altar. Look up at the head. Look inside the mouth. Touch the head. Wait, how do I get the water? There it is. There it is. Collect some drips. Holy water. Yes. If I drink some, will it bother me? 6 measures right now. We got 21. We'll save it for now. Okay, so seriously though, what happens if you pray at the altar? You feel the presence of the whale god ailment. The sluggish movements of the whale are transformed, weakened, and defined by violence. Real talk, should I pledge this or not? Should I become a follower of Ailmon, the whale, or not? What's he gonna make me do? Is this gonna ruin the whole game? Sure, may as well. You have no god, why not? You bow your head against cold stone, your eyes close, you back away from the altar, the skeletons die, they resurrect. Oh god, am I gonna be a skeleton? That didn't even give me a god. Oh, what have I done? Well, maybe we prayed, and he's like accepted my prayer and let me go. We paid our reverence and respect. I have no idea. You are standing outside the Throban doors. You have just finished casting a spell and the door disappears. Yes. You reach out with nervous fingers. There is something blocking your way. Reaching into your pack, you pull out a black cloth skull cap. Wow, this just shows me how to go through the invisible door. Wish I had seen that the first go-round, huh? Too late now, I already know the answer. You can't just show me a future of something I've already done. Still no god. The gods are gone. There are no gods anymore at all. So it would seem. You open the bottle and capture the essence around you. The bottle sparkles and shifts with starlight. It is almost full. Okay, we have the invisible tower. 2 out of 3. Now we just need to find Sleepy, right? It's got to be one of these. From the doorway, a steady clock-like ticking sound. Once again, you feel a great tiredness. You open the bottle, Then capture one last magical essence. The potion is now complete. A great weight settles around your body. Oh, I've done it. I've done it. At last, the potion is complete. You've countered the nap spell. And now we simply return the way we came. Let's just take this easy. We're gonna go back the exact way we came through already because we should have everything. I'm not gonna take any chances on what I don't remember from these other towers. All right, the sun's going down. These should be empty. I'm not even gonna chance the other middles. Not even gonna chance it. The skeletons will hopefully leave me alone. The skeleton waves his sword in front of the altar as though he does not remember you. I honestly just... I'll try this. I am a follower to Aelmon. The priest stops, bows his head. I see the truth of it, pray and pass. Oh, he just lets me go. Thanks, bud. That was really nice. It's awesome of you to do. Pass the treasure. The Chamber of Sadness. I will remember to use an item. Very, very specific. Into the room. Come out the other side. We're almost home free. I have the potion. If I die, I still keep the potion. That's the important part. No matter what I do. We can't lose. I mean, we can, but we can't, you know. All right, we might even make it back to sleep before morning somehow if we're lucky. It's possible. Maybe not. We have to go like 3 more steps. We could make it. If we can sleep here, we'll make it. We've made it! That was a good loop. And we go back to 23 stamina. You lost considerable gold and found no new clues. I'm gonna laugh so hard if I was wrong about this potion. But it does say the potion is complete. It's gotta mean something. I lost, yes, I did lose the Throben Door checkpoint. That's true. The upside is, I'm gonna actually get to see what happens when you go talk to the birds. The birdmen who are supposedly on your side. Figured may as well. They seemed honest. They had SS. And the dude who we spoke to, the commander, acknowledged that they existed. They didn't just make it up. We're gonna have to pick up that book again, I think. The prison one. I don't know what it's even for, but we'll pick it up again. I bet it washed away in the swamp water. You know what, A group of guards block the road. They stand sharpened to attention, sheltering in the shade of a hut. I am wearing a guard uniform. If I can't make it now, I don't know what to tell you. Taken in by your disguise, you get a friendly nod. Long shift. Been here for hours. I need to go through. We're supposed to be tightening security. Why is that? The Archmage himself, orders from the Archmage himself. There are fights. Aye, the fights. The mess hall's always good for a punch-up. Nothing like getting some free grub and betting on which drunken sod will call over the other. If you ask me, being right in the balls of the tower is what gets everyone so angry. As you speak, a passing beggar stumbles into the guard. There goes... there goes the guard. I'm gonna be a good guy this time. Easy now. Not worth the violence. He shoved me. I'm gonna teach him some respect. Yeah, well, I gotta be the good guy this time. You grasp the guard into a bear hug. She struggles, but you hold firm. The beggar stares in surprise and then flees. The woman breaks your grip. What do you think you're doing? She demands coldly. Wow. Any excuse to grab you. That is sexual harassment, chat. Do not click that or you're not the good guy. All right, Master Roshi, calm down there. Raise my hands and back away. You should leave the beggars alone and knock her down. You should leave them alone, you say flatly. Is that right? She retorts, clearly furious. You raise your hands and take a step back, and she narrows her eyes. There's something not right about you, she says. Your grease don't fit. The guard crosses her arms, scowling. It's time to be God, I think. Don't boo me. I'm not gonna pick the, like, grab the female guard option in the game. That's like, really out of place. It probably is from the book. I bet that one's, like, from the 80s book. If they wrote that one in 2016, then, Inkle? Come on, dogs. Come on, dogs. That one better not be original. Don't boo me, Miss Lissaday. Come on. Come on.
God!
The guard stares at you in amazement. Archmage, we were not told. You have done well. And she smiles hopelessly. Thank you. Oh, but thank you. You sweep past her, accompanied by the clatter of her armor as she kowtows behind you. Look, I didn't have to hurt her. I saved the begging guy. While I have the god power on, I should tell her to be nice to the beggars. But, unfortunately, that's not an option.
Do you know who I am? The Archmage.
Now, for a new alternative path. You ready? We have to put our faith in these birdmen. That's why they were trying to hold the... Do you understand now why they were trying to scurry to put the papers away? Because they were trying to hide it from the actual guards. They were probably going to try and give it to me. That's what I hope is the case, because I'm about to just barge in there and try to introduce myself. Not this door, the next one, as I recall. Okay. Going in. Take me to the good birdman. You enter the chamber of the three birdmen once again. Greetings! The birds stare dumbfounded. I have a new conversation option. You take a step forward. Are your mothers well? The atmosphere changes in an instant. One of the great birds sucks in her breath. Who are you? She hisses. Why did you ask that? Are you the Samaritans of Shin? You reply, taking a deep breath and knowing you are most likely gambling with your life. You wait, holding your breath. They stand up and then bow. We are no ordinary birdmen, the stocky one says. My name is Pewitt. This is Zetra and Felwhip. We are indeed the Samaritans of Shin. It is a pleasure to meet the Annalander. I was told to look for you. Indeed, Pewitt agrees. We are a group of birdmen dedicated to overthrowing the Archmage. Ours has been a very long road. Why do you hate the Archmage? Because our people are not free, Pewitt shouts. Zetra glares at him and he quiets. We might dance in the skies, we might be poets, philosophers, musicians, but the Archmage keeps us as mere brutes. What assistance can you give me? Simple enough. We'll take you to him. How? Pewitt laughs. How do you suppose? We'll go up. The creature stretches its wings and half flaps, half leaps onto a crossbeam below the open roof. Will you come with me? He lowers his lower claws for you to stand beneath. I should have said take me to the Throbin doors. Because now I'm going to pass up Jan in the library on the way back, right? But I'll be able to come back down afterwards? I don't know. If I back away, I don't want them to think I'm a bad guy. I also don't want to skip that content. Do I even have the book anymore? Let's look. Would it be an other item? I bet the book is gone. Because it makes sure to note that your spell book is fine, but everything else is... Oh, book on magical prisons, bingo. Causes its imprisoned occupant to talk to you. Well, if we got the book, then we just have to find a way back down to the prisons. I think we're gonna fly above them is the issue. Place my shoulders under his claws. Why do you have a human skull? I don't know, I just found it in the backlands and never found a use for it. You place your shoulders beneath his claws and close your eyes, waiting for the talons to sink into your flesh. And they do, but with staggering delicacy, lifting you like a fragile petal through the hole in the ceiling and into the air. There is nothing to do but hold on tight and pray. Oh my god. I guess I am going all the way up. Elevator for the Birdman. Going up. The Birdman slowly lowers you near a stained glass window. Below you is nothing but an infinite drop. This will take you straight to him, the creature calls. Finish him. Thank you, you call. The creature laughs. Don't thank me yet, it replies, before rising and then falling to smash you bodily into the glass. You land in the tower in a rain of shards. With a wheeling cry, the Birdman circles the turret once and then flies away. Nice skip, indeed. All right. Can I go? Yes. Check it out. Yes. Wait, it had special text there. Oh well. Ends in a solid, featureless stone wall. You feel for triggers but find nothing. You hammer on the stone, it gives no report. You give up and return. Don't say I didn't try to save Jan the Minimite. Yes, I did see perhaps find the Minimite or something like that also. Yes, I saw that too. What do you want? What do you want? We'll rescue her after. We'll rescue Jan after dealing with the Archmage. You only hope you are better prepared this time. Drink my potion of magical dissolution. You pause to unstopper your potion and drain it. You feel the spells within running through your veins, but the effect will not last long. From somewhere below there come the echo of screams. It said it will not last long. You reach out and try the handle, it turns. The door is not enchanted nor cursed, it is not even locked. After so many miles, so much hardship and pain, the final door is well weighted and requires nothing more than the gentlest of swings to push open. You enter the garret room. Behind the desk, the old man is sitting, but his expression is not as it was. His eyes are wide with fear. You are the Anna Land, he breathes. You've finally come. After all this time, Bria saw the truth, and here you are. You feel the power of the crown, and you feel the counterspells you have imbibed, holding it at bay. Give me the crown. I cannot, the Archmage replies, shaking his head weakly. Not after all I've been through. Do you know how long I've been alive, waiting? I've had it in my hands for a month, no more, no less. You can't take it from me. He stares at you. Please. This is a wild card. I can't do the wild card. I have to try to take it. I have to try to take it while it's right in front of me. It can't be this. Get out the prison book. That's like that's using a free spell after you went and got all of the counter spells. I ain't doing it. Take the crown. Then I will take it from you. You reach across the desk and lift the crown from the head of the Archmage. He cowers beneath your fingers. It seems impossible, but you are holding the object of your quest in your hands. Please, the Archmage repeats. Don't hurt me. I am a scholar. Call back your armies. I cannot. How could I? He shakes his head in despair. What choice did I have? Your kings have starved my people, cut off our food supplies, forced us to bring wagons from the east. You destroyed Tinpang, Kariyama, the Backlands. The crown cannot be trusted with you. It can only be safe here. Oh, baby.
Frodo, destroy it! No.
Is that is that what I'm gonna do? Or should I become the Archmage?
Your words mean nothing to me, you hiss back. I have walked the whole old world to reach you and seen nothing but darkness spreading from Mampang. You are its cause. Your grip on the crown tightens. You gave me no choice, wheezes the Archmage. You forced me to do what I have done. Open the gates. Let your people leave, you tell the Archmage, or I will free them. The Archmage holds your stare and then a moment later shakes his head. Oh, they will leave. I have an army ready to march. His voice is as icy as a drowned man's brow. I will indeed open the doors. They will march for me, crown or no crown. It's my turn. Almost without thinking, you lower the crown onto your head where it fits, as though modeled for your skull. What? Sneers the Archmage. You hope to replace me. Is that it? Be silent. Master, the Archmage declares, what would you have me do? You pull out the prison book and pass it across the table to him. Master? He asks. Read the rhyme, you tell him. The Archmage nods and picks up the book and in a low voice begins to read the rhyme on the opening page. As he finishes, he seems to shrink and diminish, disappearing from sight as the book falls to the ground. From around the desk, a new stranger appears, a wizened old woman. She takes one look at the crown on your head and immediately begins spellcasting. This could be like a permanent decision. Wait. You wait, the woman finishes her counterspells. You feel the crown on your head turning to useless metal. Then she takes the crown from your head. Greetings, friend, she declares. It seems you were to be my rescuer after all. Who are you? She bows. Valiquesh, Archmage of the Fortress of Sorcerers. As was, I think, perhaps, it may be again. As she speaks, she picks up the prison book from the floor and without a thought tosses it into the grate in the corner of the room. There is a faint half-scream that is gone a moment later. So she was the Archmage, and perhaps maybe again. The Archmage was in that book. Archmage, she spits. That oaf was barely a third acolyte. Discovering one trick book does not make you a great sorcerer. She goes over to the window and peers out. I see he made a mess of this place, too. We'll have to sort it out. I need to take the crown with me. Back to Analand, she replies, then she shakes her head. No, I don't think that's a good idea. She turns it over in her hands. Then Valiquesh lifts the crown into the air and breaks it in two. Fragments of bone clatter to the floor. There is a sense of great magic broken. Nasty thing, she said. Shalana, the idiot who made this thing, had no idea what he was doing. Such an inelegant piece of work. She brushes the dust from the seat behind the desk and sits down. As for you, I rather think you need to go home. You'll only get in my way if you stay here. I wish to stay. Do you? Valaquesh replies, turning her fearsome gaze on you. The destroyer of Kariyama becomes a powerful sorcerer. Why? How do you... First of all, what do you know? You were in a book. I'm out here doing stuff. You've been like in a book. You almost changed places with me if I had read more in your book, by the way. I wish to be Archmage after you. I do not wish to... What is this? Am I a Sith? The rule of two? Am I going to be your apprentice and then one day kill you? Kariyama was not my fault. Well, then you are hapless, she replies. Sorcerers must be in command of their art. I just freed you from a book. Who's the one not in control of their work? Ah, yeah, sorry. I was just in that book for a moment. I just wanted to read a couple of passages while I sat on the toilet. Is that... Can a sorceress go to the toilet and read a book? Is that fine with you? Annalander? Stop judging me. Let's talk about you. I am cursed. I cannot die. By Throbin, she murmurs, and you cannot tell if she understands or if she is swearing. Well, that might take a lifetime to undo. Or more than one. She stares at you, eyes boring into your skull. But do you truly understand what it is you are doing? She demands. Do you wish to recant your life in Analand, your home, all that you were? Do you dedicate yourself to the cause of making Mampang great once more? Sorry, just reading chat. Do you wish to make Mampang great once more? This place must be freed. I need a cause. Perhaps I will become Archmage in my turn, perhaps not. I think it's for me, it's either this place must be freed or maybe I will become Archmage in my turn. But I feel like she's going to take that and be like, you're a threat to me, die. I don't want to die at the end of the game. That would be mean. But she also can't kill me. She just said it would take a lifetime to undo, but she could, like, prison me in a prison book. Perhaps I will become Archmage in my turn, you reply. I believe it to be my destiny. She thinks a moment more, then shakes her head. I do not think you are up to being my acolyte. You should leave. With that, she sweeps from the room. The door to the stairwell slams. There is nowhere to go except up. What? Oh, good end, huh, chat? Good end, huh? The wind atop the turret is intense. It tries to rip you from the tiles as though under the command of the dead Archmage. Down below, you see the armies of the Archmage muster in the city square. You throw off your guard uniform. You no longer need it. In the distance beyond Mampang, you see thick smoke rising. You look out at the smoke. It rises and rises from beyond the southern walls and reaches the sky and forms the face and bodies that seem to dance and twirl and fly through the air. Voices shout and call on the wind. The ghosts of the Ogbat crater are rising, though you cannot see where they will go. You look down at the army below. From here it seems small, untrained, and ill-equipped, a motley band from a tiny citadel, ill-prepared for the long march west. Without the power of the crown, the power to make a soldier of every woman and man along the road, they cannot hope to succeed. Valaquesh will turn them easily enough. You lift your sword you lift your longsword and wave it high in the air. Nothing happens.
You wait. Just then, you look up, attention taken by a keening sound coming from the west. The sound is accompanied by the sound of wings. Yo, I can still cast, like, mind read and stuff? Create a force field. Why would I don't suspect danger. There's only good birds right now that are up here. Float in air. I mean, that could be, I could just jump off the ledge. Create wind. Maybe I should suss if there's all these, like, offensive things. It's not really offensive, per se. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, and a steady voice calls to you. Jump. Jump now. There is nothing for it but to jump. You stand and step from the turret's edge. You fall too far, past where any eagle might have flown. You tumble, the great walls of the tower flashing past, the mountains rising up to meet you. But then, there is a sudden rush of air above. Claws catch your shoulders. You've been caught. The great bird has you and will not let you fall. You are lifted slowly into the air. Looking back, you fancy you see Valiquesh leaning from the turret window, calling something. But what she says, you do not hear. You are flying! The eagle soars up into the air. To Analand, you cry, and the creature calls out in agreement. Finally, after so long, you are on your way home. The journey to Analand is dizzyingly fast. The eagles fly high and do not stop. You clutch the feathers with pale knuckles. You fly over the crater of Argbad, where the smoke above the black vent of Ghost is thinning. You fly past the waste of the Backlands in the smoldering ruins of Karay. Smoke still rises from its squares and blackened fields, coming into view of the Shamutanti Hills once more. You pass through the peaks and over the Liaki Pass. From here, the wall that defends Analand and the other kingdoms from the hills seems like a sketch line on an inked map. Easy to step over, but it's growing larger and thicker with every movement. You follow the course of a river that curves through the Mediki forest. Then the eagle begins to glide lower. The eagles are skimming a village of low huts. For the first time, you begin to feel nervous. You've returned, but you do not have the crown, and you have left Valiquesh in a position of great power. Have you left the old world worse than before? Finally, the great bird settles to earth in the long grass beside the Cantapani Road, just inside of the Shamutanti wall. There are only a few steps remaining in your long journey. You take them. Then, from the corner of your eye, you catch movement. An old man, a beggar, is skulking through nearby bushes. You stride over to him. The old man leaps out to meet you halfway. Back again, he giggles. Forever and over and again. You are cursed, Analander, and I am free. With that, he lopes away into the long grass, laughing and jumping until he is out of sight. But I am cursed. The gates of home are within sight, but the beggar is right. You have not died today, but someday you will die. And then the stars will drag you back to Mampang once more, to do it all again, and so on, never ending unless you break the curse of Throban. Suddenly, the gates of Analand seem terribly far away, and yet terribly tempting. I think you could genuinely try to go for the somewhat devious I don't want to spoil any movies, but there's a certain popular movie that came out recently with like a very popular character in that movie who made a certain choice about their particular life. Living a life in peace and quiet maybe is an option. Maybe it's not a terrible one. You could live a lifetime, become very wise, and then one day die. And then go back and do it again. Or you can lift the blade and plunge it into your own heart. A cry goes up from the Analand wall, and the last thing you see is the gate sliding open and a final glimpse of your home before your spirit fades. But the heavens reach down to grasp you as death closes in. Zen. He's insane. They must be really confused. 8 more hours. All right, so this one real downer. The potion's gone. Right? Isn't the potion empty? We're never gonna beat this game. Where is it? Is it in my inventory? Does the book have the Archmage in it now? Jan can save us. Jan can save us. I think that's the true way you're supposed to do this. I'm double checking to make sure there wasn't like another secret orb open up. Go back to the gambling hall. Hello? Honey, I'm home. Jan's gotta be the true ending, chat. I got good news for you, though. I do have some good news. I know exactly what to do. I think I screwed myself over by trying to talk to the funny eagles and take the shortcut. It was just kind of dumb that I couldn't go back down the stairs. I think Jan would stop her from doing her counterspells. Then we're just a couple of people. Just a couple of fun-having people. All right, for real, though. Can you guys remind me how I got this from her in the first place? We gave her a coin. She's very nice. Don't ask her about her eyes, right? For real, who are you? You can call me Javine. Were you born in Mampang is an okay question, right? She shakes her head. No. You work for the Archmage. Everyone works for the Archmage. And now you're a beggar. I receive bad stuff from the site masters. Do they torment you? The ones from my homeland were honorable. Come back if you kill a site master. I have. Let her touch. Now away with you. I want to ask you some questions. She shrugs. Ask away, and then tell me if their eyes smoke or turn to liquid. All right, which of these do I ask to get the potion back? I don't even care about spoilers. How do I get someone out of the cell in the tower? I've got a key. Interesting that you can ask that, though. Basically, what I'm going to do is free Jan. I'm going to kill the first Archmage and not even open the book. She can just stay in the book for eternity. We had to do the funny book ending, and instead we ended up creating... Well, it was a funny book ending. I think this is a good story. I think it's a good story, to be honest, that we're telling here. A little repetitious in the terms of the gathering of the components stage, and the stream's been going quite long, but nonetheless, good story. Enemies, maybe? Yeah. Does the Archmage have any enemies? Yes, the strangest kind. There are birdmen. They have a name for themselves, something or other of Shin. Okay, yeah, they'll work. How do I get someone out of the cell tower? A jailbreak. There's no way down into the cells for anyone but the Archmage. I think you have to go up from the bottom. There you go. Wish I would have known that before. Great plot twist with the suicide right at the gates of Analan, no less. I'm told the Archmage can't see the doors. There it is. The only secret place in the Citadel you could plot your revenge and get away with it. Take this. Water of Loy, a magical dissolution. Thank you. This is it. To be fair, we didn't have to introduce the book. But also, based on what I chose, I think it's because this is a choose your own adventure book. This is not Telltale, where everything coalesces at the end to be only one right way. Choose your own, this is very common for choose your own adventure books. We're basically going back in like a canonical sense, doing a different ending without actually ending the game. Does that make sense? So that was like an ending. We just decided to ignore it and do it differently. But that's part of the fun. I like it, actually. I like that the book leads to... I mean, you're not led to believe that she is an evil person. You specifically mention in the game that that character will have no problem turning the armies now that the crown's destroyed. She destroys the crown first thing. She doesn't wear it, she destroys it. So you have no reason to believe that she's evil inherently. And it even mentions if she tried, they wouldn't get very far because they can't mind control everybody else on the way. But you're also cursed. So I don't know how to remove the curse. Maybe you don't know that unless you did something specific. Who knows? Perhaps we had to do a different series of events and actually find how to undo the undoing of the doing, you know? You know what I'm saying, chat? You know what I'm saying? Alright, well, we know what to do here. This is the easy one. The Bottle of Magical Dissolution. What a charming place. And we cannot cast a spell because this place is really quite delightful. We only can try to leave. A few times. Maybe more than a few. Maybe 4 times. And we're gone. That's the place of stupidity. Still no gods. No, none at all. I wish I could have one, but I think I was stripped of them by the demon. That's fine. I'll take the 4 stamina hit. Can I just go? Thank you. Don't worry, we'll eat some food. We still have 200 gold. We got sword at least this time. If we ever break the Zed curse, I hope we just run ourselves through. What, actual suicide ending? That would be miserable. I got good news and bad news for you guys. Bad news is we do have to gather the other 2 magics. The good news is I know exactly where they are and how to get to them. So it's really just busy work at this point. But that's okay, because we're gonna see a different end. I kind of just want to be the bad guy and wear the crown and just continue the Archmage's research in his absence, you know what I mean? I could, like, I'll find the undoing spell on my own. Does that make sense? Like, I'll just pick up his research where he left off after they're all dead, and I can be certain that no one else is going to tell me what to do anymore. I'm okay with a bad end. Like a evil end. Evil-ish end. Become the dictator. Everyone thought I was the evil sorcerer. May as well give them what they want, right? Alright, there's our delicious, yummy food. How much today? 8 gold. 8 gold every time. Speed run tactics. It really is. I just have to be careful not to accidentally click the wrong thing. Oh, I don't have this stupid thing again. I don't even have a costume. How do I keep getting stripped of my costume? Oh, because I threw it off at the top of the tower. Yeah, I don't need this anymore. Yeah, I don't need this anymore. Don't worry about that. You know what? If I got arrested, would that be the worst thing in the world? We've gotten out of being arrested a couple times already. What are you all doing here? State your business. Well, I'm a traveler.
There is no place for travelers in Mampang.
The guard replies, there's nowhere to go. And with that, he shoves you into walking around the square. Knock down a guard. All the guards seem to be given a purpose in an instant, and that purpose is you. Run for it. The guards shout in alarm, and you hear the clanking of armor as they pursue. What's worse, you also hear the snarl of approaching dogs. You need to get away. Why did I do this? I could have just left and gotten this stupid costume. Can I cast God? Speed would be excellent here. Am I about to drown a bunch of guards with mud? Perhaps. They're not gonna fall for the illusion of treasure, no way. Cause clumsiness. Thoughts? Wall? Make them all run into a wall. Like Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote style? I just create like an invisible barrier? There's no zip, so there's no movement abilities. There's no zen, zip. I think wall is pretty great. Reaching up the constellations, you create the spell, throwing up an invisible barrier in front of you. A crowd of guards crashes into it, knocking them into a heap. Your spellcasting has bought you the time you need to escape. Running for it. After him, and get the crossbows! Alleyways lead away, and you are nearing what looks like a narrow house. Hold on. Like, this house? Or like a different house? I'm going for the alleys. The house could be anybody. One path is twisting and dark, while the other is a straight line back toward the main square. A fairly high wall is in front of you. Head into the dark alley. After a few twists and turns, you see a cart blocking your way. It takes up the whole alley. You grab the edge and vault over, but you're not agile enough. You fall on your face. The guards are gaining on you. You rush through the alleys, taking turns at random. You are nearing the large gate, which was your target. As you go further into the alley, you stumble across a side door. Looking down, it seems to connect with the edge of the square. The only issue is the guard blocking it. You must fight your way through. Really? It's gonna be like that? It's gonna be like that, huh? Determined to revenge herself on your blow, she prepares her posture. That's gonna be higher than the 7-5. It was not. Oh well. Better safe than sorry. I'll take the -1 hit. You are just in time to dodge back. I'll go like 5-7. Okay, a little overkill. She lets you take the lead. I got a lot of stamina. I can do this all day. Her eyes are bloodshot and panicked. To me, that would say one last hurrah. I'm just gonna give it my 4-9. If she does higher, I have 19 stamina. And she did. I made a good guess. 1 stamina lost. Skilled swordplay. Sorry, guard. The guard lies dead and her cries have not attracted any pursuers. You slip back into the square. Oh dear. The guards do not seem interested in you. Alright. How much of my day did that waste? Surprisingly, not as much as it could have. We can't take her, she wasn't the right size for my disguise. Whoops, I went the wrong way. Crap. Uh-oh. I may have screwed up. It is pointless to explore until morning. I'm definitely gonna get seen. Like, odds of me getting discovered here, by the way. Undisguised, sleeping by the fire. If I get arrested, I'll just die. Or, no, if I get arrested, I can actually take a if I get arrested, I can take a shortcut. You jump directly onto the invisible one, right? Spend the night by the fire. The group around you pay no attention. At least you've eaten. Close your eyes. Lie back. You heal. There's a gnat on my screen right now. It's on my screen. Ugh. I'm gonna break my monitor. I'm gonna break it. I think that actually worked. It did. I have no clue, honestly. It's okay. We're almost to the true ending. It's so hot in here, though. I am burning alive. The fire at the crossroads still burns. And so it will. We're doing this just for completionist sake at this point. We've kind of like seen the end of the game, but there's got to be a slightly different one. This is like bonus content at this point. Hi, hello there. I have returned once more for your generosity because I keep throwing away my disguise for some reason. I know, it's shameful. Wait, what? Huh? Hi. Why is Aelmon my god? It moves in cool grace through the oceans. You may pray to Aelmon for aid. But after a prayer, your spirit will not hear you. Yeah, I know he's the whale. I know who it is. But, like, why is he all of a sudden my god? It's not 74 degrees in my room, by the way. It's 74 it's way hotter than that in my actual office. That's the issue. Okay, so we've got to go through the motions one more time. This is the last one. For better or worse, chat, the ending I get this time is the ending. The end. FYI. I am not from Mampang. There is lush and verdant world out there. Follow me to the kitchen and eat my delicious food. Thank you. May I ask you some questions? Show her the oily key. How do I get to the tower? To kill the Archmage. How to get past the guards. Thank you for the costume. One more time. Thank you. Now we can leave. Appreciate your undying generosity. I did not steal anything from her this time. I merely broke into her house, which she seems pretty fine with, TBH. Yeah, I know I prayed there, but that was a while ago. That was like 40 minutes ago. So I'm asking, what did I do that made him decide that I'm, like, good to go now? Alright, we got piece 1. We just need to go to the end. I wish I should have just got captured and jumped out, but whatever. We'll do it this way. He slept with... I don't think the god slept with me. That'd be... What? He was waiting for you to fight those guards. He likes violence. That's true. That may be true. I could buy it. I did kill a person. That's kind of the difference. Incredible smell. We just go. This is the fake fire room. We're running all the way through. No stopping. This at least is an easy path. Unlike the water room to the south, to be honest. It was just worse in every way. The first room on the bottom is worse than all the rooms up here. Aelmon... Wait, what did I just do? Why did I turn back? What? What did I click the wrong thing? Put on your wig. Oh, I clicked turn back at the bottom. I see. My bad. Yeah, if the water room was mandatory, it would be truly awful. Alright, there's a shadow in here. It's just an illusion. Easy peasy. Then we go to the future tower. Maybe I should look at the future tower again one more time. See if it says anything new. We go through the narrow room with the skeletons. We actually have Aelmon as a god. I think we just leave. I could get more holy water, but like, I don't need it. I have 6 measures. I'm just being greedy at that point. Have a good night, Golden Fishy. I understand it's like 1:30 even here, so I get you. I feel you. Touch the dome. You're in Analand. Your skin is old and withered. You stand over a humped pile of earth in the ground, and a tear falls from your cheek. In the skies overhead, birdmen wheel, calling to each other in a mixture of common tongue and another stranger tongue of their own. You shake yourself, you're back outside the glass dome. This is a vision of the possible ending we could have had. It's crazy that you still get a different vision. It still knows. Alright, let's move on. Because we are where we need to be. At the invisible tower. And we will take the dissolution and move to the sleepy room. Humped earth. Yes, like hilly. Like hilly earth. Alright, this is the last one. We got it. Now let's get out of here. I don't even care if we go all the way through the night. Because I have 23 stamina. We're lowering our max every time, though. It's getting a little silly. I just have to be careful I don't do, like, one misclick. I'm really struggling here. I understand. You don't have to stick around. I mean, the VOD's always there. If you guys are sleepy, don't stay around on my account. I don't want you guys to hurt yourselves or do something unhealthy.
I have to see how this ends, Etalyx. There is no other way. I must know the final end.
Oh, you disguise yourself as a guard. That's all you're able to do today, Analander.
Maybe you should try harder next time. Maybe you should use the prison book.
Oh, can't believe chat wanted me to use the prison book so much, and I felt like such a badass when I threw down the prison book and dude got sucked into the prison book. I was like, yeah. But you know what, chat? All that goes to show you, you know, in every single movie, piece of media, television show, the eternal prison never works. You know what I'm saying? No matter what it is, if you try and bound or bind or lock away a powerful god entity, they'll never, ever, ever stay locked up. It's just a fact of life, unfortunately. We did not eat yet, technically, today. I have 196 gold. What's my dish of the day, baby? What is it today? Another 8 gold. Don't even care. It's fine food. Wow. Lunch Lady Roulette has actually paid off for once. I didn't forget anything this time, right? Like, I'm not even... You know what? I'm doing this the real way. I'm not even going to talk to the birds. It's cool and all that they want to kill the Archmage. They're just going to have to allow him to be dead. Without helping me. My significant other abandoned me hours ago. She's like, is he still going?
Yes, I am. I'm ready to go north and confront my destiny once and for all.
Careful. Careful. There are like 7 chatters left. Listen, everyone just like alt-tabbed, waiting for me to get to the end. Okay? Again. They're like, oh my god, I can't believe he's gathering the potion a second time. Return the salute. Oh, here's the begging guy back again. You know what? I'm being a good guy again. Restrain the guard. What do you think you're doing? You should leave the beggars alone. Is that right? Raise my hands and back away. Time to cast a spell. One more time. Put Etalyx on your main monitor, you cowards.
I can't wait to become the Archmage.
Listen, I forgive you. Now let me go. You have to let the Archmage go. I'm kind of the Archmage now, chat. Have you noticed that you have no free will to leave this stream? Clink. Okay, now I mean, the spell is worn off. I've taken off the crown. Anyone can go. Where do you think you're going? The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. We're going to approach the alley once more. New Etal Crown emote win. Well, we kind of got the tier 3 coin. I've been trapped in this chat for 6 hours. We're like 100%ing this game. Do you think they'll just fly me to the stairs? Because wasn't there an option to ask them to fly me to the stairs? Is that too risky? What if they decide to skip the stairs, then I'm screwed. But to get through here, all I gotta do is make them fight each other and pay that dude 40 gold, right? But there was a specific option to ask them to fly me to the stairs. Surely they would listen. If they don't, I just don't drink the potion. It's kind of that easy though, right? Yeah, I don't have to drink the potion if they don't listen to me. Samaritans of Shin, I am the Analander. I like that there's a new dialogue each time. Wasting no time. For a moment they reel, then burst into laughter. The one called Pewit clasps your hand and smiles broadly. But you are the one we've been waiting for. Come, we will help you. I need you to fly me somewhere. Where to? Take me to the Throben doors. The birdmen stare in wonder and awe. Are you certain, human? The doors are death. I have been there before. I know what I face. Very well, Pewit replies. The creature flaps up in midair and grasps your shoulders. A moment later, you're lifted into the air. Even the Analander is doing his version of a speed run. The birdmen swoop low over the courtyard and toward the gigantic flight of steps. The doors lie at the top, he warns you. Few have climbed these steps. I have never known any to come back down, except those taken to Nagamanta by birdmen. Waste no time. You must not be seen. The birdman grunts its assent and flies up the stairs. I have lived 1,000 lives. Do not question me. I cannot stay, he hisses. I must not be seen. Glad to be with you. With that, the wheels quickly turn out of sight. He wheels quickly out of sight, leaving you by the colossal door. You try to find somewhere safe to sleep. Shut up, game. I have no mood to safely sleep anywhere, for that matter. 2 S's are entwined. Mampang will be free. Near them are 2 C's. So if someone else has been up here, part of the Samaritans have been up here before. I wonder what that's about. Time to grab the pack goodies. Don't get in too much of a hurry. You're going to end up clicking something wrong and, like, teleporting yourself. Okay, time to start at the beginning, right? Pour holy water on the door, right? No. No. Doc. I'm getting there, you know? Get a bit of a little hoop. Woohoo! Woohoo! That's the cuckoo clock. I better turn that off. Snooze my alarm. I was not ready to wake up yet. Was it morning? Pour potion on the door handle. Once again, you cast a spell and the door handle cools, but the door is still not open. You have survived one of its traps, but there will surely be more. Number 2 is fall. What year is it? None of us may sleep till this is done. Meh. You do not float into the air as expected. You look at the door, the carvings have morphed. 2 vertical strokes. Wait, didn't I already do this one? Look at your clues. Yeah. Wait. The second spell is petrification. Didn't I just do it then? Don't I just open the door right now? Do I have to physically push it open? I think I have to open it, right? Because we just cast fall. And that is guaranteed. You did this before, just open it. Do it again. Okay, the invisible barrier has returned. The opposite of Yaz is God. Wait. The opposite of Yaz is tell. I knew that. A message has appeared. I am protected by the worst force in the world. Retreat, for I will take all of your yesterdays and I will take all of your tomorrow. Okay. All right. Listen, that's fine. I appreciate that you inscribed that in the ancient tongue. But, I got things I need to do. We never figured out exactly if drinking it or if res was the thing. Pour it on the door. Seems to soak into the wood with without any noticeable effect. Didn't I also cast Pep? It doesn't make any sense, no, but I did it last time. I'm gonna do it the same way this time. Because that's what I did last time. Push the door, right? I mean, I could also drink some. How much do I have? Just go. But I did, hang on. Didn't it, just tell me what it is, to be honest. I already did it successfully. Why didn't it update my clue? I have the first, second, and third spell. I did the fourth one successfully, and it didn't give me an updated clue. It's res on the door. Okay, so it's what I thought it was. Open the dang door. Listen. You are into the tower beyond. Okay. Open the dang door. We drank the holy water, we poured it on the door, we drank Pep, we did Madge, and then we touched it. I know. We did a lot. I'm doing my best, okay? I'm trying. Let's go talk to Jan. Let's go talk to Jan. Every sense is on high alert. Okay, as you curve upward, you come to a familiar heavy door. It is the cell in which you were imprisoned. A tiny iron grill is set at eye level, with a hook opposite to taunt prisoners with the sight of a key. But the hook is empty. The stairs continue upward from here. You take the key from your bag, slide it into the lock, and turn. The tumblers fall over and the door slides open. Out of the cell, Jan patters forward. The creature stares at you in disbelief. You can only smile. Come with me. The Minimite nods.
I told you you'd need me, didn't I?
You pick up the Minimite and put it carefully in your money pouch. Well, okay. If you're comfortable in there, then that's all that matters. The stairs continue upward.
Gloomy,
Remarks Jan.
but at least you know which way to go.
Jan, I'm so sorry I punted you out the tower like a football and you fell potentially 15 stories to your death earlier. Will you ever forgive me in another life? I didn't realize that that would kill you, but I was later told that I murdered you by the game. Now I have saved you. I had to kill you so I could save you. You understand? That's how time travel works. I'm sorry we yeeted you out the window. There is an archway here, but it contains a recessed stone wall as if someone has bricked over a doorway. The Minimite giggles.
Oh, they really hate Minimites around here,
He remarks before hopping over the wall. You step back and watch as the Minimite hops up the wall and it shimmers out of existence. Well, that was easy. Didn't even have to do the special secret handshake. The Archmage's power must be vast, with access to so much knowledge. It's dead silent. This is the place for the Archmage alone. Let's go ahead and read the Perception of Perception again. We never did finish Artifacts of Teleportation because I was afraid of getting teleported, I'm pretty sure. So let's ignore that. There will be time to read later. There's nothing stopping us, you declare. Come on. So, I wonder what my potion will do. Like, I can't trust Jan alone to stop the crown, right? It's reasonable that I should drink the potion anyways, even if it has no effect. You climb another winding set of stairs to the next level of the tower. You are high now. The wind outside is roaring past, shivering the glass in the windows.
Let's get this over with,
Jan mutters. Indeed, Jan. We've never been up here with you. Guys, it's time. We did it again, but this time with Jan to try to get the perfect ending. Which, I don't even know what that is. Jan is in the chat right now. Are you? Bro, it's 5 in the morning for me, and I found you because RT Games hosted you. What up, Bug Britches? This is the end of a 4-part video game series. Like, the end. Ganaka gifted a sub to Basil. Hey, thanks for the 7 gift subs, Ganaka. Congratulations, Basil. Thanks for hanging out here. Glad you could receive that sub. You can only hope you are better prepared this time. Can a Minimite truly block the crown? I ain't gonna trap the You think I'm gonna trap the Archmage? I'm gonna murder him. Drink my potion of magical dissolution. You feel the spells within running through your veins, but the effect will not last long.
This is it, isn't it?
Asked Jan.
He's behind that door. I can smell the magic coming off him.
Can a Minimite truly block the crown? You ask. The Minimite nods once seriously.
I hope so, yes. Otherwise, we're both dead. And probably me more than you.
From somewhere below, the echo of screams. That's not Jan this time, so I don't know who that's supposed to be. Then let's go in.
Draw your sword,
Advises the Minimite coldly.
You can cut that crown off his neck.
Oh, I think Jan is going to be a crowd favorite here. You enter the garret room. Behind the desk, the old man sits, but his expression is not as it was. His eyes are wide with fear.
You are the Etalyx. You've finally come after all this time. Bria saw the truth, and here you are.
You feel the power of the crown, and you feel it ebbing gently away under the Minimite's influence. Well, I also have a potion. You gonna mention the potion that I painstakingly went to go get again, even though I apparently didn't need to, but I wanted to be safe because I ain't doing this again? I brought a friend, you reply. Perhaps you recognize him. The Archmage shakes his head.
Well, those rats all look the same to me.
But you can see his composure is hollow. Jan clambers with some difficulty up onto the desk, struggling to balance without his wings, and the Archmage glares at him with clear hatred. You reach across the desk and lift the crown from the head of the Archmage. He cowers beneath your fingers. It seems impossible, but you're holding the object of your quest in your hands. Please, the Archmage pleads, don't hurt me. I am a scholar. You are evil. The Archmage shakes his head. What choice did I have? Your king starved my people, cut off our supplies, forced us to bring wagons from the east. You destroyed Tinpeng, Kariyama, and the Backlands. The crown cannot be trusted with you. It can only be safe here. Jan turns his head to you. Are we going to make a world without magic? This fortress should have fallen many years ago, you reply. You gave me no choice, wheezes the Archmage. You forced me to do what I have done. Open the gates. Let your people leave, you tell the Archmage. Or else I will free them. The Archmage holds your stare and a moment later shakes his head. Oh, they will leave. I have an army ready to march. His voice is as icy as a drowned man's brow. I will indeed open the doors. They will march for me, crown or not. You draw your sword and finish him in a stroke.
You don't waste time, do you?
The Mini-Mite remarks, shuddering slightly. Almost without thinking, you lower the crown onto your head where it fits, as though modeled for your skull.
It's no good,
Remarks Jan from the desk.
With me around, it won't do anything.
Make up your mind, Jan. You thirsted for blood earlier. Let me think, you bark. The crown is ultimate power. The power to shape the will of the world, to remake everything better than it is, to do more good than any normal man can do. But it is also a loneliness, the loss of advice, of the perspective of others. The world becomes a world of clones. Yeet Jan again. No, don't, I'm joking. Oh no, it's actually an option. Please, no final yeet. How, okay, like if I take off the crown and destroy it, how can I be sure that that one chick's not gonna just pop out of the book again and take over? We went back in time for him many times. Okay, but like, don't you also kind of want to see the ending of I wear the crown at the end? Don't you kind of want to see that? You want to see take off the crown and hope? All right, fine. Take off the crown. With a smile, you take off the crown. It is not for me, you declare. Well, do I smash it? That didn't work so well for us last time. Do I leave with it and give it to the king of Analand, as my initial quest was meant? I have to be Frodo this time. Last time, Sam turned out to be a very dangerous witch who banished me from the room. Make Samwise proud. Fine, you guys want the good ending? Here we go. You look over the Archmage with sympathy. He is a mere shell. Whatever power once coursed through his body seems to have drained him and left him dry and cracked as the soil of the Backlands itself. No one can be allowed the power of this artifact, you begin, holding up the crown. Its time is over.
You're going to destroy it,
Jan asks.
Are you sure?
What if Jan, like, steals it from me? You know, I'd honestly be okay with that ending. What would you suggest?
Nothing different. The thing stinks of raw magic.
The Mini-Mite nods.
I think it's an excellent idea. But I'm not sure how we'll get out of here without it. Well, how either of us will.
I'm still cursed with Zed. So if I leave here to the Sight Masters without a crown, what am I doing? How do we uncurse and finally die? That I don't know. That might be an actual secret ending. Alright. That doesn't matter. You reply, what matters is the future of the land and its people. And then you do it. Your heel on the crown shatters the bone circlet. The sun jewel spills out in all directions. The ancient weathered skull cap seems to turn to dust by itself. A veil seems to lift from the room, as though the sun had risen in the east for the first time in centuries. The Minimite sighs with relief. Time to go, you declare. The Minimite hops on your shoulder. You merely smile as you head for the window. You just live the rest of your life out with Jan and what, then come back here? And do it again, I guess. I don't know. We can just live infinite lifetimes and then be cursed. The wind atop the turret is intense. It tries to rip you from the tiles as though under the command of the dead Archmage. Jan shivers, gripping onto your shoulder with embedded claws. Down below, you see the armies of the Archmage muster in the city square. You throw off your guard's uniform. You no longer need it. In the distance, beyond Mampang, you see thick smoke rising. You look out at the smoke. It rises and rises beyond the southern walls and reaches the sky and forms faces and bodies that seem to dance and twirl. Voices shout and call on the wind. The ghosts of the Argbad crater are rising, though you cannot say where they will go. You look down at the army below. From here it seems small, untrained, and ill-equipped, a motley band from a tiny citadel, ill-prepared for the march west. Without the power of the crown, the power to make a soldier of every woman and man along the road, they cannot hope to succeed. They must surely falter and fade away. You lift your long sword and wave it high in the air. Nothing happens.
I hope you've got a plan for getting down from here,
the Minimite remarks. Wait, nothing happens. Just then you look up, attention taken by a keening sound from the west. Ah, here it comes, you murmur. Jan looks at you curiously, ears pricked. The sound is accompanied by the sound of wings.
I don't see anything.
He said, peering over the battlement.
I hear it, but I don't see it.
Jump and die hilariously would be so funny. There is nothing for it but to jump. You stand and step from the turret edge, Jan clinging to your arm. You fall too far, past where any eagle may have flown. You tumble, the great walls of the tower flashing past, the mountains rise up to meet you. But then, a sudden rush of air above you. Claws catch your shoulders.
Rescued,
squeals Jan, and it seems he is right. You've been caught. The great bird has you and will not let you fall. You are slowly lifted into the air. You are flying. The eagle soars up into the air. To Analand, you cry, and the creature calls out in agreement. After so long, you are on your way back home. No one is in Mampang. No sorcerers or sorceresses are in Mampang. The journey to Analand is dizzyingly fast. The eagles fly high and do not stop. You clutch the feathers with pale knuckles. You fly over the crater of Argbad, where the smoke above the black vents of Ghost is thinning. You fly past the waste of the Backlands and the smoldering ruins of Karay. Smoke still rises from its squares and blackened fields, coming into view of the Shah Mutanti Hills once more.
So tell me,
the Minimite demands,
why didn't the eagles simply fly you into Mampang?
Nice Lord of the Rings joke. You may ask, is this not the same ending as the one we got before? Did we get, we didn't get this joke before. Mampang is defended by birdmen. You reply, the eagles would have been seen immediately.
But they're invisible. Or are they only invisible near the ground?
It's a trick of the light. You agree, not true invisibility. Otherwise, it wouldn't work with you around.
But I still don't understand, Jan continues. Couldn't they have flown you a little closer? Over Corée, say?
Totally different. The eagles were defending Analand. You reply, a terrible attack was coming.
Not if they got the crown, it wasn't.
But before you can argue back, the creature below you banks sharply and the conversation is lost as you turn into the air. You pass through the peaks and over the Lockheed Pass. The Shamitanti Hills are far below like a green carpet, a place of lush verdant beauty compared to the horrors you've seen. It seems impossible to be traveling this way, unrolling so many steps. Past Dump as we go. You follow the course of a river that curves through the Medikey forest. Jan grins at you, enjoying the open air. So, when can I get rid of you, by the way? I'm just curious. When can I get rid of you? You're a hero, you know? You cry over the wind.
I was just thinking that.
He shouts back.
I'm the savior of Analand.
He leaps in the air and then hurriedly grabs the eagle's feather once more. You did nothing! Oh. We make a good team, Jan.
That we do,
He laughs.
so long as you don't want to cast any magic ever again.
Then the eagles begin to glide lower. The eagles are skimming the village of low huts. For the first time, you feel nervous. You've smashed the crown. What if your king is not grateful, but furious? Finally, the great bird settles to earth in the long grass beside the Cantopani Road, just inside of the Shamitanti wall.
This is home, is it?
Jan asks.
Seems nice.
He hops off your arm and begins scrabbling away.
Let's go.
There are only a few steps remaining in your journey. You take them. But once again, you see Throban the beggar approaching, laughing at you for failing to lift his terrible curse. You let the beggar go. This is your moment, and no vagabond will spoil it. You make your way to the Shamutanti gate. As you approach the gates, you hear the song of Aelmon the whale god in your mind, longing for the sea. Perhaps one day you will sail, but not today. You pause beside the enormous sealed gates. Cupping your hands to your mouth, you cry out,
The Analander returns.
Yo, I saved all y'all. I'm off to do it again. And there it is. From the wall to Analand. Across a great distance, a sergeant appears at the top of the wall, one you do not recognize. Do you have the crown? She demands. It has been destroyed. Open the gates. Open the gates, you demand. She does not move. But do you have it? She calls back. Ask the Minimite to step away. Jan, you begin? Would you mind stepping back far enough for me to... The Minimite giggles.
With pleasure.
With that, he waddles away along the path to a suitably safe distance.
Go ahead,
He cries and sticks his fingers in his ears. I'm about to dop my own castle doors. Yo! Oh my god. It's possible. Oh, they let you just choose. Do you like lightning here or electricity? I can't come back home and immediately attack my own settlement, though. I just gotta dop.
Dop!
You move the starlight into order around you and the great door falls open with a crash. You do not wait for further permission, but stride inside the gates. There is stunned silence and then a great cry goes up across all the sentry positions. An outpouring of joy and relief. Jan rushed back over and elbows you.
You're gonna have a lot of explaining to do, I think.
You are hoisted aloft and carried all the way along the northern passage, Jan clinging to your shoulder. You have saved the old world from the Archmage and destroyed the tyranny of the Crown of Kings. But the kingdoms of the Commonwealth will demand justice for the loss of the crown. The future is hardly certain. The effects of your journey will be felt from Analand to the Zanzunus. Soon every village and every town will know your name. And when the Backlands and Korea are rebuilt, it will be in your honor. The Archmage is dead. His people will rise up and be free. But you yourself still suffer Throben's curse. One day you'll die and return to the Citadel of Sorcerers, doomed to enact it all again. Perhaps next time, you may find a way to save yourself. It is done! Steve Jackson Sorcery! Your 56-day journey is complete, covering all 4 parts of the Sorcery adventure. You destroyed the Crown of Kings and returned to Analand with Jan. Along the way, you killed the Archmage, were cursed to eternal death by Throben, and destroyed Kare, Kariyama, and Tenpeng. You finished with 25 maximum stamina, 188 gold pieces, 4 out of 5 hidden spells, there's still 1 left, 10 deaths sustained. You follow Elmon the Whale God.
Rokewoo.
Missed 1 whole hidden spell. We did it! We saw an ending. I think it was better. I think that one was worth. I didn't really need the potion after freeing Jan, but it was better safe than sorry, I thought. And we even, like, dopped our way into our own settlement. Like, get out of here, Sarge. I don't even know who you are, by the way. I saw the real Sergeant tied up to a tree with fire eyes. What have you been doing in the meantime? I'm a... Good game, guys. Fantastic series. I was told that part 4 would definitely bogs down at the end, and it's true, it does. Because you gotta hit everything specific. That's fine. It does bog down for the last, like, 3 or 4 hours. It's still satisfying to see the different ways. It's choose your own adventure story. I like seeing all the different ways it can go. From the trap in a book, release from the book prison, trap yourself in the book possibly, you get thrown in jail by the Archmage and have to throw yourself from the building, or run yourself through with a sword. I'll figure out how to break the curse on another playthrough. I want to play through this again on my own, so there's still stuff for me to find on my own, where I'm not under as much of a time pressure. You've been granted a single story rewind. I wouldn't even know what to do different. I don't think I would do anything different right now, at least not on stream. Rewind to flanker. You can't. But you can rewind all the way to the beginning of part 4 if you really wanted to. literally to the beginning of part 4. There's probably another way where you release a sorceress and successfully serve under her. Take the crown back to the king. I'm gonna leave it where it is. The closure has been had. Like, I am closured right now. You gotta know when to say when. And that was as good an ending as you're gonna get. We already saw like 3 different endings. It's time. You know? It just is. Even with the curse, we still have closure. You have a whole lifetime to live. Ganaka, thank you for the 25 bucks in bits. It's very nice of you. I don't know how I got here, but for some reason I know I must give bits to the streamer. Oh, because I broke the crown? Here's the rest. Thank you so much for the 25 bucks in celebratory end-of-game bits. Very nice of you to do. I'm glad you had fun. And thanks for sticking around on this wild ride with me. 11-hour VOD, by the way, but it's the last one. We could have done a 6-hour, then a 5. You know what? It's done. This is the finale. And I'm happy with the way it turned out, even if we didn't get a perfect end. Luckily, the wine at the top of the tower was not poison, and thus I did not have to uninstall the game. I'm not exhausted, actually. I'm just hot. I'm just tired. I'm like sweaty. It's toasty right now. But tired, no. Maybe a little hungry. Only just now, though. I want to rewind just to cast Hot Fireball on the Analand Sergeant. I want to do another run where I'm pure evil and I return home to command and be king. On my next, like, personal playthrough, I'm going to become king of Analand. I'm going to return with the crown and blow them up if they don't let me in. Just be full evil. It'd probably be pretty fun. Zekbolt says, why am I sleepy? Well, that's called nap. It's time for your nap, chat. So, we'll be back at some point Sunday. That's today. We'll be back at some point Sunday with another stream. Give me an extra hour. This is a long stream. So let's say 4 p.m. Pacific will start. Extra hour to kind of chill and sleep, feed, and catch up. So I'm not exhausted. And probably do some RimWorld. But that's the thing, I can't, okay. I feel like I should do RimWorld on Tuesday because that's gonna be like an 11-hour stream. That's gonna be like a 10-hour stream to finish RimWorld. And I wanna finish it. I don't wanna do it back to back with this. I'm gonna be insufferable. We'll see. I mean, it's totally possible to do 2 RimWorld streams, so that's not out of the question just to... I don't think I have to finish it in one go. Yeah, there's a lot more Outer Wild stuff I want to do, so I wouldn't be opposed to doing Outer Wild tomorrow. That's a good idea. Because that's something I think we could definitely finish in a nice, comfy stream. With new stuff still to check out. The good news, though, finishing Sorcery, by the way. Some decommissioned thoughts on that. Part 1 was like, wow, this is so fun. Oh, it's a tutorial. Part 2 was like, holy crap, there's a time travel mechanic when you get to the end? How many times do I need to go through here to complete it? Kind of getting funneled along, you're just following the current of the story. I feel like there's still so much I missed there. And then being released into the Backlands is like, this is almost too open. It's scary how open this is. You can just go anywhere. I think 3, I would put 4 above 3. Personally. Just because I like the city setting more than I like the wilds. I like being in the city, I like the towers more than I liked... I think having 2 different time layers in 3 made me more anxiety induced at like missing stuff, the idea of missing things. Not only is it hugely open, but it's like there's two maps layered one on top of the other. So it was very overwhelming to try and travel back and forth. But there were a lot of interesting events, memorable characters and creatures. 4 had a lot of repeating stuff. But I don't think it was too punishing. Because you get to keep all your stuff, you just lose 1 max stamina, but there's different ways to find more max stamina, so it's like, fine. I do wish there were a couple more checkpoints. I would say maybe with one checkpoint on the left towers and 1 checkpoint on the right towers would save a lot of time. I like that 4 was the culmination of everything else you'd been doing 1 through 3. Like, you go through the tower challenges to prepare you for the final gate. And it was kind of neat to put everything into practice that you'd been picking up on. So I enjoyed that. And you really get to use a lot of your items that you've been just kind of sitting on for most of the game. So it really gave a good expression of, like, use Blimberry, use your Holy Water, cast Dock, like, do a bunch of things you weren't doing before. Like, spend money, it's okay. If you're good at Swindle Stones, we got a bunch of money here for you. Go ahead and spend that. Don't feel bad. I like that it kind of gave you that release. And feeling like when you find, even if you do get teleported and have to come back to the same door 3 or 4 times, you're like, wow, I definitely conquered this challenge. It was more puzzly, that's for sure. But so were the snakes. The roving snakes, trying to find their weaknesses and defeat them was also a lot of puzzles. But they were all good in different ways. I would say Corray probably number 1. I would say Part 2 is number 1. Then Part 4, then Part 3, then Part 1. It's not that Part 1 was bad, it's just kind of the smallest game. Where am I supposed to use the boots? Now I gotta look. Borin skin boots. That's the only thing I'm gonna look up. A pair of boots that keep you warm in Sorcery 4. Sorcery 4, let you cross a bridge. Also in Sorcery 3, can be traded for information at the Snake Charmer. Oh, I could have given him my boots instead of getting turned into a snake and dying. Interesting. Good to know. We must not have found the right bridge. At least we kept them nice and warm in our pack. Oh, I never used the golden strand of hair. She said I would know when to use it. Golden hair sorcery. I gotta know. What was the name of it? What was the name of it? Not the Sun Jewel. What about the Crystal Tooth? Sorcery Steve Jackson, Crystal Tooth. Hold on. Time out. Not yet. Okay, I'm just gonna search on this page, because I think this works. Hold on, I don't want to put it on full screen, because you guys will be able to... You'll see all these ads. I don't think this wiki is even partially complete. What was the name of it? Crystal Tooth? I see Crystal Orb. Anyways, maybe, are you guys having better luck than I am Googling? The game is so thick with lore and alternate endings, it really is. It really is. Rock Demon Tooth, maybe? Yeah, it is. Locations. Southeast of Shadrach's hut, wait until the rock demon shows up and kill it. Never even saw that. In the caves below Kariyama. Got that one. Sold by the tooth merchant in Tinpeng. For what? It doesn't say what you can use it for. Should I have just sold it to the tooth merchant for a lot of money? There was never a summon rock demon. Unless it was one of the hidden spells. Zob creates a rock demon. Oh, so that was Zob the whole time? You'll find one tooth, another by climbing the mountain. When was I supposed to use it, though? There was never like a moment where I was like, oh god, I'm doomed. I need to pull out. Like, I almost never used Yob for that same reason. But interesting, it was Zob. I think we knew that in the third game, but since I spaced my playthroughs out over weeks, I forgot. I definitely remember that now. Because we got clues from Bria and some other people. Yeah, you just can use it. That's cool. That's really neat. So much fun optional stuff. Either way, really satisfied. The good news is, now that we're done, big game series over. It's out of here. That's bad. That's sad. The good news, though, we're gonna play 80 Days. We're gonna play Heaven's Vault, both games by Inkle. One of them older, one of them newer. One of them brand new, actually. So Inkle's got a couple other games I'm super interested in. 80 Days will be super chill, probably doable in one stream easily. Heaven's Vault is going to be a bigger experience, but it looks really fun. And it needs some love. It's about deciphering ancient inscriptions. Creating your own story via archaeological sci-fi where you're trying to interpret the words of an ancient people. Not too dissimilar from what we're doing in Outer Wilds, but a completely different style of game nonetheless. So more adventure games coming up. It's not done. We've just paved the way towards others. So we'll be playing both of those shortly. And then we finish RimWorld, Kenshi begin. And we'll start Dark Souls soon. And more. Good time. Thanks guys for tagging along till 2:30 PS PDT. 11-hour streams don't come around that often. But I'm glad you were here. Thanks, Lurkster, for the end of stream sniped sub. Glad to have you. I'm probably gonna get yelled at tomorrow for like, hey, I can hear you at like 2:30. Nah, I'll probably still wait. Alright, time to eat. Take care of Midas the dog. He's probably hungry. And I will catch you guys an hour later than normal tomorrow. AKA later today. Alright? Have a good one. Probably play some Outer Wilds then. Seems like a good plan. So we'll tentatively plan on that. Alright? Catch you next time, guys. Don't be sad that sorcery is over. Just be sad. I mean, don't be sad that sorcery is over. Just be sad. Okay? Doesn't matter why. As long as you're sad, you're doing it right. Etalyx has cast Sap on the audience. Listen, don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that it happened. All right? And it'll happen again later today. Night, guys. See you next time. Bye.